morning. Good morning. I am coming straight from the doctor, and so I wasn't as late as I thought I was going to be, which is great. But I have to go ahead and throw this in here because they are in court. What'd I miss? We're I'm 20 minutes late, which isn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. So, I feel so much better.
What the hell? You know how much you feel, right? Miss Teresa, not Teresa, it is Teresa, yes, I'm going to call her, Ryan.
Okay, so I haven't even missed anything yet then.
No, we didn't.
Because they're just now doing the video. That's good. That's good.
What are you talking about? And I've been trying to find them, so she told me today. So that's why I was like, I just write down here. I don't know who blocked that.
And the audio is still just as bad.
We're trying to get away from it. We outside being loud and it's not about the police and I found them on me and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I had the same screens out before on me and stuff like that. So.
Yeah. Well, you can go like that one. Because I told you about that. But, well, the thing, obviously, you know what I'm here to talk about that. I just was like, with your, I know you're going through it, but just a good time for us to sit down and talk. Thanks for this is Texas that. Yeah. I just have to read the Miranda warning because we are in jail and you can't just like get up and leave. You're not like free to leave. Does that make sense? So with that we have to read the Miranda warning. This place is echoing so loud. Yeah. Let me just read it really quick. Okay. Whether attending fire, anything you say can will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him present with you while you're being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you.
They're on, but it's so mumbled it won't even pick up what they're saying.
Okay. All right. So, what was your point about?
She sounded like being a man. She sounded like we went to go get some stuff in the store and it came up to $300, and I said, you know, I'm going to the store, but that's too much, that's too much. But it's enough. Just $300, you know, it's a lot, you know. And so she was like, oh my God, I'll get some. So we got to the cash register, and I said, okay, so how much you going to put that? And she was like, you're going to divide it up or something like that, and then she put in the calculator, it was 140 or something from each of us. And then I was going to get 140, and you showed my bank account and had $8. So I said, okay, we will need to raise some money. So we need to raise some money, and she's going back. And I'm like, she left me bad, and I said, what happened? She said, I paid for it, whatever. Oh, you couldn't pay for it? I don't pay for it. So then she get mad and crying, and said, I was very funny about it, because she went to pay for it, and all this other stuff. I'm not going to pay for it, And then she says, I'm not mad, I'm not going to pay for it. You just rest our money for whatever, it's all this stuff, you know, it's all the people. And she knows all going to do it. I was talking to you, but I think I want to just be one. I was going to be moving the police photo behind us, and that's it.
And then they're going to go on you. What do you think about that? I thought what the charge was, I don't know, this is not my jurisdiction, so I'm just being nosy, but what the hell?
Whatever I said,
it's not. No. That's it. I'm going to say something outside, but I'm just being nosy.
It's so hard to hear it.
You know how bad that is?
But I had never moved, we had that one, like, going through it, like, so we owned this and all that, so I had to take my family, so that's right, I didn't know it was stolen.
You bought something like that?
I didn't know it was stolen or anything like that.
Yeah.
You get, like, off the streets or something? Yeah. I got 2 more months for 21. So So, and I didn't have another.
That was good. I didn't even think about that. I'm sitting there thinking, like, just go to the pawn shop. I forgot you were on different roads.
And I didn't have the money, like, we go long, somebody just had no money for that.
Don't protect nobody. You better be like, I bought this from so-and-so because you were so young. Like, don't fuck yourself up, okay? When you go to court and everything for that situation, make sure you. Yeah. Okay. But, we're not gonna keep it too long. I don't know what the schedule's like here, so I'm gonna mess your routine up. But, Detective George, that's kind of good with this case. And I'm gonna post some stuff, because I've been trying to do that while we were doing this, and my computer just came back on. If you could just fill him in, the day, like that morning when you were looking for Florida, because she has a wallet.
Okay, so what happened was, I went for I had my wallet in my car, and come on and sleep stuff, and I was just get something, and then, I was my wallet, I realized I was at the car, so calling to where, and kept calling, and I was saying and I spoke to, I think, when we talked the first time, I spoke to her dad or somebody. I think I went back to her dad, no answer. I went back to her house, I think I spoke to her dad. And then, I can't wait back. Actually, I seen me on camera and stuff like that. And then, later on, she came to my house, looking like sticky as weed or whatever. Yeah, out there. So at that time, I was like, what's wrong? So I was looking for you everywhere, and I can't find you and all that stuff. And so I'm just trying to be by myself. I'm just trying to be by myself. So I go to weed, or let her outside, smoke my girlfriend. So something's wrong. Something's wrong. So then later on, I went back and later on she came back from she wanted to kill herself and everything and all that. So I was crying to her something because I was like, I believe the whole thing when people cry to her. So I'm telling her she didn't want to hear it. She didn't want to hear it. So I brother kept pushing me off her and everything. And so she had a chance and then I called my friends, smoked and stuff, and I'm just, just like, real emotional about it. I don't know how everyone goes on, I don't know. And so, my mom called me, was like, did you see Tori or whatever, and I told her no, because Tori told me not to tell her about when she passed or whatever like that. Yeah. And I think the day or 2 days or something, they got minor and partner or whatever, and that's just going on. At the point, so that's pretty much it.
Yeah. Did she say where she was going?
No, because the first time she came, I was like, where you going? Like, all that she didn't tell me. And she said she was with me by herself. She didn't smoke with me until I was anything. That's pretty much it. Yeah.
And then you didn't leave the house other than to walk up to the gas station to buy, what's this thing? To buy your weed. But it wasn't at the gas station, it was near the gas station, right? Okay.
Yeah, like behind on the side of the gas station.
Okay. I'm trying to keep up.
The station?
Yeah, this is stupid, man. This one's stupid too.
Was it? Yeah. I see a lot of people with that.
It's pretty cool, but I passed that one this one.
Did you? Right.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, right there?
Yeah.
I can't get on my test, I don't know.
Yeah, we can't have anything with road.
Okay, so, and then, who else did you call that day?
I called my girlfriend, I called my friend.
You called your girlfriend?
I think so.
I thought she was at your house.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So,
You called her while you were at the house?
no, I called him to come back. From the evening.
Oh, from the weekend, after midnight?
Yeah.
Okay.
I called the evening.
Okay. No, I'm not like, who did you call trying to look for Tori? I'm just trying to give him some background.
I called the evening. I called the short Jamaican man. I called him. He couldn't actually take me to the house to find my wife over there.
Is that John?
Yeah, John.
And who else I called? Who else did I call? I don't remember who else I called.
Okay. I was just wondering. And I remember actually, I thought about it, so the way the timeline worked out, so you tried to reach out to all those people on, this was the 27th I know it's been a little while, but, we found her on the 28th, but we didn't identify her till the 29th. Did you try to reach out to her all on the 28th, or anybody trying to get her, because you didn't get your wallet that night, right? So you still needed it, but did you try to call her mom, call anybody on the 28th?
I was just talking to my girl, times, how my friends are, good stuff.
Okay.
We all like that, so y'all super tight.
Yeah, we were super tight, right?
I don't know, each other.
She's circling.
That's great, that's great.
A lot. Y'all want to say, what's high school y'all go to?
Spears High School. You from here?
I'm from Randolph.
I'm not from here, but yeah, Tyler Williams.
They just like, I forgot, kids are this big school.
Do you remember about how long, because there's so many facts under this case, how long was it after she left the last time, after she told you because she asked him to kill her, right? With the gun that you saw in the car. You said no, obviously. You hugged her and she left. Then you went back upstairs. Do you remember how long you were at home? Was it a couple hours? I think it was.
I was alone, but I was and straight away from me.
And how did you get there?
Oh,
Okay. Because I think we see her, how long were you outside for?
well, I think like 15 minutes or so.
Because you guys walk down the stairs, I think it's 10:40. But then you don't leave your house till 12:36 or something like that. So about 2 hours? Okay.
I know, when to go get some weed, because I know I was in my head, because Tony is always like that. She was, she always battled with that, and I just was falling away from my head.
Was this the first time she ever mentioned suicide or anything? No.
Because I've been through a lot of stuff in my life, and she would always tell me, but it's not that hard, and even that hard, so she showed me a book, like, she be praying for death, like, she be praying God for death, like, but she didn't, listen.
She prays to God for that. I didn't hear that.
I'm saying it's a whole stuff, it's a lot of blue book, but she had prayers God, like, she don't figure.
I think we had something like that.
It was not new, it was not, me and her were always talking about this. I was going through a lot of stuff, so she was helping me, but she used to go through a lot of stuff too, so we were trying to help each other.
Absolutely. What was her, like, biggest thing about learning to be around?
Her just running and, because she was kind of heavy set, so she didn't feel like she was loved, she didn't feel like she was crazy, she didn't feel like, that whole stuff, like, it was really, like, a lot of people, like, doing all that stuff, like,
She liked Scoop and he's an asshole. I got his records, most of them records. And we know like he didn't do it, so. But he called him that day too. Yeah, he was out with some girl, was running around with some girl. He even seemed sad, like after people was hitting him up afterwards. And then
he came from kind of sad, like, he was acting kind of, I saw him tell him before.
yeah. I think, but he just doesn't seem sad. You know what I mean? Like, he immediately asked for like hurt. And, you know what I mean? Like, when people asked him like, are you good? He was like, yeah, I'm good. He got hurt. But then he's trying to hit up other girls too. I'm like, this is so disrespectful. But yeah, he was living in my area. So I know Teresa was super adamant that it was probably him.
She never went there.
She told me, I don't know, she knew that, I guess Marquez was baby daddy got locked up a minute ago. She told me about him. She was like, you know what's walking? And I was like, I'm not gonna go walk him. I don't have reason to walk him, because unless she faked something. Why I should have talked to him, but I didn't have anything to show that he was involved, you know what I mean? But when she told me you, it was like, oh, perfect. And I wasn't trying to be rude in the text message. I was just like, dude, I really want to meet you in person. Okay, let me pull up this thing.
You were finding out, I mean, before this, were you able to like look for work or? Yeah.
I had told you, I told her FedEx, Walmart, FedEx again, and then I worked at construction.
And I said, try to get on like one of those Amazon fulfillment centers. You work all hours of the night, you just shipping the packages, are they good one?
When I'm going here, I'm going on home trip.
Yeah. There you go.
You going
Home trip. So it's cold.
Yeah, it's below 60.
where?
Yeah. I get a coworker, he, bagged ice. He bagged, like, he worked at an ice bagging facility, so he didn't even let them touch cold drinks, because from working there, it's so cold. I was like, man, bagging ice.
Okay. I know we talked about it, but just so he's clear, so he walked, he didn't have access to a car or anything, and your girlfriend had a car, but she didn't have it then. Did you go in your mom's car or anything? Okay. Alright. And then you still have your cell phone, you have the same cell phone but you just got a new one recently, but now it's broke, right? Okay, so that one wasn't stolen or anything, you still have the same phone. Because it does show you walking up there between the times. Let me see, why is this thing, everything is so, what is it right now? I don't know.
It's all concrete.
How have you been doing?
I've been just trying to hang in there.
But what happened, like?
So, okay, he says.
I thought your mom was a baby, she said.
I don't know, my mom kicked his house, and then we went to, my girlfriend's uncle's house, and he sold his house. Then we went to my, the other uncle's house, but he got fighting. Like, my uncle and her got fighting, and we got kicked out of there, and we just got a little, we staying in the hotel right now.
Where else staying
We in, Black Show.
there? Okay. Have you related on paying child support or anything? Has she tried to put him on anything?
I don't even have no of that stuff, but, I don't know. He's sending $25 here and there.
Just 25,000? Yeah.
Does he see the baby?
Yeah, that's something, yeah. He didn't do Thursday. He
Um,
came, 2 weeks ago, to check on him, whatever, and that was it.
yeah, I believe. So that's where he was, and then you walked up to that BP station, was it like over here somewhere? Where you went? I know you referenced the BP, but.
Yeah. So when I was back to, that's the DP. Where the other judge at?
You walked the water bridge?
I had went through, where the one, I went through the cut over here. It's like, you go down here, you cross over there, like a little cut over here. And I went through the water bridge over here, and got through and came all the way up.
Over where?
Like, okay, so from my neighborhood, you know, the bunker road right there. That's bunker road. So I went through that neighborhood, and I cut through that road to get to Lake Shore. When I got to Lake Shore, I went through the road, because the water's there.
Here, I'll pull it up. I'll read the word.
I went to Rose Road, got through and came back there.
Okay. Cause you told me it was near like the liquor store and BP gas station. I forgot what you said.
That's a computer?
Yeah. Making that noise? Yeah. So that's where you live.
Okay.
So where are you trying to show me?
This is where I live, so.
I think it's touchscreen, so you can move it.
Let's see. When I come in here, and I go into this neighborhood, down here, I come in here, and come in here, it's like, it's a cut somewhere, it's a cut that I can get to Lake Shore. Which keeps here?
You want the QT?
Yeah, there's a cut that you can go to QT.
Well, you said it.
UT on Rockridge and Don't Shop?
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha.
But,
Yes, that's gonna be, yeah,
Like where
that's like, the quick trip should be around there.
well, I went to QT, walk all the way towards it, here.
the quick trip right here?
Yeah, I walk like, we're QT.
QT's right there.
Over on the corner. We're from Lake Shore. Is Lake Shore?
That's Woodstone.
Wars there, yeah, across the street.
Oh, this one over here?
That's Wars there. I used to work down there, so I know.
That's Glen Cove. QT's right there, Publix is right there.
Okay, good. So I went to a cut to come over here, come over here in this area, and I just walked down the water road and got weed.
And then you walk that?
Yeah, one car block from BP to my house.
So did you get the weed from someone in the neighborhood or someone at BP?
Oh, neighborhood.
His house.
Oh, so you close in the water's agitated?
It's kind of hard to.
Well, this is
It's easy when you walk in to know where you're going. Yeah, you better show the cuts on that there. Yeah, I worked down in that area, not the Grant County side, but right there. Yeah, I worked down there for years.
Almost 2 miles.
He's from everywhere. I'm from New York, I walk everywhere. I didn't know this big, I used to be scared.
Oh my God, big.
I mean, I'm saying now, like now, on my size now, yeah, I'm 205. So I used to be 170.
How tall are you?
I'm talking 6'4", 6'4", about right.
Jesus.
Yeah.
What is my 5'10"-ish?
I'm 6'6".
6'5"? I think it's 6'5". Yeah.
I want to open these things, so I can show them to you, so we can just make sure we're talking about the same time, because we gotta bring video. I just want to make sure that's when you left. So after 20 minutes, you went up the stairs for a little while. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you only left to go get weed, and then you came back, and that was the time that Detective Smith told you about, right?
Mm-hmm.
You don't leave any other time?
I did, I left to go down there and smoke with my friend.
Was that before or after?
After she left.
After she left? And you only walked up there once? Okay. So, let me see. Why is my movie? This is pissing me off. I should have put all this up in the car. It was giving me issues in the car though too. Did you drive as a parent?
That probably was so far away from that.
I think it was building. I have it in my phone now, I think. Let me look it up. It was raining that night, wasn't it? Did it not rain that night? Okay.
I think it rained that morning.
Yeah.
That morning, I think it rained that morning.
How you been dealing with the loss of Corbin?
I'm afraid. I just don't know, it's been hard all over. It's been hard, I just take a day at a time, really. Sometimes I get sad, sometimes I cry, and stuff, because I'll be wanting to talk to her, and it's one thing, like, I need to talk to her every day, man, I need to smoke her every day.
Yeah.
It's hard, like, I talk to my girlfriend all the time, like, a lot of maybe something I need to do that.
Yeah.
Like that, so it's just been hard. Everything's been hard, man, so I just been numbed everything.
I know, I have it in my phone from Smith, so just pull it up to my text messages. Okay. So, did she tell you she left the wallet in her mailbox? She did? When did she tell you that?
We went upstairs.
The last time, before you saw her? Okay, so she told you she had left it in the mailbox? Okay, but she didn't tell you when she came at 7 o'clock that day? Did you ask her about the wallet when she came the first time?
I did not think about her, I think about her, but I was looking for you, but where you been? I'm not sure you moved in.
Yeah.
I didn't think about her.
Okay, so this is, her, and it's 10:28, so that's right before she came to your house. Here's the ring. Cross your fingers. It's gonna work. Alright, I'm gonna do it with the pen. This is getting on my nerves, nothing's loading in here. Okay, so I'm gonna tell you what we have, and I'm I'm not gonna bullshit you, okay? I'm gonna be completely honest with you, because there's a reason why I've been trying to push so hard to talk to you. Cause, you know, I feel like there's a lot more to the story that we're not being told. And I don't wanna make assumptions, okay? And that's why I wanted to talk to you in person. I didn't wanna go over the phone, cause, you know, I don't think you'll be completely honest with me, alright? I know she had her issues. I've talked to umpteen and of people about her. I've gotten her Instagram records. I've gotten her medical records. I've gotten everything. So when you say she was suicidal, I believe you. And I believe that, you know, she did have the gun. I do believe that you guys are very close. I've read messages between you guys. I've seen tons and tons of stuff. The day she left her house was, between 2 and 4 p.m. I see the messages and the contact you guys had before she left that day. You talked about, you said you didn't really remember talking to her that morning, but it was from an iPhone. Yeah, before she left her house. When she was telling you, like, her phone was going to be cut off for a while. Because the mom changing services, and you talked from a 404-559 number, I believe. It was an iPhone. Yeah. So you guys had a conversation. Do you remember what you guys talked about? Okay.
She was just saying that her phone would be turned off or whatever, the mom or whatever, but I don't remember anything else.
Okay. So then you told me that you went to her house like 3 times, right? And then the first time nobody answered, because you didn't see her call, right? She wasn't there. The second time you went, her dad was there. You talked to her dad. In between the second and third time, Tori came to your house, right? Okay. So that's when you guys had the conversation about the weed or whatever. And then, you reached out to Jacqueline. And then Jacqueline took you over to Tori's house the third time. Did you talk to anybody that third time?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
Okay. So then, she goes to her house at about 1:30. She gets something out of the mailbox. We believe to be your wallet. At 10:36, she's on Grand Camel walking upstairs to your apartment. Then, are you looking to the right hand? You're right hand? Okay. And then, so she walks upstairs, 10:36, on the camera cut. Then we see you guys walking downstairs at 10:40. And then when you get downstairs, what happens?
That's when she said she don't want to be here no more, and let my see the gun, and I started crying to her, and I'm her, pushing out for her, and everything like that. People love me, but that's the whole time I'm telling her, people love me, don't kick us, don't do this, don't kill us, or don't, all that, that's what she liked.
And then what'd you do?
That's when I went to go get the weed. I sat there for a minute, and I went to go get the weed, and came back on, ran, smoked the weed, came back upstairs.
Austin. Not what happened.
That's what happened.
So, you remember how I told you, I got Scoop's records, I got your records, I got JJ's records, I got Tori's records, I got Jackie's records, I got everybody's records. Tori and you walked downstairs at 10:40 p.m. You're down there for about 10-15 minutes, correct? At 11:05, you were at North Deshaun Building on Town Road. 11:05 p.m., you are at the corner of North Deshaun Road and Town Road.
Where is that, North Town Road?
You're right there, that's the river. Right after that, your phone is in red, even though you try to turn it off because it indicates that it gets turned off. You know you were there, okay? I don't want to assume what happened. That's why I'm just like, I know you cared about her. I know what she was going through, okay? What happened in the park? Please be honest, because we know we have the proof now and the evidence that you were there. It's left to us, then, I know, I don't wanna make an assumption. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm asking. You loved her, I know you did, you're not that guy, you're not a murderer. Your friend didn't want to be here anymore, and you cared about her. What happened?
I didn't do anything.
Okay, then tell me what happened. Okay, it's okay. I believe you, but I need you. Tell me what happened. So you freaked out?
Figure out.
Like, what happened? Tell me what happened. How did you get from your apartment to that location in 10 minutes? Your Gmail account, a lot of people don't know this. They track how quickly you're moving and then they say what you're in. So that says you were in a car. It's physically impossible for you to have walked from your apartment to that location in that amount of time. Because I tried. I didn't even believe like this was a situation. I tried everything. And that's why I've been trying to, right? It's not possible. I even went out there and walked it. I tried every route, I tried everything. I'm just trying to understand, okay?
Understand.
What happened?
You know, I didn't do anything.
I believe you, but I think you know what happened. And if you don't like hear it from you, we hear from other people, or we get all of this proof and we have everything going against what you're saying, it just looks bad. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I'm like, let's just be honest and say what happened, because I believe you. I do. I don't think you intentionally, I don't think you hurt her. But you know what happened in that part, because you were there. Your friend was there.
I don't want to go to jail.
Okay.
I don't want to sit with you.
Okay. Okay.
It's just, I didn't kill her. I didn't do anything. It's just, after that, I know I'm going to be sitting in jail.
Why do you think you'd be sitting in jail? If you didn't kill her?
Because she told me, you know, take a coffee, take a nap.
That's what we need to know. I believe you, but that's what we need to know. Okay.
She serves.
I believe you.
She next talking to her, saying, baby, but I love you. And
Okay.
that's what she's telling me.
Okay. That's good. All right. We went downstairs, you got in the car with her, and then she drove the other with her, right? When we went up there, walk me through what happened, because I believe you, but I just need the details to.
Sitting in the car, I'm crying, so please don't like, please don't. And she did. She got in the car, walking, talking to her, and she stayed with this, like, no, she's gonna go. She said, I love you, she's not crying, she's not doing anything, nothing. So, I tell her to take it on her. I take it on her, and she just like, you know what she's saying? She wanna go. I said, no. Had to come down, kind of hug her. And she pushed her, and she got she
She's standing up, and she laying down.
She's standing up. And so I'm standing crying, but she told me she was so grabbing ready, and then told me so hard or anything like that.
Because she needed some money, right? She needed something for, okay. So where did she park in the park?
She didn't park, she just pulled right up. She like Like, Sharon, you should stop right there.
Give me one, I'm gonna pull
So
it
I'm
up.
not familiar with that part, that you're doing that. So you're coming in that gravel issue?
Yeah.
But y'all just pull it at the park, in a spot, you pull it up. Gotcha.
Okay, and then you guys start to walk. I'm gonna pull up the part, because Google Earth is actually working.
How many shots went off?
One.
One.
There, give me one second.
That's why
Here we go. So, I'm getting it over so it helps you, because I have, you've been there a few times, right? Alright, so this is the gravel area. Okay, so she pulls up right here, and you guys get out and you start to walk.
it's right here. Okay.
Okay,
We're just talking, walking and stuff, and telling him, like, just take my car somewhere, take it on, set it on his way, where he was. I'm like, no.
and he's gonna take the gun from her. Were you guys standing up, walking, or had y'all sat down somewhere?
We're still supposed to come in and sit down.
Okay, so you got the gun from her.
And I was trying to hurt her, bro. I thought that was one time, like, don't let this night of this go on, so I put it on and tried to hurt her, and she pushed me away from my down.
Okay, and then she shoots herself. Does she fall back? Okay,
When she felt the gun jumped out of her hand.
alright, and then where were you guys at? Like,
Right
you know where she was found, right?
Yeah.
By the tree? So, was she, like, that where she fell, or did you move her? I don't know.
That's when she fell, I didn't touch her.
You didn't touch her.
So,
How did her hands, like, how did her hands come to rest? Do you remember?
So,
okay.
What about her hair? Anything stand out about her hair?
I really did a little bit, and a little bit, I guess, because it's grass again.
What did you do with it?
So in the lake,
Which lake?
the lake that's, right there in Randolph. Like, you go over there to this,
Here,
Is it the Water's Edge Lake?
it's a lake that's, like, from my house, you go over there to the lake over there. And like, by North Shore right there.
so,
Not West Lake though.
No,
here you go. So this is your apartment, there's 2 bodies of water.
there's no parking.
Right here?
My apartment's right here.
Yeah.
So, it's on Main Street, it's a little lake right there.
Right here? So it's in front of your apartment, kind of?
Yeah.
So, hold on.
Like, is it that
Is
way?
it this one?
No,
Oh, this is your building, I
it's
guess.
over here.
Over here? Right here?
Yeah, it's down here. It's down here.
You can drive, you can do it.
Okay, so I'm right here.
Zoom in, but that doesn't work.
Yeah, this is the one.
It's like a little house that has a little puddle right there. So yeah, you come down. It's, when you come down here, it's like a little, it's a house, this is speed bump road, right?
No.
Where's the speed bump road at? Oh, down here, this way. Okay. One come right here. It's one of these houses right here.
It's a little pond, from it.
Yeah. I don't know.
Okay. So then, so you do that night? Okay. So then, so you throw it in there, what did you do with the car that night?
I'll tell you what you told me to say. What is there if you look that way?
That was a cut?
It's like an engine, oil engine that is brought over, little fancy silver engines.
Yeah,
What is that, John? Which one is that?
yeah, it's on top of the, right? I don't know what you're talking about.
How did it get burned?
don't know, she told me leave it there, and I left it there. So I guess she can, that entrance right there.
Oh, right here?
Yeah. That little entrance, the old,
It's got the chain fence blocked up, yeah.
Okay, all I wanted to come out now, you left the car there, and then, so did you leave the car, did you dump the gun first and then go take the car?
yeah, I don't think that's the car.
Okay.
See, that's all I want, saying, because I know, like, after putting me in jail, just for being here and just taking gun in the car, so I just,
But is it you ever tell the truth though?
you know,
We want truth to be able to go towards family, what happened, and give them some peace. And it also can make you, a big weight off your shoulders.
Did you touch her at all afterwards?
after,
Yeah. There was just some,
I don't know.
so you just picked the gun up and then you left?
I don't know, yeah.
So how far away do you remember when the gun, like from her?
When she picked it up, it was shot herself.
It was, to be honest, like, so fast, I don't remember, I just heard a shot, and to be honest, I heard a shot, and then I blanked out, like, it was better than my soul, and my body, like, one right, like, this, and I was standing, and she fell.
Okay.
I was standing crying, I picked up the gun, I just, like, give me what to do.
So did you guys talk about it on the way there?
I was like, okay, so I'm not to take these things, like,
Okay. I'm so sorry. I know, it feels better probably now, doesn't it? Jaden's mom kind of dropped it a little bit. She said she killed herself, didn't she? And I was like, how? Logan said that. So, like, how do you?
Because I told her, because mom told her, she told me she wanted to kill herself. And somebody got up saying somebody killed her, so like, mentally, she killed herself, she had somebody kill her or something, so I said.
Yeah.
But
Did you talk to Jaden about it though? Okay. How was it?
it's weird.
That's probably what's saying.
Maybe that's, yeah, but I never knew this, I never knew this to happen. I never knew this to be true, I still don't want to be here. And
Who did you?
Ah, my fingers. I would not want to be a court reporter.
Let me have the court reporter mark this. What are we up to? 5? I can reach. And then if you will share the note with counsel for both sides and see if I need to have the jury step out, please.
Thank y'all so much for the super chats. I'm so sorry that I did not recognize them. I feel really bad. I was trying to keep the translations going, and I'm so sorry. Diana, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. Starting the giving train early this morning. Thank you so much. Jennifer, thank you so much. Thank you for interpretation and in advance for the long day. Oh my God, it is going to be a long day. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And Kathy, thank you for the super chat. Thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry I was delayed. I was trying to not miss any of the stuff that they were saying. So I'm sorry for skipping y'all when it happened, but thank you so much. I appreciate that. I'm going to turn my fan off. Okay. What are you looking at, bad
Okay,
dog?
Court's Exhibit 5 reads as follows. We have heard enough. Thank you. It is signed by the foreperson dated today at 10 o'clock a.m. Counsel for both sides approached the bench to discuss the note and the request from the jurors, and it's my understanding that neither side objects to stopping the recording at this point, with the understanding that the time will be placed on the record. Is that correct for the state?
That's correct, Your Honor, and that time is 42 minutes.
All right, and for purposes of the record, How much was played during the actual trial? We ended at what point?
49 minutes and 20 seconds.
All right, any objection from the defense? All right, then I will ask the bailiff if you will collect all the evidence. You
The
have
gun and the car.
the indictment. I'll ask the jurors to take their notepads and pens and to resume deliberations.
He had one count of each, for one count for the gun, one count for the car, and he was they found him guilty on both of those. I tried to hear as much as I could. I won't quit my day job
What you're supposed to have.
to become a court reporter, but
Okay, then let's address whether or not the jurors have all the evidence that they need. Let me have counsel approach with what was left behind in the courtroom. He has.
I'm not sure about the sentence for that. I'm not sure if they have sentenced him yet for that, or if they're waiting on this one. I'm not really sure. I didn't find anything about the sentence time for that.
Let the attorneys confirm that you have the correct evidence that should go out, please, Mr. Wooten.
Did you get you some water? Good girl.
There was no other note.
They want to watch the rest of it.
She handed it to me.
Can we mark this as
So now they do want to watch the rest of it?
the evidence that does not go back? I want it to be kept completely separate with the court reporter so we don't have a mix-up going forward. That's fine.
Good morning, everyone that just joined us. You missed my Olympic tryouts for court reporting.
All right, so both sides agree that the bailiff now has the indictment, the verdict form, and the proper evidence to go in the
Look,
jury room.
the court reporter's wearing green.
State confirm.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'm gonna ask Mr. Wooten to stand by while we review court's exhibit number 6. It reads, please finish the video.
Please finish the video. So now they want to see the rest of it.
All right, let me propose my response before I give you a restroom break.
Yes, this is live. We're in verdict watch. So the jury didn't, they said that they were okay stopping the video right there. And now they've come back and said that they do want to watch the rest of the video. So she said, let me propose my response before I take a restroom break. So it looks like they're going to come back in and watch. Why are you staring at me? I'm not giving you another treat. And you've already had breakfast. You're cute, though. I don't think that she has her microphone on.
question in Courts Exhibit 6, please finish the video signed and dated by the foreperson, my response. We will back the video up 1 minute and continue playing what was published to you during the trial. Any exceptions from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Defense? All right, let's put Mr. Ford in the holding cell, take a quick restroom break. I'll remain on the bench. Show Courts Exhibit 6 to the jury and assemble them outside of the courtroom door until we're ready.
Yes, Your Honor.
Give us about 3 to 5 minutes.
3 to 5 minutes. All right. So 3 to 5 minutes is not enough time for verdict eyebrows. I do have them ready. So when they finish this, because I'm going to have to be court reporter again. So when they finish this, then I'll do the verdict eyebrows. So here's my thoughts.
I didn't even know that was you sitting over there. I'm so short. I couldn't see anything.
Here's my thoughts on this. I think he is hiding something a lot. He's lying. His stories, are contradicting themselves. He's been caught lying, and then, he'll admit to certain things. So I don't know what the truth is. And this is one of those frustrating cases where I don't think we will ever know what the full truth is. But as a juror, just with what they've seen, I don't know that I'd be able to vote guilty, because it's not, while I believe that, he's hiding something, and from what I've seen, with his stories contradicting and stuff like it, that doesn't seem to make sense, and it does make him look guilty. But the thing that gave me the main thing that gives me the reasonable doubt is the medical examiner. Her saying that she can't rule out that it was suicide. And that her hair was, like the way that her hair was splayed out and stuff. And that she looked like she had laid down, like she didn't fall. And their audio's not on. The way that they said it didn't look like she fell, like she laid down in that position. Her hair was splayed out. All of that stuff. She wasn't drugged. There were no drag marks. She was laying down when she was shot because of the way that the blood was. They could tell that she was laying down when she got shot. I could see them being at a park laying down looking at the stars, but she's under a tree. You can't see the stars under a tree. So that stuff is, to me, what gives me reasonable doubt. But I wish that he would be honest about what happened. And I think that, if this were like a civil trial where the only burden of proof is, it's more than likely true that he did it, as opposed to he didn't. I think if that were the burden of proof, then I would be like, yeah, he's going to get convicted. But beyond a reasonable doubt is a lot harder to, that's a much more severe burden of proof. And I think that the medical examiner's testimony is what gives me reasonable doubt. So I definitely think that he was involved. I just don't think that, I think the medical examiner is what. Okay, so we did polls yesterday on if you thought they were going to be, it was going to be if you thought if you would vote guilty or not guilty. So this time
Evidence.
I'm going to do it. What do you think the jury will come back with?
Being brought back to the jurors to resume their deliberations. That issue was actually caught before the bailiff or the jurors actually made it into the deliberation room to receive the evidence. All of the evidence was brought back into the courtroom by the bailiff. Both sides then confirmed what was to go out, and that's what they received. We're ready.
They didn't test her hands for GSR.
Any exceptions to the court's clarification of the record by the state?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No.
All right, let me just give a brief instruction before you resume.
Yeah, this is Georgia.
All right, members of the jury, you have asked to actually conclude the viewing of State's Exhibit 70B. During your viewing of it just a few minutes ago, it was stopped a few minutes short of what was actually played during the jury trial at your request. And then we received a subsequent request to continue viewing the entirety of what was played during the trial. So I remind you again that just because you are seeing this evidence again, that you should not give it any undue influence, that it is merely a portion of the entirety of the evidence, and all of the instructions that I gave to you about all of the evidence should be considered in your deliberations. We're backing it up about 1 minute from where we stopped it a few moments ago, and we will play it till the end of what was published for you during the trial. You may resume. Where are we starting?
We are restarting at 41 minutes and 36 seconds.
I know, it feels better probably now, doesn't it? Jacob's mom kind of dropped it a little bit. She said she killed herself, didn't she? And I was like, how? Nobody said that. So like, how do you?
Because I told her, because Jacob's mom told me, like, she told me she wanted to kill herself. And somebody got her saying somebody killed her, or whatever. So like, mentally, she killed herself. She had somebody kill her or something. So I said,
Yeah.
but
Did you talk to Jay about it though? Okay. How was it?
it's weird.
That's probably what's saying.
Maybe that's, yeah. But I never understood. I never understood that happening. I never true. I still want my friend to be here. And
Who did you talk to that night afterwards?
talk to.
Yeah, so while you were doing all of that on your way back, you were talking to somebody, you tried to call somebody on Instagram, and you were talking to a phone number. I think his Instagram, it used to be Marries. Yeah. And you were literally on the bridge when you called him, so.
So I thought get some weed or something. I need some weed because I'm not we are in this full of dirt. So I'm not trying to get some weed.
So you went to buy weed after that? Okay,
I did get some weed that night.
okay. Where did your clothes go that you were wearing that night?
In the house, the rest in the house, and it's, I don't know, it's not, I was in a store somewhere or something like that.
How close were you to her when she shot herself?
I was standing right there, so she's about like, where you go?
Did any blood get on you? No? Okay. And you said you didn't manipulate her body at all, you didn't touch her? Okay. All right. You just picked up the gun, because it had fallen next to her, right?
But I'm saying like, multiple times I had tried to hold her, multiple times I
Yeah.
tried to hold her. So,
But after she was dead, you didn't? Okay.
because the scene is,
How did she fall? Was it like straight back, or she like?
I told her I was banged out, and when I heard it, like, I just seen it fall, she just fell.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I seen the gun fall, so she just fell, like.
Okay. All right. I really want to do that water though. I believe you.
But I don't know, we're just never want this to be true. I want my friends to still be here, I didn't know what happened to me, you know, I want you to hear from my family, my son, like, they, I want to be here still, so I can still raise my son.
Yeah.
I don't want to be locked up, I don't want to be someone for one time, a murderer, I'm not that, like, I'm not.
Right.
Thanks.
Did you ever shoot the gun after you picked it up?
There were 2 shell casings there. So the gun was fired twice.
One shot. Only one shot.
Okay.
Not for sure.
This is not gonna work.
I mean, how I know she only shot herself once, but like, did the gun ever go off while y'all were tussling over it? No.
Did you set it on the ground, or did you set it on something?
I jumped it on the floor, on the floor.
I mean, the technology now that we can compare the shell casings, and then we know they came from the same gun. That's what we're just trying to figure out where the second one came from.
Well, she did tell me earlier, she didn't have a gun all day, but she been trying to do it all day, like, so, she had a training or whatever,
Yeah.
but it was only one shot,
Okay.
and when it fell, I grabbed it, left.
How did you get back from, after you dropped her car off? You did it that night, right?
I walked back, that's when I seen me on Becky, I walked straight home.
Okay. I'm just trying
So
to.
what time was this about when those happened? Was it like right after the last time she came over, and that's when y'all left?
Right. That's what I never wanted to say, I don't want to be in jail. I know I didn't do anything. Like this, I know taking the gun and taking the car back and just call the police and just, yeah, but I don't want to be in jail
Why did you turn your phone off?
because I was scared.
When we went in the other room? You turned it off? I think you sent Jay a text message, right? What did you say in that text message?
I think that everything's okay or something, I was coming home or something like that.
Okay. So then you turn it off, and then, you turn it back on once you're up and everything. Okay. How long were you guys in the park before she shot herself?
About 10 minutes,
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay, so here we go. Here is the BP. I'm trying to find that house with the lake, with the water.
Where's
The BP is right here, this is Rockridge.
BP?
When it was on,
Okay, so my house,
it was on his street.
Oh, it's on your street? Okay. Okay, so you put the car here.
yeah.
Okay.
My street was a school road, and then like a row house, a little black fence, and so, what's it called, when you fish off of it, and so,
The dock, like little, yeah.
and it's a pond. Go in there.
Okay, so here's your house. This is like the legit building.
Okay, this way, the common way is the, speed bump road, right?
No, that's 124.
Okay,
This is a speed bump road.
okay, the speed bump road. And I guess this one right here. I think-
This house?
Yeah, this is, I think it's right. Yeah,
So through those trees, there's a little pond.
yeah.
Let me have her change the view. I don't know if it's gonna get any clearer.
I think it's gonna get.
It's down thing.
Yeah, but
It's right there.
it's the only one that's on that street, but
Okay. Is it deep or is it?
I don't know, I know it's green. So I'm saying, like, if I don't look jail for that, for taking my car, I know it.
I mean,
That's near.
it's technically illegal, but I mean, I don't know, man. I gotta figure everything out because there's still some, like, a few unknowns because I just have to look at everything again, but I will let you know, okay? Tonight, nothing's happening. We'll still talk, just stay in contact with me. What is your really getting out here?
Now stop playback again at 49 minutes and 20 seconds.
All right, that is what was published to you during the trial. So I'll ask you to take your notepads and pens to go with the bailiff and to resume your deliberations.
I would never be a court reporter. Ugh, it's awful.
All right, anything we need to take up from the state,
No, Your Honor.
from the defense?
No, thank you.
All right, we'll be in recess until any further questions or verdict.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
So right now, the majority of you think it will be a hung jury again. Wouldn't that be crazy? He didn't use his phone to call for help because he turned his phone off. Which makes no sense because he said that he turned it off because he was scared, but he turned it off on the way to the park, right? So why was he scared on the way to the park? Unless he knew what was about to happen. I don't know. This is just, it's so, there's so many things about this one that are just, I just wish he would tell the truth. Make all the puzzle pieces fit together. Yeah, that was funny. I told him he can handle a mascot costume. He can handle a pink wig. The Michelle Carter texting suicide case is, that one is one of the most interesting because it's it was the first of its kind. It was crazy, and people villainized her big time in the media. When I actually watched as much as I could, I didn't watch the entire thing. I watched a lot of what was in that one, and I think that I could see that one from both sides. I can see where there are times when she definitely used that as a way to get attention and sympathy and that type thing. But I can also see in certain circumstances where she may have really believed that she was doing him some kind of weird favor by helping him. But then I think it went too far, and that one's a mess. That one's interesting. It's very interesting. It's very hard to understand. I was texting it or typing it as we went, but he's lying again. I can't remember what all I typed. I was focused on what they were saying and instead of just comprehending it, but that's all the stuff I was typing as they were going. I don't think the interview helps him at all. I think it shows that once again, it's like he lies about stuff, and then he only tells the truth about things as they catch him. And he said, he's scared to call the police and he didn't want to go to jail. And, um, he was worried about that. But I mean, even with that, he was still saying in the beginning of this interview, he's still saying that he walked to the gas station or whatever it was. And then they're like, okay, look, we've seen the records. There's no way you made it from point A to point B by walking. You had to be in a car. And then that's when he finally, so it's like even the pieces of truth he gives them are only when they've already caught him on something. So if it is a hung jury again, I don't know what will happen. They have the option to try to retry him if they think it's a strong enough case. But it's really just up to the state on what they want to pursue. I am not sure when Karen Reed trial will be. That one's a whole big mess too. That one's really interesting as well. Steph says, why turn the phone off? Why not call for help once you know that she shot herself? Why not tell someone if you knew she had suicidal thoughts? I agree. I mean, that's one of the things. The whole thing doesn't make sense. And it's hard for me to understand if he thought that because one of three things happened in that park. Either he shot her on purpose, she was shot on accident, or she shot herself. It's got to be one of those three things. So if you know you're going there, he turned off his phone on the way there, right? So to me, that means he knows what's going to happen. I don't know. I wish that he could tell the truth and we could just believe him, if he hadn't lied about everything else. And I do know that, there are innocent people who lie because they get scared. I've seen it. We've all seen it. There are cases where people have been convicted because they panicked and lied. So I know that happens. You can get convicted over something big because you lied about something small, and it happens all the time. And I understand that. But my thing is, the lies have continued. It wasn't just, I panicked in the moment and lied. The lies have continued. So it's like, so what are you hiding? What's the truth? What really happened? Oh yeah. Good idea, Ricky Watson, actually. Here. No lose you cam till we get to 200. Good idea. Let's see. And did you notice that when they were asking him questions, they asked about the body and how it fell, and he said that she fell back, and he said that there was only one shot, but there were two shell casings. And the medical examiner said, was it the medical examiner? Who was it? I don't remember. It's all running together. This was not one of my deep dive cases, so I don't remember every detail of it like I have the others. But whoever it was that was on the stand and said that the way that the ground was, the way that her hair was, all of that, there was no way that she was drugged or that she fell. She laid down, and he said she fell. So it's like, I mean, everything that he's saying is being contradicted by actual evidence. So David Cole says, why no GSR test on her hand? He clearly lifted her head and splayed her hair out, then wiped his bloody hand on her shorts. Why no questions about that? So they did not test her for GSR because, remember, there was no gun at the scene when they found her. So for them, they were looking at it like there's no reason to test her for GSR on her hands because there's no firearms around her. So they didn't test her for it at the time. And then it was, you know, I don't even know. I mean, however much longer that this was until, you know, now he's saying, oh, yeah, she shot herself. Because originally the story was she was trying to find somebody else to shoot her. It's just so many lies. Patches says, state can't say that she shot herself. How can he be guilty? See, that's the thing with me is the medical examiner couldn't rule it out. Peter still says, wish the jury could have heard the audio from the TV show on this case. I think it would be much easier to convict. The audio from this same interview or different stuff? Yes, Holly, so many inconsistencies. They could have tested her for GSR after the fact. It would not have been as strong of a presence, you know, it over time, but they also said, hello, Chevelle. Hello, welcome back. I haven't seen you. They also said that was one thing that they said in the trial too, that the ground was damp, but she was dry. Like it was a dewy morning or whatever, and the ground was damp, but she was dry. Oh, over 200. Oh, dang, y'all got to that quick, huh? Let's see. Let me get y'all some Lucy Cam back up. See, now I just know what to do. Anytime I need to get the likes up, I'm just going to withhold Lucy. They said that the way that her hair, so the picture shows, it looks like, you know how like when you're laying down and you see people do it, like they'll fan their hair out, you know, to take a picture or whatever. So her hair is like kind of fanned out, and you don't fall like that. Like if you fall, like think about falling back, you know, some of your hair might be out, some of it might be under you, some of it might be whatever. But when her body was found, her hair was like fluffed out, which he could have done if he was staging things after, but there was still not hair under her, like under her head. It was like all splayed out. So that would have been a weird thing the hair would have been a weird thing for a dude to think of to stage after. So I don't know. What screen is blurry? I don't know what screen is blurry. If it's me, then that's okay because I look younger when I'm blurry. If you fall, your hair will spread out, but not the way that hers was. Hers was like evenly, like purposely done. Alyssa K, this is kind of the theory that I've gone back to some too. I think that he shot her at her request. He thought he was doing the right thing and regrets it, but is still trying to cover up. That's a theory that I've gone back to too. I went kind of with the accident theory for a while, but him turning his phone off on the way there makes me think it wasn't an accident. And there were 2 shell casings, and he can say that he only shot one time all he wants to, but 1 shell casing and 1 shell casing makes 2. So, oh no, I didn't turn my things on. Hold on. Cha-ching! I didn't get to do it in time. Let me turn my sound effects on. I forgot. I was rushing. Let's see. Oops. Yay. Thank you. Okay, you gotta had to log off VPN for work to get to chat since you are on my big TV. Hashtag Lucy Can. Thank you, Brianne. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you. Deactivated Heart says, why would I find someone to shoot me if I was trying to die? Why wouldn't she just get drugs from Snook or whatever his name was? I mean, I don't know. People, if people are wanting to, in themselves, I know that rational thinking has already left the building at that point. So Nan R says, years ago, I didn't want a phone. I liked being able to have alone time where no one could reach me. Now I keep it with me like I'm an addicted kid. I did not have one for a while. I was taking care of my dad at the time, so he had one, and I just used his. But I liked not people not being able to reach me. And then I met my he later became my husband, and he didn't like having to call my dad to talk to me. So I was in my early 20s or something. He didn't like having to call my dad to talk to me, so he got me a cell phone. I liked it. I kind of miss it sometimes, but I still have I have my phone is always beside me. Well, not always, but a lot of times. But I also always have notifications. I have access to my phone all the time, but that doesn't mean that people have access to me all the time. I think that I would go nuts if I turned notifications on 24/7. Yeah, police thought it was a homicide from the beginning, which makes sense. I mean, they found her shot in a park and there was no gun there. If it was a suicide, there would be a gun there. Theoretically. Deactivated Heart, it's funny you say that the lies would be enough for you to convict, because there have been so many convictions based on people lying about something, even when they were innocent. Maybe not innocent of everything. Like, they were guilty of having an affair, so they lied about that, and then they're convicted for killing their wives. Things like that. There are so many people who are convicted over things that they didn't do because they lied. And once you lie and the jury knows you lied, they don't trust you. Yeah, okay, it says, I think if you fall, your hair is going to spread out. If you lie down, your hair will be closer to your head, right? Y'all, when I say that her hair was spread out, I don't know if y'all saw the pictures. I don't mean that when you fall back, yeah, your hair's going to spread out. It's not like that. This was like evenly laid, like spread all the way out, not like messy fell back. This is like staged hair. Like all that, the kids do nowadays on Instagram. Well, they'll pull their hair out and they'll do all their weirdness. I mean, I'm not saying she was doing weirdness on Instagram. I'm just saying it was very staged. Hair will never, no matter how many times you try to fall down, hair will never naturally lay the way that hers was. GSR is not as reliable as you think. Many states don't even consider it anymore. Yeah, we've talked about this on stream before too. GSR is more of a screening tool. It's not like GSR is not like a DNA thing. It's not a bam, gotcha. There's a lot of ways that you can transfer GSR. If let's say even if they tested her and she had GSR on her hands, there's a few different things that can go into that. There's, the 2 component factors. Okay, so there's other things that can test positive or make you test positive for GSR. They have the presumptive test and then they have the lab test. You can get a negative on one and a positive on the other, depending on what it is. But also, it's easily transferable. And if she handled the firearm, which it was her family's firearm, so we can assume that she would have had GSR on her hands anyway. Now, if she has like a ton of it and there's a ton of particles on there, then that would give them a little bit more insight, possibly. But it's not one of those things that they can really say, even if you handle a firearm or if you are in the area when one is shot, which if her hands are up like this and the gun was, shot 10 to 12 inches from her head, she would have had a bunch of GSR on her hands anyway, even if she didn't pull the trigger. So it would have helped to have it possibly, okay, well, she hardly had any, or she didn't have, it would have given them like a little bit more insight, but it wouldn't have given them enough to where they could have figured out more of what was going on. Because it's not as reliable as they really think. Future is taking us to the post office and Costco. I love it. Oh, Costco pizza sounds good. Let's see. I'm trying to see all the comments, but I also miss some sometimes, and I'm sorry. All right, let's see. Nana R says the body would have been washed by the medical examiner, so no GSR anyway. They did find that, because how long was it after that he finally, it was a while before he finally said something about it being her who shot. So, this would have been long time after they had washed her. All right, let's see. It sounds silly, but I just kind of tried it with a Barbie doll, and her hair spreads out when she falls, but stays closer to her head if she lays down. Pull up the pictures of her so y'all can see what I'm talking about. Yes, your hair will fall back, but I'm saying it's not what I think that y'all are thinking. There's no way on God's green earth that her hair would have naturally fallen the way that it did. Chevelle said, if I remember, kind of old, so memory isn't that good. She had braids and they're heavier than normal hair. I'm just saying. Yeah, the detective said that she had braids, I believe. Let's see. This is a theory that somebody else had brought up at one point too that I heard, and I was like, that could be. Maybe that they had a suicide pact and were both planning to do it, and he didn't. It's a possibility. They did only have one shot to her that they found, and it was directly through, directly through. No other shots found. So the second shell casing is also another one of those unanswered questions. Jen D says, I really haven't been following the case. What do you think the motive was? I cannot find a motive. The only thing, which is why, yeah, and I mean, we could speculate all day long, of course, but it's why the whole suicide thing has come in, which the suicide stuff came from him saying that, but also I did not watch the first trial, but I had heard some people that were in here that did watch the first trial that said there was a lot more that came out in the first trial about her previous struggles with that, and that they monitored a lot more, or kind of filtered out a lot more of that talk on this one, which is interesting. Jody Allgood says, like you always say, Brandy, make it make sense. Make it make sense. None of this makes sense. That's what is annoying about this one. He assisted this deadly act and got scared. Yeah, I think that he panicked. And I thought at first it could be an accident, but him turning that phone off on the way there, that ain't accidental, y'all. That is not accidental. Chevelle says, I still believe that Scoop pushed Tori to her limit. Yeah. And they've been dating, a few months, right? And the detective was even saying, like, he's an a-hole, that he didn't seem sad. He didn't seem, like this affected him at all. Can we fast forward to get to the verdict? I don't know. Y'all, we fast forward. We made it through this trial because we were watching it faster and skipping the breaks and stuff. We watched it. It was like 3.5 hour stream 2 days ago. And then yesterday was like a 9.5 hour stream. And we made it through all of that time. We were like lightning speed. It's like 13 hours to get through a whole trial and some of verdict watch. Steph says it was her blood on her thigh that the medical examiner said was transfer, correct? How did the transfer blood get there if she was already gone at that point? Yeah, she had the spot and they said it was transfer. It didn't look like spatter or anything like that it was definitely transfer. So he told them he didn't have any blood on him, but I don't believe that because obviously there was transfer blood on her. So I can understand why this was a hung jury the first time, because there are just so many parts that just don't make sense. Okay, Janet says, if he is truly the innocent party in the car trying to convince her not to do it, she screamed at him to turn his phone off, then he might have done it to calm her down. I don't know. I mean, it's possible. Chrissy Bacon says, and 18-year-olds aren't rational thinkers for the most part. Say that. Yes. Mine's 19, but he's a little bit more rational than I was when I was his age, though. Thank God. Let me see. The car being burned is a huge thing, and he still has not admitted to burning the car. But it was off in the cut, as he said, in the nature preserve or whatever, at the entrance of the nature preserve. So who's going to burn it, boo? It's another lie. I know Lisa Wilmot says, did anyone show proof of her being... I don't know how many times I can say that word. We're still in the first 2 hours, so I'm going to skip that word, but y'all can read it. Like searches on her phone or mental health concerns, etc. I know that they pulled her records. I know that there was talk, and this is another one of those things that people who watched the first trial had said that they heard more information on this in the first trial than they did this trial, from her mom and, from whoever else. I don't know. I know that mom was one of them, they said. And about that first hospital stay where mom was saying this time that she was sick or that she wasn't feeling well and she took medicine or something. There was somebody in chat that was saying that in the first trial, there was a lot more to those stories. So I think that there may have been more, but it looks like a lot of that stuff was left out this time. Yeah, Deactivated Heart says, was she wearing boxer shorts when she left the house? Wasn't she found in boxer shorts? Yeah, and on that video, you can see her leaving in that. So it was, yeah. Which to me, if you're, let's look at this logically. If you know that this is what you want to do, if you want your friend to help you with this, then, well, but I mean, if you're going to be, I'm just thinking if people are going to be finding me, I don't want to be in boxer shorts. Like, I don't know. Maybe that's just me. I wouldn't want to, I mean, not that I'm going to put on my Sunday best or nothing, but I mean, but then again, maybe, you can't turn irrational thoughts. You can't try to rationalize irrational thoughts. So, do you think the verdict will be today? I don't know. I need to look up how long they deliberated last time. I looked it up once before and I cannot remember. Oh my gosh. Super sweetie. There was no mention of Walmart at all in this whole trial. Of course, it was a very short trial, but still, there was no Walmart in this whole thing. That's a first. Let's see. Oh, Nikki says 9 months after. Oh, see, that's a long time. Hello, Holly. I have missed a lot of the trial. How did they get him in the first place? The neighbor's Ring cameras showed her go in there and then them coming down the stairs together and then him returning back alone. There it is. That's what it was. 39-inch. 39-inch box braids, perfectly fanned out. Ah, the eyebrows. It's verdict eyebrows time. Verdict eyebrows time. Look, I've even got my wet rag. It's not even that wet anymore, but I've got water right here. Verdict eyebrows time. I was prepared. Verdict eyebrows. It's a tradition. Look, they're going to come back with a verdict. I'm going to have one on. Be like, look, y'all, I can explain. So, for those of you who have not been here, look, remember how I messed up the one and now I have one extra one? That's okay. It's okay. We're just going to have one extra one, and that's okay too. So somebody's verdict is going to have only one eyebrow, and that's okay. These are so funny too because my hair is so blonde, and these are brunette eyebrows. So I forget that they're on. And then when I glance up over here every once in a while at the camera, I'm like, holy, what happened to my eyebrows? It makes me feel like a cartoon villain. That was also incredibly like perfectly across. Where'd it go? Does no one else think it was a complete accident? I thought it could have been an accident until I heard him say that, or heard them call him out. He said he turned his phone off because he was scared. And they were like, okay, but you turned your phone off on the way there. So how could you have been scared on the way there if, let me see, I messed this one up last time. I think this is right. So the fact that he turned his phone off on the way there is what makes me think it doesn't make sense for it to be an accident. Doesn't mean that it's impossible. It just means that when I try to be as logical as I can about it, turning the phone off on the way there to me shows that he knew something was going to happen that shouldn't. I saw that and I realized that that's, oh no. Look, I'm already messing up. I saw that they had said something about how it could be an accident. Look, there's eyebrow number one. See, doesn't it make me look a cartoon villain? Because they're so dark. And I get what they're saying, but I just turning the phone off on the way there is just so suspect to me. We saw this at warp speed, yes. There are some other ones that I think this is the one I messed up last time. There are some other ones that I wish we could have watched at warp speed. This next one, the one we start in a little bit, is going to be crazy. And this crazy, what's something I can call him and not get banned? This a-hole is taking the stand. He is by far one of the most ridiculous, annoying, narcissistic, chauvinistic pigs. Like, y'all know how, look, I got both of those on the first try. I'm getting good at some verdict eyebrows. I am getting good. Look at there. First try. First try. First try on the verdict eyebrows. I try to go into different trials with an open mind, but I did such a deep dive on the widower trial that we're starting today. I did such a deep dive on that I did not have an open mind. Only because we've already seen all the evidence. And he is, I mean, look, my mind could always change. Stranger things have happened. But something that my mind will not change of is that this dude belongs in jail and he is a pig. Let me show y'all this. He is bleh. Not a fan. Not a fan at all. He's a pig. Let me find. Oh, this is one clip that I pulled. We can watch this whole hearing actually while we're in verdict watch, just to prep us for what's coming.
This is nonsense. I want the hell out of here.
Now, let me pause. Keep in mind, this man is talking to the judge like this.
And I know when these lawyers see what there is to see, they're going to file the appropriate motions and they're going to ruin your day and they're going to ruin the state's day, because then you are going to grant these motions that they file and I'm going home. It's that simple. But it's not going to happen until they come and see me, till they have access to me. I've been waiting 14 years. I've had 25 attorneys. It's getting old. So you have to step up and make these people do what they need to do.
He told the judge that he has evidence and he's like, it's going to ruin your day. It's going to ruin the state's day. And I'm going to get out of here. It's as simple as that. But you need to step up. He told the judge, you need to step up. We'll watch that whole one. We'll watch it in just a second. Where is... Let me see if I can pull. Let's just watch the whole hearing. I thought I had the link on here, but maybe not. Ugh. Ugh. He's not a fan. Not a fan. But you know what's scary though? You know what's real scary? It is a possibility that he could walk. Because without the evidence that of his patterns, the case isn't that strong. Not as strong as it was. But the interview with the jurors from before said that if they had not seen the evidence from the prior bad acts, that they still would have convicted him. So it's and they can say that. It is hard for them to know that for sure, obviously, because once you see the other stuff, then it's like, you know, who you can see him for who he is. So it's hard to say that, but I hope that it's true. But he is a pig. All right, this is the trial. Oh, he's ugh. This is the judge that he has now. Now keep in mind too, this is fun. So they are not the jury is not going to decide his sentence. This is going to be decide his sentence if he's convicted, hopefully when he's convicted, is going to be decided by the judge. So keep that in mind and listen to the way that he talks to this judge. And I like this judge. She's no
Mr.
nonsense.
Randolph, are you on Blue Jeans? Mr. Bradford, can you hear anything going on in the room next door?
Yeah, I see him too. He's logged in as J945-8JDC in Nigerian.
Thank you. Thank you for the super sticker, Jane.
Okay. Mr. Randolph, can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Okay, perfect. All right, so Mr. Randolph is here. Let's go to page 5. C250966, State of Nevada versus Thomas Randolph. May the record reflect Mr. Randolph is present via Blue Jeans from the Nevada Department of Corrections. Mr. Ornos is here on his behalf, as well as Mr. Orem is also here, and Mr. Pesci is here on behalf of the state. Mr. Ornos or Mr. Orem, what is the status on trial readiness? Are we on track?
We are on track, Your Honor.
Okay, and the Crime Stopper materials, it's my understanding the state is not opposed to getting an order to turn those over. Have we already done that?
That's my understanding as well, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Ornos, do you know, has the order already been submitted?
We will be submitting it shortly.
I just want to punch him in the face.
So I'll sign that order based on the representation that there's a stipulation to release those records. So as soon as I get the order, I'll sign that order, we'll release those records. Anything else that we need to discuss today, Mr. Ornos?
Judge Jones, can you hear me?
I can, Mr. Randolph?
I have some problems.
We know.
I've been trying to get with the lawyers, and they tell me that the prison will not let them visit me virtually, will not let them talk to me telephonically. That is what you guys told me, correct?
Yes,
Yes.
and Your Honor, excuse me, I would address this, Jim Ornos.
So
You know, it's very difficult. I mean, sometimes we try to get a message to them, they won't pass it on. It's, you know, their policies are making it extraordinarily difficult for us to talk to our client, even on the phone. Now, of course, we can go up there and we're going to do that, but you know, if we have to limit contact to just those times where we can travel to the prison, I mean, obviously that's really going to impact our ability to communicate with our client.
No, I
Okay,
mean,
Judge Jones,
Yay!
my
Congratulations.
concern is I was under the impression, because we've had virtual conversations with Tom Erickson, which I guess is no longer on my case. So I know what happens. And I know you signed an order because they took the cuffs off so I can write and stuff. So I know there's an order in place. And I thought the last time we talked, when they took me to Clark County just to do this over the virtual thing here, which was just a total waste of time and exposing me to COVID. I asked you about a standing order and you said you didn't think that was in place, but you had no problem with that. It's beyond me that my lawyers cannot set up a virtual, and maybe they're not shooting straight with me, but this is getting old really fast. So I got
Poor
a
thing.
problem, and I got 2 or 3 problems I want to put on the record today. I filed a motion. I don't know if you have got that. I know my lawyers got it. The state should have had it by now. But
Thank you.
this has been going on for 14
Thank
years. There are motions that my attorneys should be filing in the next 3 weeks. But they have to talk to me first. We've been getting files, but when I say, I need to talk to you, and they say, we need to talk to you, okay, set up a virtual call. There's supposed to be a court order. It doesn't happen. They say, we can't do it. The prison won't let us. Set up a telephonic call. Well, we can't do that. The prison won't let us. So I don't know who's doing what here, but it's my understanding, you're the judge, you write the orders, they do what you tell them, not what they want to do. So, and I'm talking not about the lawyers, I'm talking about the prison. I need contact with my lawyers. My lawyers need to see me. I've been spending a fortune sending them, mailing them things. So we're at this point, but they won't let them come out and visit me, even though we've had the COVID vaccine months now. I am sitting in limbo. I know what I know, and this case is over. It's just a matter of filing a couple of motions, and the state's not going to be happy with it, but they screwed up and they're going to have to live with the consequence. But nothing's going to get done until my lawyers file this. Nothing's going to get done until my lawyers come out and see me or whatever. So I'm asking if my lawyers
This is June
file a
25th of 21.
motion to have me transported to one of their offices, because there are literally hundreds of pictures and dozens of hours of video and audio that I have to listen to, because I haven't had that yet. It's been 14 years and I haven't seen the whole walkthrough, just because I've had 25 lawyers in 14 years, starting my 14th year, and the only 2 that did anything was my Utah attorneys. So it's really getting frustrating to me because, like I said, I know what I know. I photocopy everything, and this is nonsense. I'm not going to put up with this much longer. So I'm asking if my lawyers file an order asking me to be transported to their office so that I can access the computer. And
Okay, let's process this for a second. Let's process this. Because keep in mind, we're going to have to listen to this crazy fool on the stand, because he's going to take the stand. He says he's taking the stand. I'm sure his attorneys are like, please just sit down and shut up. But he wants to take the stand. I just want to make sure that we all take a moment to appreciate the ridiculousness of this hearing, where he is telling the judge he wants her to write an order so that they can transport him to his attorney's office so he can like get on the computer and stuff. Let me rewind 10 seconds. Let's just appreciate what an idiot he is.
I know what I know. I photocopy everything, and this is nonsense. I'm not going to put up with this much longer. So
look, he's not going to put up with this much longer. He told the judge it's nonsense, and he's not going to put up with this much longer. I'm glad he's warning her that he's not going to put up with this much longer.
I'm asking if my lawyers file an order asking me to be transported to their office so that I can access the computer and go over the files because they have the files. You would certainly sign that, I would believe, because that's happened in the past. If my lawyers get an order saying that they need to talk to me virtually a couple of hours here, a couple hours there, it's my understanding you've already signed those orders. They're in place. If they're not, they will refile those, and it's my belief you would sign those. If my lawyers file a motion and orders saying they need to talk to me telephonically and set this up, it's my belief that you would sign those. Am I incorrect? Are you not going to sign orders allowing me access to my attorneys?
I'm not gonna sign an order to transport you to your attorney's office because that's outside of my jurisdiction. That is up to the prison where you are transported. So you're incorrect, and I'm going to sign that.
She said you are
can't
incorrect.
tell you whether or not I'm going to sign any other orders that you mentioned because I haven't seen them and I don't know what the reasoning is behind them, which is, I'm sure, the reason why Mr. Ornos probably is in preparation of those orders and hasn't submitted them, because Mr. Ornos is 110% aware of what is and is not legally allowed. And Mr. Ornos isn't going to request something that he knows isn't legally allowed. Mr. Ornos just indicated that he has been having problems with being able to see you at the prison. And I did sign an order back on, I signed it May 18th, saying that he's supposed to have weekly telephonic conferences with you. And Mr. Ornos, are you saying that that is not being complied with?
I am, Your Honor. Yeah, it's not. They,
Okay. All right. Well, we're gonna
I
need
love
to
her
get
too.
the prison. I mean, we're gonna need to get the prison here so we can have discussions with them about how this is going to proceed. I'm having this issue with the prison in another case, and they will actually be here on Monday in regards to that issue. But Mr. Ornos, I'm gonna ask you to get in touch with the prison and file a motion to put this on calendar on the day that they're, and we need them here. We need the Attorney General's office here on behalf of the prison so that they can discuss why the prison is not in compliance with the order that I issued. And Henry Kim is here, it appears. Mr. Kim, are you here on
She
this
be
matter?
judging. I love her. I love her.
Your Honor, I'm actually here on the Bradford matter. I apologize for the camera. It's not working for some reason.
Okay, but how do we get in touch with, who's representing the prison in regards to not honoring my orders on Thomas Randolph?
Your Honor, I'm not, I mean, because it's a criminal case and if there's an outstanding order regarding a weekly teleconference, I can certainly look into that and see what's going on. But I'm not sure if anybody's been made aware of that order. I'm not sure who's Mr. Orem is on this case.
Jim Ornos, you were made aware. As a matter of fact, I sent it to the prison, and the prison then called Chambers.
Yeah, that's his
So-
judge now.
Okay, I personally haven't been made aware, so let's make that clear. Who at the prison did you provide the order to, and they deny the teleconference? I mean, this is something
They just ignored it. They called Chambers. No one even called us back. They just ignored it and called Chambers. That's what they did.
Okay.
So nobody called us back to even tell us that.
How about you can communicate with me, and then I can possibly facilitate and assist you in scheduling a teleconference with your client.
Fantastic. I'm sorry, what's your name again?
My name is Henry Kim, and you can look up my information on the State Bar website.
Okay, AG, got it. Okay.
Judge Jones, also, this virtual, we can talk on the phone, but obviously I can't see any video that my lawyers have that I need to see. They can't see any files that I have. Now, I have been sending my Jim, a lot of files that is the crux of there's 17, 18, 19 boxes of files. You only need these 300 or 400 pages. They speak for themselves. They will be my defense. If we go to trial, they will be the crux of what I am going to report to you in a minute. And then the state's going to have a real issue. But
He tells her that he's got all these boxes of files, but it's really his whole defense lies in like 300 or 400 issues, or 300 or 400 pages. And when he gets that to them, the state's going to have a real issue. He truly believes, not only does he believe that he is the smartest in the room, in any room, he believes he is like intimidating the judge and the attorneys and anybody else. He's literally telling the judge who is going to decide his sentencing, he's literally telling her that in those 300 or 400 pages, his whole defense lies in those pages. And when they get those, that it's going to ruin her day.
Actually, if nothing else, if we get 2 or 3 hours right in a row, and that's why I've done this, here's page 1, they got page 1, I got page 1, and we can go through each and every one of those files if it takes, and it's going to take 2-3 hours right in a row. And we do this virtually so that we can actually, I can show them. That's the purpose of having my hands uncuffed, so I can hold the files up and we can see what we got here. Also, my lawyer says they have no problem coming out and seeing me, bringing the laptop, bringing all the video, and spending all day here. They said that's not a problem, but they won't let me do that, or they won't let them do that. This is nonsense. I want the hell out of here. And I know when these lawyers see what there is to see, they're going to file the appropriate motions, and they're going to ruin your day, and they're going to ruin the state's day, because then you are going to grant these motions.
He tells the judge, he tells her that his attorneys are going to file these motions, and she's going to see them, and they are going to, and he said, they're going to ruin your day, and they're going to ruin the state's day. He is talking to a judge like this while he's sitting in prison. Bad idea, bro.
That they file, and I'm going home. It's that simple.
I'm going home.
But it's not going to happen until they come and see me, till they have access to me. I've been waiting 14 years. I've had 25 attorneys. It's getting old. So you have to step up and make these people do what they need to do. And lastly, and this is
Mr. Randolph. All right, Mr. Kim is going to help facilitate getting you access to your lawyers. He just told Mr. Ornos that. Mr. Kim is going to facilitate that. So we're about to set a status check to make sure that that's been done and that you've had access to your lawyers. So that's exactly what we're going to do in regards to that issue. What is your last issue?
Okay, I had a question. I couldn't hear you earlier. I heard the lawyer saying something about they were supposed to get something within so many days, and now I didn't hear what you was talking about. When we first started and you didn't know I was here, something about they was expecting some paperwork and they hadn't got it, or
they're talking about the material from Crime Stoppers that there's been a court order for them to get. The state is agreeing to give it to them. The order is going to be signed for them to get it.
So we should have that in.
I have no idea, Mr. Randolph. I don't control Crime Stoppers.
What I was asking, and I will try to get with the attorneys if they can hopefully come out on the 10th. I know this is a holiday weekend, July 10th, spend some time with me. I'm wondering if we can have a status check on the 16th to see if these have been filed, because if they haven't filed these things, then we need.
He's now asking the judge to set a status hearing for him, and he's telling her the day. He's telling the judge, hey, I know it's a holiday this weekend, but like next week, go ahead and pencil me in. I'd like to do a status hearing to make sure that my attorneys got all of this taken care of.
Need to talk about, maybe we're not working together, the lawyers and I, but I think they'll do, I believe they're going to do what they're supposed to do. But is there a way to have a status check on the 16th so that I can?
Could I be heard, Judge? Could I be heard?
Yes, Mr. Randolph. First of all, you can't dictate when the lawyers are going to come visit you, okay? These lawyers are gonna come visit you when they can arrange to come out and visit you. I am not gonna sit here and guarantee you that that's gonna happen on July 10th. Because then if it doesn't happen,
I
then
get-
we lie. Mr. Randolph, when I'm talking, you're not. I'm not gonna guarantee you that. We're also not having a status check date on July 16th. I'm gonna set a status check date momentarily, but I'm about to hear from Mr. Orm because he would like to be heard. Go ahead, Mr. Orm.
Your Honor, just so the record is clear, I'm confirming today. I know Mr. Randolph has serious issues, and I'm going to work with Mr.
Yeah,
Randolph
he
and
does.
Mr. Ornos. I'm confirming today. I know very limited information about the case, but we're going to make sure that Mr. Randolph is visited, his issues are taken care of, the appropriate motions are filed. And so I want to assure the court and Mr. Randolph of that. I know Mr. Ornos is working hard on the case.
Thank you, Mr. Orman. I have no doubt that that's
It's
exactly
been
what you're gonna do.
84
So
years.
I'm ordering Mr.
Okay,
Kim to communicate with Mr. Ornos and Mr. Orm to make sure we get these visits coordinated. You guys will have that done. We'll have a status check on July 30th for a status check on visitation at 8:30.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
What was the date?
July 30th.
For clarity purposes.
July, okay, that was me. I have 2 minutes and I'm done. I filed a motion and I don't think you've got it yet. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, basically what this motion is, and it's, I'm
Mr.
filing.
Randolph, you're not gonna tell me what the motion is. When I get the motion,
I'm
it's on
sorry?
the calendar. You're not gonna tell me what the motion is today because the motion is not on calendar and I'm not gonna decide it because I haven't read it. When the motion gets
Okay.
filed, I'm going to read it and then I will decide it at that time.
Okay, that's what I had asked, if we could do that on the 30th, so I guess you'll decide that and let us know.
Yep,
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thanks, guys. That's what I wanted to hear you was gonna do.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
all right. Thank you.
This guy is, I mean,
life with his past wife.
hold on, let me see if I can find another one. The nerve, the audacity to tell the judge, laugh count might be the next thing. Jaws on the floor, jaw drop on the floor. Oh my God, what a moron. We can watch. Okay, so remember that he is not representing himself, but I think that he thinks he should be, because he has said all along that oops, my foot is in the camera. Nope, not that kind of party. He has said all along that he thinks that his attorneys, all 25, well, there's been more than 25 at this point. I need to see exactly how many there's been. It's almost 30, somewhere in that range, 30 attorneys. That all of them, he complains all the time in interviews and stuff like that, that they don't do anything. That, you know, they do nothing, and he could do this better by himself. And so I could see him being one of those who will be like, I got this. Y'all have a seat. Lisa Wilmot, OnlyFans, Brandy Foot Cam. Yeah, I know. Every time, because I've given her this space under my desk, and like I can sneak my foot under here sometimes when I need to stretch my leg out, but I try not to get my feet in there because it brings a whole different crowd. So I'm just sneaking my foot out to stretch it out sometimes. Stephanie Willis says, I think I'd rather deal with Brooks. It would be almost as bad. Maybe worse. Maybe worse. Yeah, maybe worse. Sorry, I have to stretch my foot. Here, just don't look at my feet for a second. I have to stretch my foot because it's going to sleep. Just ignore. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Okay. All right. Foot's out of the way. Now we're back on the cute dog. All right. No OnlyFans today. So he is something else. And bleh, I can't stand him. Remember the hearing that we watched? Oh, I see movement in the courtroom. Okay, they're not doing anything, I guess. Remember the hearing that we watched where they are moving in the courtroom. I wonder if there's another jury question or a verdict. Oh, I'm about to end our poll. I forgot we still have a poll going. Yeah, this door just opened and the flags moved and somebody, you could see the top of their head walking by here. There's movement and oh, there's another head. We have movement. So oh, the hearing, sorry, I didn't take my medicine today. The hearing that we watched the other day where they were trying to have his walkthrough video, they were trying to suppress that and defense did not want it in. They released a few days ago, they released the entire thing on, which is good. I was going to file the FOIA for it, but then I was like, by the time I get it back, we'll see it in trial anyway. But they saved me the money. Law and Crime did, and they released it, and it's about 45 minutes. But we can watch that too. I'm trying to watch this and see what. Let me see if there's anything about if there's a question, because there's movement in the courtroom. And of course, we have in about 20 minutes, 25 minutes, 20 minutes, something like that. The Thomas Randolph trial is supposed to be starting. I'm so excited. We'll keep the verdict watch on so that we know what's happening, but all right, let's see here. FOIA is Freedom of Information Act. So can file a FOIA request. And they'll release things like that. It just, on some of the things, it takes a long time, and on some of the things, it costs, more money than I would like, but it's the way to get all the goods straight from the source. All right, let's see. It's either a question or the verdict, but I can't see. Camera's moving. What if it's verdict and then it just happens to work out perfectly?
Give me just a moment.
right before we start our new trial.
Right, sorry, asking my staff attorney to do something. All right, let's go back on the record. We have Mr. Ford present in the courtroom with his attorney, Lawrence Lewis. Both of the attorneys for the state are present. We have another question from the jury that's been marked as Court's Exhibit 7. It reads as follows: may we handle the demonstrative weapon? Signed by the foreperson, dated today at 11:29 a.m. So let me hear from the state first. I know Mr. Lawrence Lewis, you had mentioned that you were unsure as to whether or not that would go back with them earlier and you were going to do some research, but let me hear the state's response first.
I don't know that I have an objection, but I also cannot affirmatively say that that's allowable. My case law, I can affirmatively say no, yes, or no, but I don't have an objection.
Let me hear from the defense.
Turn your mics on.
Call case law primary sources as opposed to somebody's summary of the primary source, which is a secondary source. So I have not seen a primary source that says, but I have seen secondary sources that have said that demonstrative evidence does not go back with the jury. It's admitted for demonstrative purposes in the courtroom only, and it's not to go back with the jury. So I have to oppose the demonstrative evidence going into the jury room only because the secondary source. So I can't quote to the court State of Georgia versus Jones or State of Georgia versus Jackson. I wish I could. I can't. But and I don't want to. I don't recall if it was Gactyl or whatever it is. But I have learned that that demonstrative evidence should not be going back with the jury. So I have to oppose it.
All right, I think I'm going to need to take a few minutes to try to look at the law on this. I would ask both sides to also take that time to do so. So let me plan for about a 10-minute recess at this point to see if I can find some case law on the issue and we can have a further discussion before I respond to the jury. So let's be in recess for about 10 minutes.
All right. So the jury wants to see the demonstrative weapon. They don't have their mics on, so it's really hard to hear. So I don't know how much of this y'all can hear and how much you can't, but they want the demonstrative weapon. So they are probably right now doing the same thing that we kind of did earlier today, talking about the, difference in if it could be, if it would be her doing it herself or him doing it and the positions you'd have to be in and that type of thing. Remember when they were showing how, because it went straight through, that it was like parallel with the ground or perpendicular, depending on how you, whatever. But that it was, even with the ground. So they might be asking for that because they're debating on whether or not she could have done it to herself or if he did it. So the state didn't have an opposition to it. Defense said that he believes case law says that, the demonstrative stuff doesn't go back with the jury. So he said because of that, he would have to oppose. So she's going to take 10 minutes. They're going to review the law and then come back and discuss and decide. So yeah, I think I think so. I think so. I think there's a lot of doubt. It was on my hometown, well, the Atlanta NBC channel, 11 Alive. They streamed it, so I don't know that Law and Crime did, but I know that 11 Alive, the NBC station for Atlanta, did. So it may still be available. Hannah Fuller said, maybe it's just me. I thought demonstrative was never allowed for the jury. Yeah, that's what he said too. So I guess they're going to review and make the decision, but I don't see this happening. But I could be wrong. Stranger things have happened. Let's see. I want to get all right. I've got this one pulled up that's starting. I have so many tabs open right now. I've got this one. It's supposed to be starting in 15 minutes. So I've got it pulled up. And then, of course, we'll keep our verdict watch on for now, too, so we can see what they say. We will keep an eye on the verdict watch, but I do not want to miss a moment of this Thomas Randolph circus. And today's going to be a long day. So we got 14 minutes till this one starts. So y'all go grab your snacks, grab you some juice boxes, beef sticks, Capri Suns, little blue nap mat for when we're in recess. Murray Moss, sharpen your pencil. We don't know what we're going to be counting yet, but we're going to be counting something. Maybe we'll count like every time he is a distraction. All of the times. All of the times. He is going to be... I can't wait. Let me get... You know what I need to do? This is what I need to do. I need to get my little time stamp thing out, because I know I'm going to be making notes of what a mess this is going to be. It's going to be great. It's going to be great. Total circus. And I am here for it. I am here for it. I've been waiting on this one.
It's been 84 years.
And we're starting it off with some verdict eyebrows. I mean, you don't get much better than this. I'm excited about this one too, because, I put a lot of work into this one. I know there's a lot of... It's going to be so spicy. I know there's going to be a lot of streamers that are doing this one. But I'm excited. I wanted to do it anyway, because I announced this before I realized that there's so many other streamers that are doing this one, because there's so many other trials going on. I didn't think everybody was going to be doing this one. But I was like, this one's right up my alley because it's so complex. Like this one, we need charts and we need backstory and we need all of that. So I was like, this one's right up my alley, So I put a lot of work into this because it is a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot. And I've got, for when we get confused, I've got our little setup right here. So we can see who's who on the wives and their names and what happened to them. I have in the top corner of each one, it says whether they got divorced or they died. One of them, they divorced and then she died later. She was the only one that died out of non-suspicious circumstances. That was wife number 3. And then the rest of them, the ones that did die, I have at the bottom of their little picture, what happened. We have the one where it was the suicide, and he was acquitted of her murder in the 80s. And then the wife number 5, Frances, where she died in the hospital under suspicious circumstances because he was alone in the room with her. And then, of course, the one that he's on trial for now is wife number 6, Sharon, who was shot in the home invasion. Oh, Ari said he needed me because he messed up his chart. He can use mine. Tell him he can use mine if he needs it. I did not listen to the jail phone call. I looked for it because somebody said it was between him and Anjanette, and I did not see it. So I must have missed it. Did you order these eyebrows? Did you? They're really not bad. They're too dark for me, but they're like, if they were just a little bit lighter, but they're like a perfect shape. Interruption count. This one is set to last 3 weeks. Sunny Tanner said, got me some 7-Up and a moon pie. I'm about to go grab me some snacks. Elizabeth Evans said, you put a lot of work into all our cases, Miss Brady. I do try. I want us to have, and I appreciate that. I want us to have, all of the best information. So. There's somebody walking back in. Let me move our wives until we start so that we don't. And some of the other streamers may do it, but they don't have charts and snacks. Snacks. This is actually kind of funny because I don't snack a whole lot because, look, Lucy is like, snacks? Did you say snacks? I don't snack a whole lot because I'm always sitting right here. So then I forget sometimes that I even have snacks, and then I'll go look and I'm like, oh, I forgot I had this. And then I get really excited. Like, I just found chocolate covered pretzels. Guess who's going to have chocolate in her teeth during this trial? Me, because I forgot I had chocolate covered pretzels. but this is going to be the longest day ever. So we're snacking it up today. All right, let me get my stuff ready. 6 more minutes till this one comes on, and then, yeah, she heard that. She heard that word. You want some? Here, you want some string cheese? You love string cheese. You can only have a little bit. All right, give me 5. Good girl. What? You don't want it? Are you literally turning your head at me? Snob. Okay, well, if you decide you want it later. It's just string cheese. I gave you the same thing. She turned her nose up at me. At least she gave me 5 this time. Everybody, say hi to Music Man. 80s Music Man sneaking back in. We see you. Yeah. She wants a pretzel. I try to tell her she can't have chocolate, but she knows how much I like it, so she always wants some. Look, I gave you a piece. Here. Okay. Goodness gracious. I forgot y'all could probably hear that. Snack time. I'm so excited for this trial, y'all. 4 minutes. 4 minutes. We'll see, though, if... you know what, though? I think this judge is one that would... one that will keep, her court. What's the date? 11th. Keep her court, tight, run a tight ship. So I hope we're not super late on stuff. If we are, it won't be because of her. I'm sure it will be because of him. Yes, he has ponytails in that picture. That's how he showed up to court last time.
Jury went retires for deliberations. With that, and as well as the court's research in mind, the state believes the court is correct in that all 3 demonstrative exhibits states the gun. I'm sorry, I don't remember the number offhand, but the weapon that was, or the replica of the weapon is
I wish they'd turn their mics on.
as well as defendants 3A and B, which were the styrofoam baseball and cup, were all admitted without objection and should now be sent back to the jury for their use in whatever way they see fit in deliberation.
All right, give me a moment or two. Right, States 31 was the replica of the gun that was used as a demonstrative aid, and defendants 3A and B, I believe it was marked, is the styrofoam cup and baseball that was used as a demonstrative aid. So the state is asking for all 3 items to go back. Defense response.
Judge,
trials often happen in real time. And so when I give the court my response. Obviously, the court knows that it's the response after 10 minutes. I think that I think there are a number of things going on, and I don't want to make any of the complexity simplistic. The first thing, Judge, is there any objection to the evidence going back? So I think that's, and in doing the research, and I'll continue to do the research, irrespective of the court's decision, because I may find exactly the case that I need to find. The first question is admitted without objection. There are certain cases in the time frame that we've had to research the issue will say the demonstrative evidence was admitted and there was no objection. So that's the first question, because I do object. The second question is, if it's admitted and there is no objection, is the admittance of the evidence enough to warrant a reversal of a conviction? And that's a whole different question than should the evidence go back.
Did you read the cases that the court cited? They make no reference to how the evidence was admitted at trial, just that
it's demonstrative evidence. I saw that, Judge. I saw that. And so what I wasn't able to glean from the cases that the court provided and the cases that I was looking at in the law library is in the situation where the demonstrative evidence is objected to and the court then sends that demonstrative evidence back to the jury. And we're not talking about, and again, obviously there's different types of demonstrative evidence. There is, which is part of my argument, there's demonstrative evidence where the state may have a satellite diagram. There's demonstrative evidence that may have been manipulated by a witness.
And the cases that I cite discuss that. I mean, obviously diagrams are treated different than the demonstrative evidence that was permitted to go back in the jury in the two cases that I cited. In the two cases that I cited, the demonstrative evidence was a styrofoam mannequin head.
Yes.
That was used by the medical examiner to assist in explaining his or her testimony. The other was a dowel rod inserted through a pillow.
Right.
The pillow was the actual evidence. The dowel rod was not actual evidence in the case, but was used demonstratively to show the trajectory of the bullet. And so the court was affirmed in allowing, the trial court was affirmed in allowing the dowel as a demonstrative aid to go back in the jury deliberations.
And that was a situation where I think the attorney opposed it. So that case was a case where the demonstrative evidence was objected to. The court ruled that it could go back. The evidence ultimately went back, and on appeal, the higher court, the appellate court, said that's not a problem. We would distinguish that from this case in that there's only, I would contend, one way for that dowel rod to go into the pillow, as opposed to the multiple ways that the gun may be moved around the baseball. And of course, I think the court understands the baseball was produced because we didn't have a mannequin head. I think that's probably simple enough. And I think we can analogize from the court's case that the baseball and the styrofoam cup is meant to be a substitute for the head that the styrofoam head that we didn't have. I think that is clear enough. And I think if it was a styrofoam head and there was a dowel rod, and the court was talking about putting a dowel rod into the mannequin head, which the witness may have already put a hole in, I think that the cases that the court cites would be absolutely on point. The only point I want to make to the court is the first, I think, step in the inquiry is there an objection? The defense objects. The second question is, over objection, is this the type of demonstrative evidence that the jury cannot manipulate. That's the way I'm going to characterize it. Cannot manipulate. And then third, in cases that the court presents, I say no. I say that they could not have been manipulated. It could not have been, the demonstrative evidence could not have been manipulated. And in this case, we contend the demonstrative evidence can be manipulated. And then the third question is, with the jury having this demonstrative evidence, did it create such a prejudicial effect that there should be an overturn of the conviction? And I think that second inquiry regarding the manipulation of demonstrative evidence is sort of where I stand. I don't know that cases that I've read ultimately say that, Judge, and that's sort of my position. Thank you very much, Judge.
Do you have anything in opposition to the cases cited by the court?
I do not.
Okay, and you agree that both defendants, well, both states (31), the gun, and defendants 3, the styrofoam cup and ball, were both admitted without objection at trial?
But because it's such a tenuous connection, even if I don't even get what the connection would be, because there's no indication that he's the one that took the identification from the individual named on the cards, and so its effect is just prejudicial. I just also would note that there might be another issue in opening that we would want the court's guidance on before we open, and some of that would be the state of mind stuff that we have discussed.
Okay, well, let's deal with this issue first. Can you make sure that you that door shut?
We'll go back. I
Right,
paused
so
the
in
other. We'll
regards
go
to
back.
this issue, I mean, without the connection, I don't think that there's a guarantee that the jury's gonna take this to be some negative character trait of the victim, as well as Mr. Tomczyk is correct. 48045 subsection 1B absolutely excludes any evidence of character or trait of character of the victim of the crime offered by the accused, and gives you guys an opportunity to rebut that. So based upon my direct reading of the statute, I'm going to allow the defense to say it. I will absolutely allow you to rebut that if that's what you guys choose to do. Okay, what other issues?
So, Your Honor, one of the issues is, and I know this record may have had some conversations with counsel about this, is there are several instances kind of leading up to, kind of almost up to Sharon's death, where she's having conversations with her friends. I believe Victoria and Deirdre, who we anticipate will be testifying today, will talk about that the demeanor and the mood of Sharon was that she was depressed and very, very sad. And she starts to confide in them about, I think we need to have a divorce. I don't have anywhere to go. And they are kind of trying to offer solutions like, you can come live at our house, and she's worried about losing her home, things of that nature. I think all these things kind of come in under the state of mind exception. I think it's an important component. There are concerns, particularly with Deirdre, throughout her conversations with Sharon, where she is worried about Mr. Randolph potentially hurting her and warning her, like, you need to get away from him, like, he could kill you. And they literally go, that is some of the advice that Deirdre literally gives Sharon throughout the course of this relationship, because she's that worried about it. So we believe it comes under state of mind. We're trying to get some parameters as to whether we want it to just be, hey, did you have a conversation? How'd she look? What sort of advice did you give at that point?
Well, in regards to that, what do we need to resolve before opening? Because it's my understanding Deidre's not testifying until this afternoon, so we were gonna discuss that at lunch.
That's correct. But what I do have is, I think one line in the slide that says, there are friends and family that warned her to stay away because they literally believe he could kill her. Like, that is a warning they gave to Sharon before she dies.
And that's what the slide says?
Yes.
Okay.
And so to me, for me, it's the advice that they're giving, which is so important, but obviously, if.
Right, I just wanna make a ruling on what you've been saying, opening right now, we can have, it's because Mr. Tomczyk and Ms. Franklin and myself had already discussed this, the possibility, and I agree with Mr. Tomczyk, I wanna see a proper of what these statements are before I say exactly what the parameters are gonna be. So right now, while we got this jury outside waiting, I wanna talk about what we need to talk about in opening, and then we will use our lunchtime to argue the rest of these issues so that the jury is not waiting. Mr. Tomczyk.
Assuming it's limited to that, I think that's a great way to streamline things. I've talked to the state at length about it because there's a lot of stuff that was introduced at the last trial that is per se inadmissible. And when we reference people like Miss Marley, she wasn't called, he had no recorded statement. The woman who was just-
It's a friend of Sharon's.
Yeah, so there's no recorded voluntary statement from her. She has never testified at any proceeding. So if they intend to introduce anything that raises one of those issues, I think it's incumbent upon the state to bring it to the court's attention first. We can talk about it. We can probably streamline that process as well. We just don't want anything inadmissible coming before the jury.
Okay, so in regard to the one statement that's in opening, what's your position on that?
I have no position on that whatsoever.
All right, so let's go forward with the opening and we will do the proper and the rest of that at lunch. Is there anything else in the opening regarding these statements that we need to be concerned about?
I don't believe so.
Okay, so then I will hash out the parameters of what these people can testify to before they get to stand this afternoon. Okay? All right, bring in the jury.
Bring in the jury.
All right, for the president of the jury.
I'm still trying to watch down here. I'm so excited. It's time.
Council President, Your Honor. May I be seated? We are back on the record in C-250-966, State of Nevada versus Thomas Randolph. May the record reflect Mr. Randolph is present with his attorneys, deputy district attorneys on behalf of the state. Do both parties stipulate to the presence of our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the first thing that we're going to do today is I'm going to swear you in. So all of you, the clerk is actually. Will all of you please rise and raise your right hand and the clerk will administer your juror oath.
You and each of you do solemnly swear that you will well and truly try the case at issue and a true verdict render according to the evidence, so help you God.
May I be seated? Thank you very much. State, are you prepared to give your opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Henry.
Thank you.
Here we go. Here's our little map to help.
MC? Yes. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence will show in this case that it is really, really hard to plan the perfect murder. In this case, you will learn that on May 8th, 2008, specifically at 8:45 p.m., the defendant calls 911. What you're seeing over here on this monitor is 6517 Rancho Santa Fe. This is Sharon's home, a home that she invited the defendant to move into and live with her. When police arrive, there are 3 people inside that residence. And you will learn 2 are dead. This is the defendant's wife.
Oh, gosh.
Sharon Randolph. She was shot in the head in the hallway just outside of her master bedroom. And there was this man.
Oh, they didn't give us
who
any
shot
warning for that.
multiple times. And lastly, we get to this man. That's the defendant. That's what the defendant looked like 15 years ago. This excerpt, this still that you see, is from a walkthrough that he gives to the police 1 week after the murder, where he, in his own words, tells the police exactly what happened. What you're looking at here is a crime scene diagram. This is important just in terms of orienting some of this stuff that is in this house. Right there is where Sharon's body was found. You can see her head is kind of almost into the master bedroom. You can see there is a hallway that goes straight to that second body. That is the hallway that leads to the garage. And this is where the second man is found. This area, and in particular the northeast bedroom, the office, is important for orienting ourselves about some of the things the defendant says happened on that night. You will learn that the defendant will tell police that he and Sharon had been in Utah for the entire week essentially before this, tending to his father. His father was ill, and the two of them were gone for an entire week, leaving the house empty. He will tell you that the very next day from the day Sharon is killed, on May 9th, they plan to leave the state again and return to Utah to take care of his father. You will hear on that night of May 8th, the defendant and Sharon go to dinner at the Santa Fe to a steakhouse called the Charcoal Grill. They were going to celebrate Mother's Day early because they were going to be away in Utah and Sharon wouldn't have an opportunity to be with her daughter, Colleen, or her grandkids. You're going to hear, according to the defendant, they planned after dinner to see a movie, but they decided to cut the movie short so they could come home early to have sex. He will tell you that before they got home, they went from the Santa Fe to a gas station that you're going to see is right next to the Santa Fe to fill up the tank because they were leaving the very next morning. That gas station, you'll learn, is called Funny's. He will tell the police that when they pulled up to the garage, it's essentially a two-car garage, but it's really tight. There's a car already parked inside, and it would be really difficult for him to pull all the way in and have Sharon exit from the front passenger side. So when he pulls up, Sharon exits first, with the defendant in the driver's seat remaining in the car. He will tell you that he pulls in, waits in the car, and gets the car into its slot. The defendant will tell police that he didn't hear anything for two main reasons. He tells the police that he's essentially deaf, and also he had the car turned up for music really loud. So he doesn't hear anything. Sharon goes inside, and he hears nothing without incident. You will learn that he says that when he opens the door to the garage, he sees Sharon at the end of that hallway, lying face down. He tells the police, I thought I saw a shadow kind of farther down the hallway near Sharon, so he gets nervous. So he goes into that side bedroom, the one that I had pointed out on the crime scene diagram, and he reaches for a gun. It's kind of hanging in one of these like almost like shoe closets. You know, they look like rectangles, and you can slot things in. So he reaches in and he grabs his gun, and as he makes his way out to that doorway of the bedroom, to that hallway to get back towards Sharon, an intruder bumps into him, comes his way right into him. And you're going to learn that that intruder was wearing a black ski mask. And he was wearing a sweatshirt, a baggy sweatshirt. The defendant tells the police at that point in time, he had no idea who the intruder was. He explains that he notices the intruder starts to struggle for a firearm out of his baggy clothing. And so what he says he does is he pushes the intruder on the opposite end of the hallway from that doorway. He pushes him across, and then he pulls out his gun and starts to shoot at the intruder multiple times in that, essentially at that doorway and in that hallway. He explains that as he's shooting at this intruder, the intruder starts to kind of make his way down towards the garage door, right? The way to get out. Even though the garage door is closed, he claims that's the way the intruder decided to run. And he follows and continues to shoot. And ultimately, he continues to shoot until the intruder falls down dead just inside the garage, right at the entryway of the garage door. And then the defendant, when it was all kind of done, he discovers that the intruder is none other than his handyman, Michael Miller. The defendant then tells the police this: I immediately call the police. The evidence will show that when the defendant recounts what happens, he is the hero of his own story. He comes in, he sees his wife killed, and then takes out the intruder. However, the evidence in this case will show that the defendant's story
does not add up. You will learn there are a lot of problems with the defendant's versions of events. Problem number one, the evidence will show that the scene tells a very different story. The evidence will show he claims that he shot Miller in the hallway of his house multiple times. You will learn this not only through the walkthrough, but Mr. Randolph gives an interview the early morning hours of May 9th, because this happens on May 8th. We kind of blend over up past midnight. He's giving an interview. So right after it happens, he's essentially telling this same story that he tells 1 week later in the walkthrough. And then about a month later on June 3rd, he does another interview where he's recounting essentially very similar details about what happens. But he's very consistent that that shooting happens in the hallway. You will now see a few of these excerpts. You're going to get a chance to watch his interview on May 9th, his walkthrough that happens on the 15th, and his second interview on June 3rd. You'll get to see it all. And I hope as you do this, you'll take good notes about the things that he is saying. But here's a couple of things that you will eventually learn through the course of trial.
Did you fire again in this hallway?
Yeah, I believe so. I believe so. Like I said, I fired a lot, and then he came out and turned around again.
Now, is he in the garage now?
He's right at the door over here. I think he was trying to open the garage door. Yeah, in the garage, and heard a noise. And I'd already turned around to go back to where Sharon and I heard a noise, and I just assumed it was him. It was loud. And I turned around and shot it again once or twice. And he was laying there. He wasn't even going anywhere. I shot it again. But it was the fire extinguisher had fallen off the refrigerator. And I just remember hearing the noise. And
How close were you to Mike when he fired?
I don't know that he fired.
When you fired?
Me, you probably, either one of you. And just as soon as I could get enough distance he was right up in my face, like he was reaching, I thought he was trying to get my gun, but I don't know.
So you're indicating about 3 feet?
Yeah, if even that, we was close. I could hit him just as easy, but I don't fight. I got this fat back neck thing, and I swing at you, and I might just be standing there still swinging at you tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. So, and this was in the house still?
Yeah, right around that bedroom door.
These, you will learn, are excerpts from his walkthrough, where again, he's recounting the very thing that he tells the police about what allegedly happened that night.
As we got up in here, he kind of rushed up on me a little bit, and that's when I just pushed him, boom, boom, boom. He started going out toward the shed. I don't know how many times I shot him, but I just kept right on going. Boom, boom, boom. And he's just laying there. Now. And when I heard that noise, it really did scare me. Like, boom, boom. Except the door didn't come down. It stayed just like it was open. And I actually got close. Boom, boom.
You will learn when crime scene analysts process that scene, there is not a single bullet strike in the hallway. What I mean by that is there's not an impact mark. There's nothing on the wall. There's nothing on the floor. There's nothing on the ceiling. Zilch. You will learn there's not a single drop of blood in that area of the hallway. Not even a drop. Despite the fact the defendant said he shot boom, 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 over and over and over again in that hallway. And you will learn there is only one casing found in the hallway. But where it's found is right at the lip of the door that goes into the garage. Almost essentially where the defendant said he was standing when he kind of did those last couple boom booms at the end. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the very hallway that the defendant claims he shot Mr. Miller in. As you can see, and you look and the evidence will show, there's no apparent blood. There don't appear to be any casings except for that one right there. That's it. But this is where the defendant claims his shooting of Mr. Miller occurred. But when the police and CSA start to process the garage, that is where they start to find bullets. That is where they start to find a lot of casings. And the evidence will show that, unlike what he said, the evidence, this physical evidence, will show that the shooting actually occurs in the garage, not in the hallway. You will learn that 4 of the 5 bullets are found inside the garage. The only other bullet was found inside Mr. Miller. You will learn that 4 of the 5 casings are found well into the garage. And the only other casing is found right at that lip of the doorway in the hallway that you've seen. This is the garage of Sharon and Tom Randolph. This is Sharon's vehicle. To the right is Tom's vehicle. The vehicle on the right is the one that he said that he drove in on that night. As you can see over here, that is the doorway. That is the doorway that the defendant kind of leans over and does the final shot, right? That's where he claims this all concludes. This area over here, all the way to the left, is where one of the casings is found. Despite the fact that the shooting happened all the way in the hallway, one of the casings is found here. The second casing is found near Mr. Randolph's car on the opposite wall. There's that same door, and that's casing number 2.
None of this goes with his story.
You will learn that the third casing they locate is the one that we've seen, right at the doorway of the hallway. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is one of the bullets. It's found in front of Mr. Randolph's SUV. This bullet is found underneath the SUV. And these 2 bullets, 10 and 11, are found in Mr. Miller's clothing. So when they move Mr. Miller, they kind of roll out of his clothing. You will learn, as I had said, that there's a walkthrough that's conducted about a week after Miss Randolph, Sharon, and Mr. Miller are killed. During this walkthrough, in addition to doing the walkthrough, crime scene analyst named Randall McPhail, or Randy, comes in to do some additional processing, in part to process the blood spatter in the area where Sharon is killed, because she receives a headshot, spreads up on the walls, and so he's there to process that. When he is there a week later, there are 2 more casings that they locate, and again, they're found in the garage, in this area over here. One of them is found in this green toolbox. And the other one was by that water heater. Oops, right over here. If I can go back. Problem number 2, the ski mask. This is what Mr. Randolph has to say about the ski mask on Mr. Miller's head.
I was actually in the room, and he came in and we bumped into each other, and he had the mask down, but like it wasn't on, he thought it was black. Because it wasn't all the way down, it was like maybe here or something, like maybe it pushed it up. I might have pushed this mask up because I'm taller when they came in here, but just. Pardon me? Well, I'd be pushing kind of sideways. I wasn't like knocking it off or anything with my hands. So probably hit him in the back of the head. Could you tell it was Mike yet? I knew it was Mike because of his chin. But I don't know if he had his mask on then. It seems like he still had his mask on then. Seems like it's. Yeah, he had his mask on there for sure.
Well, when you're back here and you squared off on, you still had his mask on?
Yeah.
And then when he went between him now turning and you continuing to shoot and him going to the ground, he still got his mask on.
I think so. And as I remember, the mask wasn't all the way down, it was like rolled up one roll right here. As I remember it.
And that interview there, that's the one on June 3rd. So that's interview number 2, just for context. What you're going to learn is that he only describes Miller's mask being off kind of after the shooting is done. Throughout his different interviews and in the walkthrough, he will never describe a distinctive process of, I watched Miller totally remove this mask. And so here's the issue. That's where Mr. Miller is found. The defendant says he nudges him at some point to roll him over. And this mask is found over at the kind of the passenger side of the Randolph car, Mr. Randolph's car, right? So if you're facing the garage door, it's to the left. Here's the thing with that ski mask. There's no bullet holes in it. And there's no blood in it. And that's a problem because Mr. Miller was shot multiple times in the head. There are several entry-exit wounds. That, ladies and gentlemen, is a trajectory rod, which will show you the pathway of one of the bullets that went through Mr.
I don't like showing that stuff.
Which would be difficult to not have a hole in the mask if it's sitting on your head. You will learn throughout the course of this trial that another problem is the trajectories of the bullets that pass through Mr. Miller's body, not just through the head, don't match up with what the defendant says occurred. Problem number 4. You'll learn the defendant repeatedly tells the police he never heard any gunshots because he's hard of hearing.
Okay. And did you hear anything? Didn't I have the radio on, or she had the radio on? That's pretty loud because I don't hear. I'll definitely hear. Okay. It took a few minutes because I was at the garage door to make sure it comes down. When you were out of the truck, did you hear anything inside the house? Didn't hear a thing.
Did you ever hear the shots before you went inside the house? Did you ever hear any shots?
I didn't hear anything, but I'm really deaf.
The evidence will show that's not what Mr. Randolph told 911.
Is he alone? Yes, well, as far as I know, I just heard shots.
I just heard shots. Those are the words of the defendant you will learn at 8:45 p.m. Mere seconds or minutes after this all unfolds. I just heard shots. His words. Problem number 5. You will learn that the defendant, based on all the evidence, waited 12 minutes after Sharon is shot.
The lie detective determined
Call
that was a
911.
lie.
12 minutes. How do we get to that point? Well, the evidence is going to show this. There's 4 components to this issue. The first is a gas station video. The second is a neighbor. The third is a 911 call. And the fourth is the defendant's statements to police. You will learn that the defendant says, instead of going to see the movie after dinner, they're going home to have sex. And before they do, they go to Funny's gas station.
When you leave the casino, do you go directly home? No, we started to, and then we went to Funny's, so it's called Funny's gas station on the corner there. There's a gas station there, not just around the corner. And she said, we better get gas now because it's gonna go up tonight because of the weekend, over the weekend. So we stopped and filled up with gas, and I think that was it, and we went home.
And you're going to learn that the police take that statement and they follow up on it. And you're going to learn that they go to Funny's gas station. And sure enough, they find this footage here. At 8:22, if you look all the way over there on the right, that you will learn is Mr. Randolph's SUV pulling in. I think they get a receipt also from that to confirm that a transaction was done to kind of pump that gas. And you're going to see that at 8:26, Mr. Randolph and Sharon leave, just like he said. They filled up gas and they made their way home. (8:26 p.m.) You're going to learn that when they leave at 8:26 p.m., you're going to learn from the detectives as well as from Google Maps that really it's only a 3 to 4 minute drive home from Funny's. This is an overhead map. What you're looking over there is all the way down there, starting at that blue dot at the bottom. That's Funny's gas station.
He found the
Look at that
microphone.
big structure on the left. That's the Santa Fe Casino. All you have to do is kind of go up Rancho, hang a quick right, make a left, make a right. I guess a right up Rancho Santa Fe. Voila, you were at Sharon and Tom's home, right? Google Maps says it's 4 minutes. You're going to hear from detectives who actually drove the route. It said they took 3 minutes. But bottom line is, if he's leaving at 8:26, the evidence will show he should have arrived home about 8:30. Well, that brings us to the neighbor, Mark Bartlett. The evidence will show that Mark Bartlett was actually in his garage at that time. What you see here is, there is the defendant's home, 6517 Rancho Santa Fe, and if you follow the little dots, that's Mark Bartlett's house. You're going to learn that this is the vantage point from Mark's house looking at the Randolph house. And it's the house with the big palm tree to its left. So it's the dark brown garage. That's the Randolph house. That's the vantage point from the Randolph house looking at Mark's house, right? That's the distance. Mark Bartlett's going to testify that, yeah, I was their neighbor. I lived at 5200 Dana Springs. He's going to tell you that at around 8:30 at night, he's in his garage. He's working on his car. Garage door is open, and he actually notices and hears the Randolph vehicle pulling in, because he actually says it catches my attention. I actually look over. I watch them pull in. I watch the garage close. He's going to tell you he's on the phone with his buddy, and he starts to hear gunshots. Multiple gunshots ring out at around 8:30 at night. And then he's going to tell you that he's so kind of shocked by it, he tells his friend, like, hey, yo, there's shooting going on right over there at the neighbor's house. And then he's going to tell you that here's the thing. Even though he heard those shots around 8:30 at night, the cops don't show up until 20 minutes later. Around 8:50, that's when he remembers police showing up, 20 minutes after he hears the shots. So police, you will learn, do a little digging, some follow-up. You're going to hear that they get his phone records. And what they see is, sure enough, at 8:33, he's on the phone with his friend Alex, right at the time that he said he heard those shots. So here's the deal. What does the defendant tell the police when they ask him, hey, from start to finish, like when you pulled in and saw what happened to Sharon and the encounter with the intruder and you did the shooting, how long did that all take you to finally pick up the phone and call 911? And these are the defendant's words.
So all told, how long do you think it took from the time you opened the door to you being on 911? You mentioned before that that was a lot quicker than obviously walking through it.
2-3 minutes, maybe.
2 to 3 minutes for this all to unfold and get on the phone with 911.
The lie detector determined that was a lie.
Here's the problem. The defendant, you will learn, leaves the gas station at 8:26. Based on the pathway, the evidence will show he should have arrived home at 8:30. You will learn that Bartlett hears the calls around 8:30, and his records show 8:33. However, you will learn the defendant does not call 911 until 8:45 p.m. which would mean, according to the evidence, that Sharon would have been lying in that hallway minute after minute after minute, suffering from a gunshot wound to the head. Problem number 6. You're going to learn this is a troubled marriage. This is Tom and Sharon on their wedding day. You will learn that in the summer of 2005, they meet on a dating site on the internet. You're going to learn that around January of 2006, the defendant moves from Utah to Sharon's house. You will learn that on January 16th, the defendant is signing up Sharon for a life insurance policy, $100,000. You will learn that 2 weeks after that, he signs up Sharon for another life insurance policy for another $200,000. You will learn that around March of 2006, they go to Mexico to have kind of a wedding ceremony. You're going to learn that it's not official. They're not technically legally married from the ceremony, but it's kind of a wedding nonetheless. And by March of 2007, they legally marry in Las Vegas. This, ladies and gentlemen, are copies of the insurance policy for $100,000, where Mr. Randolph is the 100% beneficiary of the policy. Even though the evidence will show that Sharon has a daughter, grandkids, and this is signed on January 16th of 2006. Here's another policy for $200,000. You'll even see that there is another policy from Stonebridge that he makes a claim on after Sharon dies. There's at least 3 policies. You will learn from people that family and friends that is right after they get married, one of the things that they did was pick out his or her urns. And you're going to hear from Sharon's family and friends. And they're going to tell you from jump, they were really concerned about this relationship. They were very concerned. You're going to hear a little bit about Sharon. She had been married for a long time. Her husband passed away from cancer. And what you'll hear from people is that Sharon didn't want to ever be alone. She was kind of terrified of it. But time after time at different stages, they felt, family and friends, like this is going too fast. You shouldn't be bringing this guy in. Doing all this. It gets so bad, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear from at least one witness where they legitimately believe that the defendant might kill her, and they warned her. They warned her. And you will learn that Sharon didn't listen. And then there's the other woman, Liz Labrador. You will learn that the defendant, while married to Sharon, had a girlfriend, lived out of state. Her name was Liz.
Everybody's wife knew about Liz. Everybody knew about Lizzie. Everybody knew about Lizzie.
Everybody knew about Lizzie.
Ugh,
why?
pig.
Because he didn't make it a secret. He would tell people about his girlfriend. You will hear from family members of Sharon that heard him talking about his girlfriend while married to Sharon in front of them. You can imagine they weren't necessarily a fan of that. You're going to learn that he dated this woman before he met Sharon, while he dated Sharon, during his marriage to Sharon, after Sharon. And you're going to learn that this is a huge issue in the marriage that causes Sharon great pain. Great pain. And you're going to learn through the course of this fairly short marriage that the defendant would leave her repeatedly. I'm leaving you. Not just like I'm just taking off. Like, we're done. I'm out. I'm leaving. And I'm going to go be with Lizzie. And pack up his stuff and go in a U-Haul and literally move in and then kind of come back. And there was this real yo-yo back and forth. And you're going to hear about how much pain that caused Sharon. Where you're going to learn that she struggled with, I think maybe I should get a divorce. This isn't great.
You know, the voice said it's really weird. I go out and find another woman, and she forgave me for that at the time that I was going to give Pauline $100 to go to England. She says, if you give her that money, I swear to God, I'll divorce you tomorrow. I mean, and there was no doubt in my mind she meant it.
That is a description of the defendant talking about Sharon and how she felt about infidelity versus giving her daughter some money. Colleen, you'll learn, is Sharon's daughter. You will learn the evidence will show from the witnesses that knew Sharon best. Him being with Liz and another woman was far more painful than giving her daughter $100. But this is one of the ways the defendant frames his relationship in an interview to the police.
And that's where I met Sharon. Her husband died of cancer a year later, and mine died a year earlier. I was on the internet by then, and it was just, man, Lizzie fight all the time, fought for 2 days and fight for 5 at the same time, so.
And this is the defendant, how he kind of explains the timing of it, right? He's saying, Sharon had just lost her husband, and then I was kind of dating Lizzie at the time, but his relationship with her is kind of, fuck for 5, or what is it, fuck for 2, fight for 5, whatever it was, So even he's kind of explained a very similar kind of timeline on this. But in this trial, ladies and gentlemen, you're not just going to hear from Sharon's friends and family. You're going to get to hear from Liz. She's going to confirm, yeah, we were dating during his marriage to Sharon. So I apologize about the typo on that. She will explain that they saw each other regularly. You're going to learn that the defendant, from her end, he was going back and forth. The same kind of yo-yo. She's going to tell you, yeah, that was what was happening. I'm going to be with you. I got to go back. You're going to learn that while he dated Liz, he also took out a $150,000 life insurance policy on her. You're going to learn that 50% was going to go to the defendant and 50 was going to go to her daughter, Tina. And you're going to learn that's how he pitched it. He was like, I'll pay for everything, but you should have some peace of mind for your daughter, a woman that he's dating. And you're going to hear from Liz's perspective. I'm like, well, it seemed like free money. So I was fine with it. You're going to learn that around February 2008, probably around Valentine's Day, you're going to learn that Liz is kind of tired of the back and forth. And you're going to hear that roughly around that time, she gives the defendant an ultimatum, which is basically, listen, you really just have to choose. Like, you either pick Sharon or pick me, but you really just have to pick one of us. And you're going to hear the defendant attorney, he'll figure things out with how to end it with Sharon. Agendas and motives. And that was something opposing counsel had mentioned during voir dire, and I thought that was kind of something interesting, so I just jotted it down. Because I felt like when you listen to the evidence in this case, it's really applicable to the defendant. Because in this case, the defendant had an agenda and a motive. Problem number 7. Defendant's strange relationship with Michael Miller. You're going to learn that in February of 2008, same month roughly that he is getting an ultimatum from Liz, the defendant just happens to meet Michael Miller. You're going to learn that the evidence will show the defendant's description of the circumstance of them meeting and connecting up is strange. Let's talk about the defendant and his handyman. And I definitely put that in air quotes. The evidence will show the defendant sees Mr. Miller at a gas station buying a 40-ounce of beer. You're going to hear that according to the defendant, his first impression of Miller is, I think that guy has a drug problem. You're then going to hear, after having that impression, the defendant decides to buy this total stranger that very beer. The defendant will tell you, though, as I'm leaving the gas station, I noticed that strange guy who I had never met before walking down the street. And you know what the defendant decides to do? You're going to hear he pulls over and he invites the stranger into his car. Are you going my way? Are literally the very words the defendant uses to the police. That's what I said. Hey, you going my way? Come on in. And you're going to learn, according to the defendant, I drove him home. We talked for a while, for an hour outside of his house. You'll learn he was from South Carolina. He moves here to Vegas because he's looking for money.
It's the charts.
He's living with his aunt and his uncle, and he's trying to get on the steep. And you're going to hear that he talks to them for outside an hour. And then at the end of this hour, he decides to call him up and offer him a job as a handyman for his house. Agendas and motives. Here is what the defendant talks about. This is him recounting in his own words this meeting.
So you've known him 4 or 5 months. How did you meet him?
At a convenience store, I was in there getting my car, it was a terrible since I was getting my car washed, and I was waiting, I was just in there just waiting, and he was in line before me getting a beer, and, it's like he'd been doing, manual labor, because he was all dirty and stuff, but, there was 2 or 3 people in line, and he was just kind of joking, and said, this lady, she didn't ask me for ID. She does that every time I come here. Every day I'm buying beer, she always asks me for ID. And something down the day I don't have it or something. Anyways, I said, well, don't worry, I'll just get it for you. So I just paid for the beer, and I was just gonna give it to him. And he said, no, that one's yours. I'm getting this one. That's the kind I want or something.
When you first met him, did you ever have an inkling that he may have had some kind of drug problem?
Well, yeah, obviously he's black and didn't have a job and was buying a 40 ounce or whatever they call them. Just chit chatted there, and he took off, and then I got my car down, and I was going toward the house, and I seen him along there, and just pulled over and said, hey, you need a ride? Going my way. Sure. So that was it. I just popped in and sat over in front of his house the first time for probably an hour and just talked.
So do you engage him to come over to the house and do some work for you?
Yeah, well, I talked about doing some, excuse me, and he says, I'll help you if you need some help. I ain't got nothing else to do. And I called him and asked him if he really wanted to work. And he said, yeah, he'd come over. He said he's not good at what he does, but he's a good worker. He works consistently. It's not like going down and getting a couple of snacks on the corner.
So how often does he come over to your house and go to work?
A lot. He's also come over a lot just to watch ball games. He's ate dinner with us 2 or 3 times.
And if you catch it, you may not have caught it, but the evidence will show he says right in that statement, I called him to invite him to work. Well, you're going to learn the police gathered the defendant's phone records, his cell phone records, as well as his home record. And you're going to learn that first phone call happens on February 16th, 2008, right in the month of February. You're going to learn through the course of these interviews that one of the strange things in terms of the evidence is the defendant consistently describes Mr. Miller as a poor worker. A poor worker. And yet, you will hear him also say, almost always in the very same breath, he is constantly having him back over to do more work. And you will hear him say, I was repeatedly paying him money. I was loaning him money for someone who apparently couldn't work. And you're going to hear from other friends and family of Sharon who also kind of observed, like, it was weird. They were hung out all the time, but they basically didn't do anything. It was weird. You hear about a whole roof thing, this roof project that never gets worked on. But it's the big thing they're going to do, but it never gets done.
What about Mike? He's bummed. But he's a nice guy. I mean, I knew he was a bum.
How about Mike? What would his shortcoming be?
He didn't work, and I don't know why, because he supposedly had all these job offers. That's why we had him there, is to lift shit and lift boxes and do work. He couldn't grind a nail, he couldn't put a screw in to save his life.
Couldn't do those things to save his life. And yet, day after day, the evidence will show this gentleman over here keeps having him come over to do more work and give him more money. The evidence is going to show over the course of the 2.5 months, what is happening here is the defendant is grooming Mr. Miller for the ultimate payoff. Just kill my wife, give you a portion of the money. I mentioned that they acquired his records. And you will learn when you just look at the records, it indicates this is not a normal handyman-customer relationship. The first phone call happens on February 21st, 2018. I misspoke, I apologize. And between February 21st and May 8th, 2008, they call each other hundreds of times. You're gonna learn that this guy's like basically number 2 of all the people in the universe that he's calling. You're gonna find out number 1's his girlfriend. But it's a strange thing for someone who's just a handyman. And you're going to hear from Miller's family too, as well as Sharon's family. And they're all going to testify about this working relationship. And I definitely put that in air quotes. It was strange and concerning to many people on either side of the fence. The Miller family didn't like it. The Randolph family thought it was strange. You will learn that they essentially never do any work, but they hang out all the time. There are times where there are people in the house and then they kind of duck off to just talk in private. You're going to hear that the Miller's family repeatedly warned him, you need to stop hanging out with that guy. There's a big age gap. They don't really kind of cross over in the same kind of news and hang out. You're going to hear that the defendant doesn't have like a lot of friends or social network, and Miller's in a new town and he doesn't really know anybody. And now they're essentially inseparable. You're going to learn that the defendant took his handyman out shooting. You're going to learn that he invited his handyman out for date nights with Sharon. He even came over for the Easter dinner that occurred just about 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks before Sharon is murdered. But ultimately,
How you gonna bring him over for Easter dinner and then shoot him?
Case, what's going to be clear is there is a conspiracy here. The evidence will show that the defendant's motive was not just insurance money, but he potentially stood to inherit the house. You will learn that he targets and locates a person who is financially down on his luck. He brings him into the fold. For weeks and months, he sustains him with money and loan for the ultimate plan. The plan was to murder Sharon on that night. You will learn on his possession, Miller has a key to the residence, that he enters through the back door. You'll hear the defendant has a variety of different explanations as to possibly how he got that. But the evidence will show Miller had a key to the house. The evidence will show that Miller was lying in wait for Sharon, while the defendant sat outside keeping his hands clean. Sharon walks in and is killed by Mr. Miller. You're going to learn that based on their pace of travel, because they were out of town, Sharon was not in that house the week leading up to her murder and was literally leaving back to Utah. This was the only window of time. And you're going to hear that on the day of the murder, the defendant spends basically the entire day with Michael Miller, running errands, looking at jet skis, going to a bank that they didn't quite get to because it gets closed. There's all sorts of things that they do during the day hanging out. So there's just this couple-hour window of time. Dinner date with Sharon, final dinner. And you're going to learn that essentially the payment will be some portion of this $300,000. That's what the circumstantial evidence will indicate. The payoff is that, which can only be gained if Sharon is killed. But ultimately, you'll learn, when you think about agendas and motives, the evidence will show the defendant has one more trick up his sleeve. He kills Miller. The evidence will show that it gives him a couple of things. The evidence show will paint him as a hero, take eyes off of him. The evidence will show that it will give him the entirety of the insurance money, so he doesn't have to share it with anyone. And it also does a third thing. It eliminates all direct witnesses to the conspiracy. As you listen to the evidence in this case, please keep an open mind. But there are things to look out for. As you listen to the evidence, pay close attention to the course of his demeanor through the course of the interviews. They are not the same. Pay close attention about the manner in which the defendant describes and talks about his wife. His body language, his tone, the things that he is doing. And it's not just in his interviews and in the walkthrough. Pay attention to the things he actually says on 911, because you will learn there are inconsistencies in his recollections. Pay close attention. He's not consistent. There are problems at every juncture, and we've only highlighted a few. We've got more. You'll hear those later. But at the end of the day, when you listen to all the witnesses, and you hear the law, it will be very, very clear that it is very, very, very hard to plan the perfect murder. And at the end of the day, the defendant's story doesn't add up. And at the conclusion of this trial, we will ask you to find that man guilty for conspiring with Mr. Miller to kill his wife, and then ultimately finding him guilty for that murder as well as the murder of Michael Miller when he double crosses him. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Steve.
If I could just have one moment, just to take all this.
Okay, that was a dang good opening.
Okay, and this is all before we begin with, this is the defense decided to give it open, so.
It was clear. It was easy to follow.
Okay.
He had
We'll
charts.
Take a brief break before we start. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a brief recess before the defense is open. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone.
Drink your water, Tom.
Regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not read, watch, listen to news or media accounts or commentary about the case. You must not do any research such as consulting dictionaries, using the internet, or using reference materials. You must not make any investigation, test the theory of the case, recreate any aspect of the case, or any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own. And you must not form or express any opinion regarding this case or its findings related to you. Ladies and gentlemen, I realize that that clock is a lot faster than we think, so it's actually only 10 o'clock. So we'll be back at 10:15.
Please rise for the jurors.
That was a good opening. And
The
I
lie
s-
detector determined that was a lie.
I just have a feeling like this is going to be one of my favorite things to play the whole time. We are still in verdict watch for our other case, but while they're on their 15-minute break, let's go back and see. How many minutes ago was it? Let's see what they decided. Oh, wait. Sit down, Tom. Not a fan. Not a fan. Not a fan. All right.
Exhibits that were going out. You said you were going to research whether demonstrative aids go out.
I've been giving her
So
plenty.
I am going to, based on Smith versus State and Moss versus State, send out all of the demonstrative aids that were admitted. Your exception is noted. So I'll give the note to the bailiff to have them read and return that, leave the exhibits in the courtroom, and due to the hour, will you inquire of them if they know when they want to take a lunch recess? Leave the exhibits in the courtroom, let them read the note and bring that back and let us know their intentions regarding a lunch recess.
So leaving the exhibits in the courtroom, taking them the note, and
I'll
then
note for the record that Ms. Holly is in the courtroom, so I'm gonna ask the deputy to serve Ms. Holly in open court contempt citation and notice of hearing.
Oh, dang.
Regarding her alleged improper use of a cell phone. She was not present in court yesterday to be served.
Mom, this is Mama.
This
Mama didn't show up
instructs her
yesterday.
To be back in court on Wednesday, August 16th at 9:30 a.m. for a contempt hearing. She's being served in open court by the deputy.
Mama shouldn't have been taking pictures. Y'all, I'm eating Chex Mix and string cheese for lunch. This is the life of a bachelorette who cooked every meal for 20 years and doesn't want to cook anymore. String cheese, Chex Mix. I love Chex Mix. I wonder, it's 1 o'clock now in
You can return the note to the court reporter, Mr. Wood.
Georgia.
All right, so the jury is going to take their lunch recess now, so the attorneys should do so as well. Mr. Wooten, I'm going to keep the jurors together for lunch again today, and if you will pick up their lunch and keep them together in the private juror dining room. All right, so we will be in recess until we have a further question or verdict, and I'll ask the attorneys to take their lunch break at this time as well. Thank you. We're in
All right, so now we're caught up. That's all that. No. There. Maybe if we do that. We'll keep our little watch down here. Okay. I think I got it. For those of you who look, I feel the same way. I hate to cook. It's been 47 years and I'm so over it. I cooked. I can throw down in a kitchen. Like I'm a everything's from scratch cook, which was great until, I had to cook everything. And then I also always ended up cleaning everything. And somehow, I don't know how the heck I was working 40, 50 hours a week and yet still was the only one who cooked or cleaned, but I digress. So, I cooked for so long that in the dishes and stuff, now that it's just me and Jacob's out of the house and, and got rid of the husband. Now I'm like, like give me some string cheese and Chex Mix and DoorDash. No shame in my game. I don't like every once in a while, because there are certain things that I only like the way I make them. Like I make the best meatloaf. So every once in a while I'll make stuff like that. I love it. For those of y'all who didn't for those of y'all who didn't get to see our intro video to this, these are the 6 wives down here. Number 1,
He's on 4th. That's the same.
We got a hot mic moment.
I've been there. I want to see.
I need the other people to be quiet so I can hear the hot mic moment.
Yeah, read your article.
I got rid of the whole husband.
I've been in the office before. It's shown the very, very first day of work. Very first.
You took everything I have, but I got rid of them.
So, Visa was in court. I was outside of court, and I got arrested walking in his car with this woman. And so I took the photo and I went to see Chestnut. I just hired him. I was there. We still use that.
I'm trying so hard to hear the hot mic moment. So these are the 6 wives for those of y'all who missed it.
It's true.
But
well, it's clear. I mean, they're partners. But,
wife number 1, they divorced. That's the mother of his 2 kids. Wife number 2 was a suicide, and then they went back and investigated, charged him for murder, and he was acquitted. Wife number 3, they were only married for less than a year, got divorced, and she died 10 years later from cancer. Wife number 4 is divorced and said that she believes he tried to kill her.
By to the limit, 2.8.
Pleading the gun.
So I have to follow.
Wife number 5, dead in the hospital. Suspicious means because she was doing fine. And then wife number 6 is the one that we're on trial for now.
I was wondering why you were doing that. Yeah.
I had to.
Well, yeah, 2.8. Yeah.
It was like this was.
I'm on 2.8 as well, but I'm still photos. Okay, yeah.
Come on. Perfect. I was going. What is wrong with me? What did I do that for?
I shoot everything at 2.8 here in the courtroom.
Oh yes, you must. I just the only setback is I need to, unfortunately, open up. I mean, the ISO, so I don't know if it gets grainy.
I'm shooting 10,000.
Look at the cameras you have. Look at this crap.
They're talking about the kind of cameras they have.
The C100?
It's an EVA. It's a Panasonic.
Oh, Panasonic.
Even though it's 4K, I don't honestly think it's that great. Between you and I.
Well,
it's not mine.
The video people, the RJ, they all have the C100s. So.
Oh yeah.
But I do video with this as well. But I'm not allowed to do video because you're the pool video. So.
I see.
I'm the pool still, so I'm required to give you photos.
And then look, feel this.
There's
nothing I can do to loosen it up, make it better. Nothing. But it's just.
That doesn't look pretty cheap. All of those guys.
Look.
He's like, look, and he's showing him.
I feel bad for the pool people, but.
Oh well. All right, let's see. Yes, the defendant in the Austin Ford case, Austin's mom took a picture and it had jurors in it. So she is held in contempt of court and she has a hearing on Wednesday. And this down here, I've got picture in picture so that we can watch if they come back with a verdict. Look at me being all fancy. JT would be proud. Fanny pack, that's a good point. They have the mics on when they shouldn't, and then they can't find them when they seem to need them. Oh, that one moment, though, where he was all of a sudden standing by the microwave. Look, you can tell I got food on my mind. He was not standing by the microwave. He was standing by the microphone. Two different things. But that one moment when he was standing by the microphone and you could hear him, I was like, oh, yes, stay right there. Stay right there. I make good meatloaf. I make the best meatloaf. I used to make this stuff when Jacob was growing up. It was the way I started getting him to eat meatloaf. I would make like cheeseburger meatloaf. So instead of like the ketchup and brown sugar stuff on top, I would make it like with Ritz crackers and stuff, and I would put cheese in it when I was making it. And then I would make like a, the sauce for the top was almost like a creamy, I kind of make like a roux and then put like kind of like a cheesy roux on top of it. And then it was so good. And that's how I got Jacob to start eating meatloaf, because he wouldn't eat meatloaf before. I love meatloaf. Sharon, y'all don't have meatloaf? Oh my gosh. Meatloaf with mashed potatoes, green beans, and cornbread. Best meal ever. That's facts, Lindsay Hendricks. I don't know if you've ever gone out and ordered meatloaf and you were so excited about it and it came back dry. It will literally ruin your whole month. Here we go. I can already tell y'all, I'm going to be mad at him this whole time. Oh my God, Lee. Meatloaf is a man that would do anything for love.
Yes, Your Honor. Okay, sorry.
Yes, Your Honor.
I like sweet cornbread sometimes. Meatloaf sandwich the next day. Look, I'm about to DoorDash. Yes, I will type it up when we're done. Remind me. Message me on Twitter to remind me, and I'll respond to it, and I'll send you how I make it.
Fellows present, Your Honor.
Okay, you may all be seated. We are back on the record at CG 50966, stating that versus Thomas Randolph. May the record reflect that Mr. Randolph is present with his attorney. Deputy District Attorney on behalf of the state. Can both parties state in the presence of our jurors? Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Vince, you may start your opening statement whenever you're ready.
Here we go.
The brief moments of laughter and levity that we had during jury selection are over. We're about to see some of those very serious photographs we talked about, and we're going to hear about some really serious things. Because after all, ladies and gentlemen, this is a murder case. And make no mistake, you're going to hear evidence about a murder. And you're going to hear evidence about the murderer who committed that murder. You will hear convincing, overwhelming, uncontroverted evidence about the man who committed that murder, about who he murdered, and why he did it. We're going to learn that on May 8th of 2008, that man, that murderer, entered the home of a married couple, husband and wife. And he did so with the intent to steal their earthly possessions. And when the wife, in that husband and wife relationship, came home just a little bit too early and surprised him in the act, that man, that murderer, took a .38 caliber revolver loaded with high velocity plus P rounds, and he leveled it directly at her unknowing, unwitting, unaware head. And then he pulled the trigger, and he buried a bullet into that woman's skull. That, ladies and gentlemen, is what you will hear during this trial. But that man, that murderer, it's not Thomas Randolph. That man, that murderer won't be in this courtroom. You will hear evidence about the man, the murderer, that committed that unthinkable, unbelievable, unfathomable act. That man, ladies and gentlemen, is Mike Miller. Centuries ago, the philosopher Marcus Aurelius said these words: "Everything we hear is an opinion, not a fact. And everything we see is a perspective, not the truth." So what is the truth about what really happened on May 8th of 2008? What really happened, and what will the evidence really show? Well, here's what we're going to learn. We're going to learn about Thomas Randolph, or as Mr. Orem and I and most of his friends call him, Tommy. Spells it a little bit different. And Tommy, you'll learn, is a little bit different.
Yeah.
But in 2008, he was married to Sharon. They had married in a ceremony abroad. They go to Cancun in 2006 in the month of March, and they got married. And then they had a formal ceremony in Las Vegas a year later in March of 2007. You'll hear a lot from Tommy during this trial. The state showed you a number of interviews that he gives when he's cooperating with law enforcement. You're going to find out that Tommy is kind of brash. In fact, in one of those interviews, he describes himself, among other things, as cocky. And you're going to learn, and you saw a little bit of it in those blurbs that Mr. Hamner picked and chose to show you, that he uses colorful language. But here's what you'll learn. He uses that language with everyone, including Sharon. Tommy is as Tommy is. That's the ABCs of Tommy. And when asked by law enforcement to describe his wife, who he loved deeply, he didn't just say, "She's great, I love her, she's my wife." He said, "She's fucking wonderful." That's just the way he talks. And it's important to know that because he talks that way the same to law enforcement as he does to his friends and his family and his wife in their own personal relationship. On May 8th of 2008, they were scheduled to have a date night. And despite the way the state would describe this as a very tumultuous relationship, you'll learn they had their ups and downs. But on that night, they had a nice night, at least at the beginning. See, Sharon and Tommy went to the Santa Fe casino. They had spent a lot of time there. In 2005, they opened a movie theater in the Santa Fe, and Tommy and Sharon liked to go to the movies. They also liked to go out to eat. That evening, they went to a steakhouse called the Charcoal Room. It was Mother's Day around that weekend. So Sharon had been taken to the Santa Fe station to that special dinner to have steak and lobster. And they had a good time at dinner. We're going to learn that they originally intended to go to dinner and a movie. They love to go to the movies. In fact, in some of the crime scene photos, you'll see the enormous collection of DVDs. Back before we streamed everything on Netflix and Amazon, people actually had movies in their house, and they had hundreds of them. On that night, as they left dinner, we're going to learn that they decided to change their plans. They wanted to go home early because they had had such a good time. And you'll see video evidence of them leaving the Santa Fe hand in hand, not fighting, not arguing, but having a good time and being affectionate with one another. What they didn't know and what they couldn't know is as they strolled hand in hand through that parking lot, what Mike Miller was doing. So who's Mike Miller? Well, the state told you from their perspective who they want you to think Mike Miller is. But here's what the evidence is going to show. That he had met Tommy Randolph. Law enforcement's actually going to tell you that they had met prior to February, way back in December of 2007. And they met when Tommy extended an act of kindness to Mike Miller. And they became friends. And from the state's perspective, they can describe that as weird. But Tommy befriended someone who was down on his luck. And he didn't just have him do odd jobs. He did those. You'll learn that. The state describes this roof project that never got finished. It did. You'll hear evidence of that. He performed odd jobs not only for Tommy Randolph and Sharon, but for other people in their family as well. And they spent a lot of time together. We're going to learn that they communicated a lot. The state's going to show you that evidence. Remember, this is 2008. Most of us hadn't even heard of an iPhone yet. They'd just been invented the year before, and people weren't text messaging all the time. They talked on the phone, very brief conversations. Tommy was kind to Mike Miller. On May 8th of 2008, Mr. Miller had learned a lot of information about Tommy Randolph. And on May 8th, he used it to his advantage. And he did so to take advantage of Tommy and Sharon, to steal from them. See, here's what Mike Miller knew on May 8th of 2008. The evidence is going to show you this. He knew there were valuables in the Randolph home. They had jewelry. You're going to see a lot of jewelry that belonged to Sharon Randolph. They had cash. We're going to hear evidence, and we're going to learn that on May 8th, Tommy had been to a bank and taken money out. He had a lot of cash, and he intended to deposit it into a different bank on that day. But he didn't make it to the bank before it closed. So he had that cash in the house that day, and it was only going to be there that day. You're going to learn, we're going to see a lot of photographs, that there was prescription medication. Mr. Randolph has a number of physical ailments. You'll see evidence of it. You'll see him in the courtroom as he moves. You'll see him on the video as he moves. He has a lot of physical pain, and he was prescribed a number of medications that to him are necessary for his health, but to Michael Miller are valuable to sell on the street. We'll also learn that there were guns in that house, some that belonged to Tommy and some that belonged to Sharon. But we're going to learn that Michael Miller knew exactly where all of those valuables were kept because he had been invited into that home. And he knew on that evening that Tommy and Sharon would be out of the house. See, he was with Tommy when he was discussing his date night plans. He knew that they were going to go to dinner and a movie. He'd heard all about it. Tommy had dropped him off right before he went home to pick up Sharon. So that was Mike Miller's motive that night, to take what didn't belong to him. And the timing was it had to be that night. Because he knows Tommy's late to pick up Sharon, and he knows they're going to be out for several hours at dinner and a movie. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to know he's got a stretch of time to get in the house, get what he wants, and get out. So Mike Miller's dropped off by Tommy. He makes his way back to the Randolph home, knowing they won't be home, and he gets inside. As I mentioned, Tommy and Sharon decide to come home early. They decided to skip the movie. And we're going to learn exactly why that was. See, in everybody's personal life, when they have a significant other, there are times when those people desire to be alone and intimate. And they probably talk in a way that you wouldn't talk in front of other people. We're going to hear evidence that that night, Tommy and Sharon were going home to be alone, to be intimate together. And we're going to hear it described in the unique way that Tommy and Sharon talked. What they didn't know is what would happen when they got there. So they pulled into the driveway. This is a photograph obviously taken after the homicides. There's crime scene tape up, but you can see the cars as they're parked in the garage. Tommy's car on the left and Sharon's SUV on the right. You can see that in that garage, there's not a lot of extra space. So as Tommy desired to pull in, he had to, as many of us probably do, let Sharon out in the driveway. She walked inside. You can see that there wouldn't be room for Sharon to get out on the side if he hadn't done that. So he pulls in the garage, and then he walks inside the house. This is where the events happen that cause us to be in this courtroom, at least in part. What we're going to learn is that when Thomas Randolph opens the door, we're going to learn that it's after a few minutes. One of the things that we'll know at the conclusion of this trial is that Tommy Randolph loved rock and roll music. Saw pictures of him with long hair. Almost always had really long hair. Loved 70s rock music, listened to it all the time. In fact, some of the most memorable dates that Sharon and Tommy had were going to rock concerts. He pulled the car in and he listened to a song finish on the radio. And then he walked inside. As he opened the door, he sees Sharon lying at the end of that hallway. He calls out to her. At first, he thinks she's fallen, and he props the door open. As he walks inside, it dawns on him that she's actually hurt. She's not moving. And he sees something at the far end of the hallway. He's scared. Tommy has a firearm in the house. To the left, there's a bedroom, there's a closet, and he keeps a handgun, a small handgun, with some magazines in there. He calls them clips. And he takes those, and he waits for a second. And as he goes to look out, there's a confrontation in the hallway. Happens very quickly. He runs into someone, and you'll see him describe it on video. You'll see him try to remember exact details of things that would be impossible for anyone to remember in that situation. He describes physically running into each other, and in fact, Tommy's lip is cut. And he reports that to law enforcement later that night. There's some space made, and make no mistake about it, at some point, Tommy Randolph shoots that gun at the intruder who has murdered his wife in a brutal fashion in their own home. He follows him towards the door, and he shoots. He doesn't know how many times he shoots. Most people in that situation don't, as we'll learn during this trial. Until the intruder falls just outside the door. At some point, when they collide, the mask that the intruder is wearing is pushed up so that he can't see. And as we'll learn, by the time he gets outside, that mask is off. We're going to know what happens after that because we're going to hear evidence during this trial. Eventually, Mr. Randolph comes back inside and he looks for a telephone. He wants to call 911. Some of the younger folks in this jury panel might not realize this, but there was a time that everyone had a phone in their house. He goes to get his cell phone, his house phone, and he picks it up. At the time, there was a subscriber by the name of Vine, some of you may remember. That service was kind of the gap between old school landlines and the cell phones we use today. And sometimes that service would go out. Tommy picks up the phone and he dials 911. There's nothing there. He tries again. He begins to look for his wife's cell phone, continuing to dial 911. The third or fourth time he tries, the phone rings. And you're going to hear that phone call during this trial. And you're going to find that as Tommy attempts to perform CPR on his wife, it's a lost cause. That is a brutal injury that Mike Miller inflicted on her. And there's no coming back from it. But he tries. And there on her legs, when law enforcement arrives, is that telephone. And you'll be able to see the 911 that he had dialed and the inadvertent pressing during that process of the number 4. That's what gets law enforcement to the house. What's interesting is the state points out this inconsistency that he said he didn't hear or that he didn't know that there had been shooting in the house when he walked inside because he didn't hear anything, but then on the 911 call he says shots. He does say that. He says, all I hear is shots, 5 of them, which ultimately we will learn are the shots that he shoots. That's all he heard. He didn't hear the one fatal shot that killed his wife. So that's the evidence. Sharon was murdered. Mike Miller murdered her. How about the why? Well, you're not going to have any doubt in your mind at the conclusion of this trial why this murder takes place, because the evidence is overwhelming. Just outside the door, exactly where you would expect him to be if he was shot and killed by Tommy Randolph, exactly as Tommy described, you will see the body of Mike Miller. His feet are just outside that door. Next to his feet are a couple items of evidence. We're going to talk about those in just a second. The one thing we're going to learn is that when someone's killed in a homicide, they're taken to the coroner's office, and there's a thing called an autopsy that's performed, where a medical examiner determines the cause and manner of a person's death. When that's done, their clothing is removed and inventoried, and you'll see what Mike Miller was wearing on May 8th. You'll also see what's in his pockets. In his pockets, you'd see things that you would expect to be in Mike Miller's pockets. Matches, lotion, pocket change. But you'll see something else. In his left front jeans pocket is a ring, a lady's ring. It's called an eternity ring with channel set diamonds. It ain't his, but you'll know exactly where it came from. In his back pocket on the left-hand side is his wallet. In that wallet, you see things that you would expect to see. His ID, his social security card, membership cards with his name on them. But you'll also see something that you wouldn't expect to see. There's an ID in his pocket under the name, same first name, Michael. But it doesn't take a genius to see that's not Mike Miller. You'll also see in his pocket, bearing the same name of Michael Hogue on the driver's license, a Golden State Advantage card. You will learn during this trial that that's an EBT card, a food stamp card, ironically titled Golden State Advantage, in the pocket of the person who was taking advantage of the Randolphs. We'll also learn something very interesting that'll be telling about exactly what transpired in this case. See, as he lays on that garage floor, no longer with us, Mike Miller is still telling us what he was doing there. Because on his body are gloves. In May, in Las Vegas, you do not need to wear gloves unless you're working in the garden. Mike Miller was attempting to take home a bountiful harvest that night, but it wasn't flowers and it wasn't vegetables. He's wearing gloves in that house for a reason. And I want you to pay attention to something else in this photograph. If you look just above the right hand of Mike Miller, you'll see something on his wrist. We're going to learn during this trial what that is. And you'll find out that that's something that's used by emergency medical responders as they're there trying to resuscitate him. That'll be important in this case, as will those gloves, because we'll know at the conclusion of this trial exactly where those gloves came from and exactly why they're on his hand. We're also going to hear about this ski mask that the state brought up in their opening statement. It's going to be crucially important in this case, not for the reasons that Mr. Hamlet told you. This ski mask is an unusual one. First of all, there aren't a lot of ski masks in Las Vegas, but this one has something rather unique about it. It has an exceptionally large mouth opening. So when you see it in evidence during this trial, you'll see it's been sewn shut with something that resembles fishing line. That's going to be important because at the conclusion of this trial, we're going to know why Mike Miller had that, and we're going to know exactly what that mask was for.
Thank you,
Now,
Fanny
let's
Pack.
get back to this evidence I mentioned at his feet. There's two bags. One is like a plastic grocery style bag.
Thank you.
The other is also made from plastic, but it almost appears like a black colored fabric. Those are both grocery bags from the biggest retail store in the world, Walmart. Inside and
Opening
around
statements.
those grocery bags
Opening
is the answer to
statements.
the question of why Mike Miller was there.
And we already have
You'll
Walmart.
see in those bags and strewn about them after he had fallen to the ground trying to escape after killing Sharon Randolph, all of Sharon Randolph's jewelry stuffed into those bags and in and around them where they had fallen to the ground as he lay there dying. Inside those bags, law enforcement does a search and they pull out not a little bit, but a lot of it of jewelry. Lots of it. They spread it out and they photograph it. The state would have you believe during this trial that this is what the detectives refer to as cosmetic jewelry. You'll actually learn that some of that jewelry is quite valuable and that Mike Miller knew that. You'll be able to look at those photographs at the conclusion of this trial and you can determine for yourselves what that's made out of, what you think it's worth, what you believe from your perspective about that jewelry. What you can't do, though, is actually look at it because law enforcement never impounded it, they never tested it, they never had it appraised because it didn't fit their perspective of the case. But there will be no doubt in your minds about who had those bags and who placed them there because you're going to hear from a witness that cannot lie, cannot change their story, and doesn't have a motive. You're going to hear from a little witness called Science that on those two bags, there is overwhelming evidence that Mike Miller had those bags. See the bag on the right? That's actually Mike Miller's bag that he brought into the home. And we're going to know that because it's got his DNA in it. But it's also got something else. Before he puts on his gloves, he leaves a fingerprint on that bag. The bag on the left, that's actually Tommy Randolph's bag. But even though it's Tommy's bag, we're going to know who carried out that door because that bag also has Mike Miller's DNA on it.
Amos gifted 5 memberships.
So let's go
Thank you,
inside
Amos.
the Randolph home, someplace the state didn't really take you, because it doesn't fit the perspective of this conspiracy theory they have. This home is ransacked. You will see inside the house there are drawers left open. Not all of them, just the ones where valuables are kept. And you'll see strewn about the house where Sharon had kept her jewelry. See that little heart-shaped jewelry holder? You'll see the drawers in the bedrooms open. You'll see a jewelry box tossed into a clothes basket in the closet. And you'll see her jewelry box thrown on the bedroom floor. That's the evidence. That's the evidence that someone who knew exactly where the valuables were kept had gone into that house and got stopped before they could get away. So what happens? Why are we here? I'm going to tell you why. The state mentioned the crime scene a little bit. They kind of blooped over some of the important stuff. This is the scene. You'll notice a couple things about this picture. Crime scene tape up, like you've probably seen on television. And there's a patrol officer in uniform on the left-hand side of that photograph, responsible for putting up the crime tape and kind of monitoring the border there. Inside the crime scene tape, so inside the crime scene, you see two individuals. The one on the left is a guy by the name of Lou Roberts. He was a homicide lieutenant. He's now retired. The guy in the middle, next to Tommy Randolph's car, is a detective by the name of Dino Kelly. You're going to hear from him during this trial. And you're going to hear from his perspective what this evidence means. Crime scene analysts are ultimately called to that scene. And Mr. Hamler showed you this same diagram. Here's what is on the diagram, and then I'm going to talk to you about. In the top left-hand corner, you're going to see an event number. That's the number that the LVMPD assigns to this particular call. You're going to see the date, the address where it occurred, 6517 Rancho Santa Fe. You're going to see the personnel number. That's the initials and the ID number of the crime scene analyst who prepared this diagram. And you'll see the names of the two deceased, Sharon Randolph and Michael Miller. In the middle of this diagram, well, let me just start here. The purpose of the diagram, you will learn, is to document, collect, and preserve accurately what happens in a crime scene. Why? Because we can't come into court and make representations about it unless we know exactly where things were and how they were found. In this particular case, there were 3 crime scene analysts that were called. One is a woman by the name of Chelsea Collins. She's a crime scene analyst in the top there at number 1 on the left. I don't know if she'll be called during this trial. The second one is a crime scene analyst, senior crime scene analyst by the name of Jeff Smith. I expect that the state will call him during this trial. The third one is a crime scene analyst supervisor by the name of Gary Reed. The state will not call him during this trial. On this diagram created by Ms. Collins, you will see what we call a legend. It's a numeric listing of everything of importance that's in that scene. It's not just the bodies that Mr. Hamner showed you, but it's also the evidence. We should not have an expectation, ladies and gentlemen, that crime scene analysts will be perfect. But in cases like this, we should have an expectation that crime scene analysts can at least count to 10. If you count the numbered items in that diagram, you will see 1, 2, 3 cartridge cases. That's going to be important. You'll see a receipt from their dinner, a knife on the kitchen table, not 1 but 2 bullets. Remember, the state told you they found 4 in the garage. You'll see the mask and a hat. You'll notice that nowhere on the diagram and not within the legend are the numbers 10, 11, 12, and 13. That's going to be important. You'll see 14 and 15 following that. The reason this is important is because the state is going to tell you during this trial that those shell cases, they're not called casings. The casing is what goes around the outside of a sausage. A case, a shell case, is what's left behind when you shoot a gun. And the state's going to use that critical piece of evidence to have you see the case from their perspective. You'll see there's 1 shell case, 2 shell case, 3rd shell case directly in front of the door. What you'll learn is those shell cases are exactly where you would expect them to be if this shooting happened like Tommy Randolph described. What's really interesting, though, is we're going to find out during this trial that law enforcement makes up their mind that night. They make decisions that very evening about Tommy Randolph, and it's on the evidence that they perceive that night at that crime scene. Remember, there's 4 bullets, but only 3 cases. We will learn that the shell cases are very important, and we will learn the problem with that evidence that the state just described to you. Here's a problem. See, there's a lot of people at that scene. It's not just those 2 detectives and those 3 crime scene analysts. At that scene, there are not 1, not 2, not 3, but 10 patrol officers and 3 supervisors, 2 sergeants and a lieutenant. Being able to count to 10, I can tell you that's 13 people. There are canine officers, 3 of them, 3 violent crimes detectives. We will learn that back in 2008, when there was a shooting call where somebody died, violent crimes detectives would respond to the scene before homicide. They would walk the scene. They'd make decisions about it. They'd interview witnesses. They'd document evidence, and then they would brief homicide detectives when they arrived. It wasn't just Dino Kelly. There were 4 homicide detectives: Ken Hardy, Cliff Mogg, Dan Long, Dino Kelly. I expect you will hear from 2 of them during this trial. There was also a sergeant on scene by the name of Rocky Albee. You will not hear from him because, like Gary Reed, may he rest in peace, he is no longer with us. And Lieutenant Lou Roberts, who I mentioned a moment ago. There were the 3 crime scene analysts in and around the crime scene. There were also coroner's investigators. We'll hear evidence about that. Mortuary personnel, and then those first responders, paramedics, who are directly in the middle of that crime scene attempting to perform life-saving techniques. Right in that crime scene, 3 of them. We're also going to hear evidence about guns. This piece of evidence is going to be absolutely critical for you to understand what happened and how it happened, just like Tommy Randolph described. When law enforcement shows up, they're going to see folded down in one of the bedrooms, it looks like almost a little drawer. But when you flip it up, you realize it's a clock. But the purpose of that clock isn't just to tell time. It's also a place to keep a firearm. It's a gun safe compartment. And you'll know that because you'll see photographs during trial that says set gun upside down in the tray. When law enforcement arrives, it's actually flipped down. It's open. When they flip it back up to take photos of it, you'll notice it'll be easier to see on the actual photographs, but if you look on that wall directly around the clock, you're going to see a different color of paint. That's going to be important to you because you see, Mike Miller was aware that that room needed to be repainted because he was the handyman for the Randolphs. And he knew what was kept in that clock. That's going to be important for your consideration. Let's talk about guns. It's not just one. There's 3 guns recovered at the scene. One of them is going to be the gun Tommy used to save his own life and to take Mike Miller's. It's kind of an unusual gun. It's called a 9mm macro. That's the caliber of the gun, not the make and model. Most of us have probably heard of a 9mm. It's a very common cartridge. That cartridge is a 9x19. This is a different type of caliber. It's a slightly more, well, it's shorter, it's a little thicker, and it shoots a much lower velocity shot than a typical 9mm you may have heard of. This particular magazine holds 8 rounds with 1 in the chamber, meaning the capacity of that gun as fully loaded is 9 rounds. Remember, Tommy Randolph says he didn't know how many rounds he fired. There's going to be 3 left in the gun, 1 up above it that was in the chamber. We're going to know beyond any shadow of a doubt that he fired that gun 5 times. But there's 2 other guns recovered at the scene. They're called revolvers. It's a different kind of gun. Has kind of a wheel in it like you might have seen in the old cowboy movies. Those guns are documented on the crime scene diagram. And this is going to be really important at the conclusion of this trial. 14 and 15 are those 2 revolvers. 14 is discovered in the northeast bedroom office. You'll see it's right next to a trash can on top of some clothes on top of a suitcase. That's going to be really important for you during this trial, and here's why. On the 911 call, you will learn that Tommy Randolph actually goes outside and takes that gun from Mike Miller's person. And as he comes back into the house, he tries to throw it in that trash can because the 911 operator tells him, get the gun, put it someplace safe, lock the door. So he does. When police open that gun, they're going to discover that that's a .22 caliber, very small shell case. It's a rimfire cartridge. When you shoot, there would be a marking on the outside of one of those shell cases. You'll notice that all 6 of them are pristine. That gun has not been fired. That gun is the gun that Mike Miller had with him when Tommy Randolph confronted him. All of the bullets in those shells are still in that gun. Interestingly, however, in the east bedroom, next to the wall, there's another gun. That gun is also a revolver, and it looks very similar, but it's different. It's a .38 caliber revolver. It's called a center fire cartridge. Those little circles in each one of the cartridges is where the primer is kept. When the gun is fired, the hammer comes forward, firing pin punches the primer, and it expels the actual bullet out the end of the gun. This is a much larger round than a .22. These are what are called plus P rounds. They're designed with more pressure to create more velocity. You'll notice at the 11 o'clock position, that gun has been fired. That is the gun that Mike Miller chose to kill Sharon Randolph with. That is the gun that came out of the clock on the wall, exactly where Mike Miller knew it was. So law enforcement responds. These detectives will tell you that very night they developed a gut feeling about Tommy Randolph. The problem with a gut feeling, we'll learn, is it impacts your ability to see things from an open perspective. They have a feeling that night that Tommy's to blame somehow. Law enforcement's already made up their minds and decided Tommy's involved when they do this walkthrough. Now, this is the first screen you'll see when that walkthrough video is played during this trial. I expect the state to play it. It'll last about an hour. That walkthrough is an extremely unusual thing. Here's why. It happens a full week later. The crime scene has changed dramatically. It's been cleaned up. It hasn't been sealed. Number of people in and out of it. The LVMPD have Mr. Randolph come back to the address, and they do a walkthrough with him. And they record it. And then they go over and over and over again, trying to get him to say little minute details that it is an impossibility for any human to remember. In fact, we'll learn that law enforcement, when they utilize their weapons in the field, they never do a recorded walkthrough like this. And the reason is is because it's impossible to recreate that dynamic, pressure-filled event in real time. But you're not gonna have to take my word for that. You're gonna hear from a witness during this trial named Jeremy Stafford. He's an expert witness. The defense is going to call him, and he's an expert in the use of force. He's got a very long resume that allows him to be an expert in that field. He was a United States Marine Corps veteran, and in fact, you'll learn that he was awarded the Bronze Star for valor in battle in a situation
Thani.
where he had to utilize his own weapon to save his life and the life of others. What'll be interesting about that is he's going to talk to you about the science behind what happens to the body and mind when you're put in that situation. I'm going to give you great detail and cite scientific studies, but he's also going to be able to tell you that from his own perspective, because he's lived through these events where it is impossible to recall every detail. He also worked for the LAPD, retired from there. He was their firearm subject matter expert for the whole LAPD, and he is the handgun editor for the largest magazine in the world dealing with firearms, Guns and Ammo magazine, and he's the host of the Best Defense on the Outdoor Network. He is an expert, and he will be critical to your evaluation of the evidence in this case. But Tommy Randolph, on that walkthrough video, attempts to cooperate. He answers all of their questions, and he attempts to recall every detail. And he spends hours at that scene with law enforcement a full week later on the 15th of May. Why is that important? Because you're actually going to hear evidence, believe it or not, during this trial that the LVMPD goes back to that crime scene. After the walkthrough, a full week has passed, 35 people are there that night, many people are in and out the intervening week. A hazmat crew has actually come out and done a cleanup. You'll see the carpet cuts out where the blood had been prior. And they go in there and attempt to recreate a crime scene, having already made up their minds about what happened and attempting to use that as actual evidence. In fact, you'll see and you'll hear from another crime scene analyst by the name of Randy McPhail, who will go through painstakingly and put these little arrows on what he would describe as evidence in this shooting. It's going to be real important because that evidence is swabbed, it's impounded. This happened in 2008. They never tested until 2023. And as you sit here today during this trial, they won't even be able to tell you that's blood, and they certainly can't tell you whose blood that is. But here's what they'll tell you. A week later, after the walkthrough, after detectives and 100 other people have been through that scene, they walk it again. They're in a clean garage without the body of Mike Miller. Rocky Albee, the sergeant who can't testify, goes into that garage and he finds 2 additional shell cases. See, law enforcement in the state will attempt to tell you during this trial from their perspective what all this evidence means. But there's actually going to be evidence that we don't know how it got there, when it got there, or how it has any relation to the shooting whatsoever. That's the problem with the physical evidence in this case. State also talked to you about a timeline. And I tell you that's one of the big problems in Tommy Randolph's case. Law enforcement's decided Tommy's responsible, and so they take pieces of evidence or their interpretation of evidence to establish a timeline based on their perspective. And they do it, as Mr. Hamner told you, with one perspective of a video. That Funny's gas station video. They tell you a specific time that car leaves a pump. I want you to pay attention during trial because you're going to see on that video an entirely different perspective. It tells you that their timeline is inaccurate. They're going to give you an estimate of driving time while not including certain facts that you're going to have to know when you make this important consideration. They're going to talk to you about Mark Bartlett. His testimony is going to be critically important in this case, but not for the reasons Mr. Hamner told you. He's going to tell you things that are going to let you know beyond any shadow of a doubt that that timeline he mentioned is wrong. And that 911 call. They're going to talk to you about things on that 911 call and ignore others. A different perspective that's going to let you know beyond any shadow of a doubt that timeline is inaccurate. As Mr. Hamner says, there's a problem with the state's timeline, and it's the actual evidence that you're going to hear during this trial. tell you there's a problem with the relationship that Tommy had with Mike Miller. There is. They've gotten large parts of that story wrong from gossip from third parties and in ways that we will be able to demonstrate to you are completely inaccurate. And life insurance. They're going to tell you that's the motive for Tommy Randolph to commit this crime. There's a problem. Tommy Randolph did not and could not ever take out a life insurance policy on someone else. You can't do that. The person that's insured has to take out the policy. And you'll see that it was Sharon Randolph who got life insurance, that urinated in a cup, that gave blood samples, that signed contracts, life insurance on her life. There's a problem with that theory from the state. It's the evidence. See, here's the deal, ladies and gentlemen. This case really is about perspective. The state will call witnesses and they will present evidence to show you their perspective, that there is one murderer in this trial and that there are two victims. The state would have you believe that Mike Miller is a victim along with Sharon Randolph. The problem with that, ladies and gentlemen, is the actual evidence. And when you look at the case, when you've seen the evidence, when you heard the evidence, and you look at it from the perspective of that evidence, you will know there is but one murderer. His name is Mike Miller, and there's actually two victims. Mike Miller victimized Tommy Randolph. When he entered his home, he took his possessions, and he took his wife from him. Mike Miller murdered Sharon Randolph, and he did it in cold blood. And when you look at the evidence in this case, from the evidence perspective, you will know that Tommy Randolph is not guilty.
Ladies and gentlemen, that will be the conclusion of the opening statements in this case. State, are you prepared to call your first witness?
Yes, Your Honor, we call Colleen Byer.
Oh, Colleen, they're coming out heavy.
Byer, B-E-Y-A.
Colleen is Sharon's daughter. Coming out heavy.
Can counsel approach while she's coming in?
I just want to punch him in his face. Keep it together, Colleen. You got it. Let's give some hearts for Colleen. This is tough for her, man.
You can just remain standing and raise your right hand.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Please be seated.
You got it, Colleen. You got this.
You can state and spell your name for the record, please.
Colleen Byer, Colleen, Byer, Beyer.
Thank you. Ms. Byer, Sharon Randolph was your mom.
Yes.
Can you just give us some sense of how long you and your mom lived in Las Vegas?
Since 1978.
So you grew up in Las Vegas?
Yes.
Okay. Did your mom, during your childhood, was she married?
Yes.
Who was she married to?
Philippe Cassé.
Philippe
Cassé.
Cassé? And then is that spelled, well, actually, you tell me, how is that spelled?
Causse. It's French.
Do you know how long her marriage to Philippe was?
They were married in August of 79, and he passed away in June of 05.
So a number of years. Was he your biological dad?
No.
Did you kind of consider him though your father figure?
Yes.
You said he died in about June of 2005?
Yes.
During the time they were married, did they have a residence on Rancho San Fe Drive?
Yes.
Was that the house you grew up in, or is that a house they got later?
That's a house they got later.
Okay. In 2005 though, and prior to that, they were living at that house?
Yes.
Okay. And after he died, did your mom stay in the house?
Yes, she came back to the house when he died.
Okay. And that house, did it belong to her sort of after his death?
Yes.
Are you aware of whether or not your mom inherited any money as a result of his death?
100,000 life insurance and possibly a 401k.
Okay. So she would have gotten that money around June of 2005 or maybe into July of 2005?
Yes.
Okay. In the time period of June, July 2005, shortly after your stepdad's death, were you and your mom close?
After my father's death?
Right.
No, not at that time.
Okay. Did there come a point in time when you and your mom rekindled your relationship?
Yes.
When was that approximately?
January of 06.
Okay. And when you rekindled the relationship, did you become aware of a relationship that your mom was in?
Yes.
And who was the person she was involved with in January of 2006?
Thomas Randolph.
And do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you point to him and describe what he's wearing today?
He's right there. He's wearing a white shirt.
Listen to how she said that.
Witness has identified the defendant.
She hates him. I don't
So,
blame her.
you meet Mr. Randolph
She's
in
disgusted.
sometime in January of 2006.
Yes.
At that time, was he living in the house with your mom?
Yes.
And during that time period, were you pregnant, or you were living away with your own family, right?
I was pregnant.
You were pregnant, but did you already have another child?
I had Nicholas.
Okay, and you were married, living obviously separate from your mom.
Right.
Okay, so in January 2006, so about 6 months after, well, maybe a little more, 7 months after your stepdad dies, Mr. Randolph's living at the house with your mom on Rancho San Fe Drive.
Yes.
Do you know how it is that they met?
I heard it was through internet.
Now, during this period of now January of 2006, how often would you see your mom?
Often 4 times a week at least.
Okay. Did you go over there during the daytime?
Yes.
And was your mom working at that time?
No.
What had she done to make a living prior to that?
Beautician.
Beautician, like hairstylist?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point she retires from that?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was?
No.
That's okay. So you go over, I think you said 3 or 4 times a week?
Yes.
And is that to just spend time with your mom?
Yes.
You guys would talk and just sort of spend the day together sometimes?
Go shopping, yes.
Okay. When your mom was first involved with Mr. Randolph, were you aware of any kind of activities they did?
When I first met them, he had a boat and a motorcycle.
Okay.
I think they were using those.
Do you remember if they went to concerts or heard music, went out to eat?
Yes, they went to go go see a local lounge band quite often.
Okay, so they were out doing a lot of things.
Yes.
Do you remember them ever going on a cruise to Mexico?
Kind of. I mean, I heard about it. I don't remember the date.
Okay. Do you think that was early on in sort of the rekindling of the relationship with your mom, or what's your
Yes.
best estimate? Okay. Do you remember them putting in a pool at the residence?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was, or do you have any sense of that?
I don't remember the date.
Okay. When you were at visiting your mom during those days, was Mr. Randolph home at the time?
Yes.
Did he work, or was he retired, or what was your understanding?
Retired.
On those occasions, did you ever notice whether or not he had any physical disabilities?
Sometimes he had back pains.
Okay. But he had a boat and a motorcycle and those types of things?
Yes.
Did his physical state change over the time that you knew him?
Seemed like he got worse.
Okay. How about their social activities? Did it seem like were they going out to all these activities and boating and doing things at the end, or?
It seemed to dwindle.
Okay. Maybe more at the beginning.
Yeah, more in the beginning.
When you were visiting them, do you remember Mr. Randolph ever bringing up the topic of life insurance?
Yes.
How frequently would he talk about life insurance?
Oh, well, quite frequently. I mean, I don't know exactly how many times, but.
Was this early on in the relationship?
Yes.
Before they're married?
I don't know about that.
Okay, but it was something that he brought up a lot?
I think so, in my opinion.
Okay. Something that he talked about maybe more than one time?
Yes.
More than 5 times?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you remember him talking about his and her earns?
Yes.
When was that?
That was early on.
When they're dating?
Yeah.
Okay. During this time period, which is about 2 years, right? From 06 to your mom dies in 08. During this 2-year period, were you aware that Mr. Randolph had another relationship?
Yes.
Did you actually talk to him about that relationship, and did he acknowledge it?
Yes.
Were you aware that there were times that he would leave your mom and go to this other person?
Yes.
How many times were you aware of that happening?
I can't give an exact number, but I would say more than 5.
Okay, and does that mean like, hey, I'm leaving for the weekend, or did he like pack up all of his stuff?
I'm not sure about packing up all of his stuff, but he would be gone for quite some time, a couple weeks.
Okay, and then he'd come back?
Right.
Okay, did he, well, let me ask you this. When that happened, what was your mom's reaction emotionally?
She was very distraught and upset. Crying.
Crying and upset. When did it tend to happen? When would he go?
Usually around the holidays or special occasions like Valentine's or birthdays or things like that.
And then he'd come back?
Yeah.
And your mom accepted him coming back on some level?
Yes.
Okay. When you talked to Mr. Randolph about this secondary relationship, how did he explain it to you? What did he tell you about it?
I don't recall.
Did he apologize for it?
Yes, he did apologize.
Did he ever promise, like, this is it, I'm gonna end it?
I don't remember a promise.
Were you aware that your mom and Mr. Randolph had a wedding ceremony on a Mexican cruise?
Not till later.
Okay, but you are now.
Yeah.
From your answer, it's obvious you weren't at that wedding ceremony.
No, I wasn't.
Okay. At some point later, they get married in the United States.
Yes.
Do you know when that was?
No, I don't.
Does March of 2007 sound approximately right, or do you just have no memory of it?
I don't remember.
Okay. And I guess from this answer as well, did you attend that wedding?
No. No, I did not.
Do you know anyone who went to that wedding?
No, I do not.
And do you know several of your mom's friends?
Yes, yes.
And do you know a single one who was at the wedding?
No, I don't.
During, well, let me ask you this. Did your mom have an issue with gambling?
Yes.
How would you describe it?
Well, she enjoyed going to the Santa Fe. She lived close. She was frequent there.
Okay. What did she like to play?
Video poker.
In your opinion, did it ever get to an unhealthy point or a point where, she gambled maybe too much?
I think so.
And did you ever voice that concern to her?
Yes.
Do you think how much do you think she may have gambled in the, last months of her life?
I don't know.
Look, he's already
With
leaned
the-
over,
the money
whispering
that
to his
she inherited
attorneys.
From your stepdad, do you have any sense of whether or not that was used for gambling?
My best guess is she used some of that for gambling, yes.
He needs to shut up and not
Quite a
talk
bit
during
or
her
just a little
testimony.
bit?
I'm not sure. She also liked to go out to eat and go to the movies
Okay.
and shopping.
Did Mr. Randolph ever complain to you about your mom's gambling?
Yes.
And what did he say about it?
That she was just burning through money.
Did he seem upset by it?
Yes.
Did it seem like between the two of them in their household, was money tight or was money an issue, or did you have any impression of that?
I didn't have an impression of that.
Okay. Did you, during this time period, ever meet someone by the name of Michael Miller?
Yes.
When was it in relation to your mom's death that you met him?
A few months before.
A few months before, so definitely in 2008?
Yes.
Where did you first meet him?
I don't recall.
Were you at your mom's house, or do you know?
Probably.
And who introduced you to him?
Probably my mother.
Okay. And what was your understanding of like who he was or how he fit in?
I heard he was just a handyman. He was helping Randolph fix the patio cover.
Okay. In those months when you had been introduced to him and you were kind of coming over to your mom's a couple times a week, did you see Mr. Miller?
Yes.
What was he doing during those times?
Mostly I just saw him following Tommy around.
Okay. Like following him around the house?
Right. And around the house, outside, inside.
Okay.
They would go to Home Depot or something.
Were they sort of together moving around a lot?
Yes.
Were they having conversations that you were a part of?
No.
Did they ever, there's a room in the house that had drums in it. Were they ever in that room?
Did you say drums?
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Yes.
Was the door shut or what,
The door was shut.
Okay. So they were having conversations that you and your mom couldn't hear?
Yes.
What was your impression of Mr. Miller? Was he a loud person, a quiet person, or?
Very quiet.
Did he appear to be someone that had a lot of money?
No.
When he was over at the house, did you ever see him like working on like home improvement projects or anything like that?
I didn't see him actually do any work.
Okay. Did you ever hire him to come over to your house?
Don't think so.
Okay. When you would see him, did he ever participate in, or be invited to stay for dinner or that kind of thing?
At my mother's house.
And so it was just like, hey, stay for dinner kind of thing, or?
Yes.
Yeah, at those dinners, would he be talkative or was he quiet? How would you describe him?
I thought he was quiet.
Do you remember shortly before your mom's death, she and Mr. Randolph traveling to Utah?
Yes.
What was your understanding of the purpose of that? Why were they going there?
To help his parents?
And was it your understanding that his family lived in Utah?
Yes.
And about how many days were they gone prior to her death?
I don't remember the exact number. A week?
Okay. Do you remember them heading back to Las Vegas?
Yes.
And what was your understanding of their travel plans?
That they were going to come back to Vegas and just stay for a couple of days and then head back to Utah
Okay, so
on Friday.
Okay, so they were gonna come down, stay for a day or two, and then head back up to Utah?
Correct?
Did that make sense to you?
No,
Why not?
because it's an extremely long drive, and Randolph always complained how it hurt his back to do the trip, and it just didn't make sense to just stay for 2 days and then leave again when that Sunday was Mother's Day, and I thought she was going to stay and spend it with me.
Oh.
So when they're heading back from Utah and coming to Las Vegas, are you contacted by Mr. Randolph?
Yes.
Did he call you?
Yes.
What was his purpose in calling you?
He wanted to have dinner with the kids and my mom when they got back. They wanted to have dinner together.
Had he ever called you before to arrange a dinner with your mom, the kids, that kind of thing?
No.
This is the one and only time that happened? And did you go out to dinner?
Yes.
And is it the next night that your mom is killed?
I think so.
Okay. So you guys all go to dinner, and then this is part of their plan to be back for a couple days and then leave?
Yeah.
Okay. So where did you go to dinner on that night, if you remember?
Santa Fe, I think.
Okay. Somewhere close by?
Yeah.
On May the 8th, did you go over to your mom's house during the day?
Yes.
And was it just to visit, or why were you there?
I visited with her for a little bit, and then she was gonna watch the baby for me so I could do a few errands.
Okay. So, and we talked about you being pregnant in 2006. So at this point in May of 08, you have 2 children, right?
Right.
And how old are they in May of 08?
Thomas was 1. His birthday is in June. He was 2 in June, so he was almost 2.
Almost 2.
And Nicholas, 11, around 11.
When you went over on May the 8th, do you remember what time you would have gone over that day?
It was early morning, before noon, I think.
Okay. And did you have both children with you?
Nicholas was in school.
Okay. So you had just Thomas with you? And I think you said you were leaving him with your mom so you could run some errands?
Right.
Okay. Do you go do that? You run errands?
Right.
Do you remember having a conversation with your mom on that day at all during the day at her house?
I think that's the day when I came back and She was upset.
When you say she was upset, how could you tell?
She seemed very anxious and she was smoking a lot.
Yeah.
Was she crying?
A little bit.
What did she tell you about what was upsetting her?
That Randolph was talking about divorce over something about being married was
Just one approach real quick.
Yes.
Ugh. Do you notice that he cannot shut up the whole time? I think like he shouldn't even be allowed to speak. I'm not a fan. If y'all are here for like the kind of coverage that's like, shut up, Tom. Like you're wanting, impartial. This is not the one. I know too much about this creep. Normally I'm like, let's not, be mean. But I want to punch him in the face, so this one's different. Get your finger out of your mouth. Look at her. She's up there crying. I feel so bad for her. Sit down, Thomas. Poor Colleen, man. Could you imagine, like, this poor woman has not only did he do all of this and, take her mother from her at Mother's Day, but God, that's so obnoxious. Not only did he take her mother from her at Mother's Day, but she's had to go through all of this since 2008. She's had to go through this for 15 years, and she thought she's already had to testify and talk to them and like do all these things. She thought that this was behind her, and she sat there and just boo-hooed at the sentencing and stuff and thought that this was all behind her, and now is having to go through this again. I can't even imagine. This poor woman. Tom sucks. I feel so bad for her. And she was pregnant with a little girl when Doofus had her killed. And she was, Colleen said that her mom was so excited because she had, she wanted a little girl grandbaby, and she had like gone out already and was buying like little pink dresses and stuff. So every year that her daughter turns another age, it's a reminder that this is another year without her mom. Like, so her daughter's 15 now. I mean, I just hate it. I hate it for her. Well, there's like nobody over here. And we've still got verdict watch going down here for Georgia versus Austin Ford. So
Ms. Fire, I just want to talk a little bit about, not what she said yet, but like when you have this conversation with your mom on May the 8th, was it in the morning or was it in the afternoon?
Afternoon.
Okay.
Early afternoon.
And did it take place inside the house or outside the house?
Outside by the pool.
And to your
Outside,
knowledge.
did you say outside by the pool?
Yes.
Okay. To your knowledge, was Mr. Randolph home at the time?
Yes, I assume he was sleeping in the bedroom.
Was there a reason why the conversation took place outside?
No,
You were just out there?
right.
Okay. You mentioned that, your mom was smoking. Was it a normal amount or was it, different in this way?
Super fast.
Was that?
She smoked outside, so that's probably why we were outside. She didn't smoke in the house.
Okay.
He killed her
The
too, Michelle.
super fast, was that normal or is that an unusual habit for her at this point?
Unusual.
In your relationship with your mother, when you would see her historically smoke super fast, when did that occur, that behavior?
I think that's one of the few times I've seen her. My mom wasn't a huge smoker. Sometimes she would only smoke half.
Did you perceive her to be upset?
Yes.
Did you perceive her to be under stress?
Yes.
Could you, when she was talking, hear stress in her voice?
Yes.
You said she was crying. Did you see like tears in her eyes or what did you see?
It looked like she was crying. Her eyes were red.
Okay. How was the rest of her body? Was she relaxed or was she tensed up or what was happening with her?
Oh. Well, she wouldn't sit down.
Was she pacing?
Yes, a little bit.
Okay.
While she was talking.
Okay. And what did she tell you was going on?
Again? Gosh, that noise. Let's see if we can see how long this deliberation's been going on because they don't have a counter on. I'll see if I can get a counter.
What's going on?
Oh, she mentioned that Tommy felt he wasn't getting enough on his taxes by being married, and it was hurting his medication, his prescription, Medicare or something.
So
that effect.
Something about being married was costing him on taxes?
Yes.
Was there mention of divorce?
I think so.
Did you give an interview to the police way back in 2008 about what happened with your mom and Tommy?
Yes.
Would looking at that, I mean, it's been 15 years, help you refresh your recollection as to what was said?
No.
Do you remember exactly what she told you?
About, you mean outside?
Yeah.
No, I can't remember the exact words, but she was upset because he acted like the marriage it wasn't financially working for him.
Okay. And did you relay that? Did you tell that to the police? Do you remember?
I think so.
Okay. And so that was after your mom had died, you relayed that information to the police about this conversation on May 8th.
I think so.
That the marriage wasn't working for him.
Right.
Financially. Did your mom in that conversation indicate that she wanted to get a divorce?
No.
It was him?
Yes.
Later, well, I assume you collect your child and you go home at some point that day?
Yes.
Do you ever hear from your mom again that night?
Well, I took Thomas back. I picked up Nicholas from school, and then I took Nicholas back over to my mother's house that afternoon so he could go swimming.
Okay. And was that sort of a regular activity with your children? They would swim at your mom's house?
For Nick, yeah.
Yeah, obviously. And then at some point, do you leave your mom's house?
Yes, I just dropped him off.
So you leave Nicholas with your mom?
Correct.
And because he's a little older, so he's gonna swim?
Correct.
And then you take Thomas and go home, right?
Yes, Thomas ended up being sick.
Okay, and he's the 2-year-old?
Yeah, he was almost 2.
Almost 2. So Nicholas is with your mom and he's swimming. Is that right?
Yep.
Was that a normal activity for your mom?
Yes.
And you go home with Thomas?
Yes.
And at some point, do you see your mom again?
Yes, she brought Nicholas back to me at 6 o'clock.
Okay, so at about 6 at night, your mom drops off Nicholas, who's been swimming.
Right.
When your mom drops off Nicholas, do you know whether or not she was with Mr. Randolph?
I don't think she was. I'm pretty sure she told me he was off with Miller and that she was in a hurry to get back home because they had dinner reservation.
Okay, so when your mom drops off Nicholas, it's your impression that she was by herself, but she was headed back home.
Right, and they, yes.
Do you ever hear from her again that night?
Yes,
What time was that?
about 7:30.
Okay, and is that in person or by phone?
She called me on the phone to check on Thomas.
So she was just checking up on your youngest at that time because he wasn't feeling well earlier in the day.
Yes.
How is it that you learn of your mom's death?
Friday morning, a friend of mine named Tony called me and said she was watching the news and there was a shooting on Rancho Santa Fe and she knew that was my mother's street.
After you learned that, did you make a phone call?
Yes.
And just like I can clear up, when she said Friday morning, what is the date on Friday?
The May 9th?
May 9th.
So after you talk to your mom's friend, do you make a phone call?
Yes.
Who do you call?
I tried to call my mom again. I've been trying to call her all morning.
Did you reach her?
No.
Who did you talk to?
I think I called Randolph next.
And did you have a conversation with him?
Yes.
What did you say?
He said, "What did you do to my mother?"
What did he say?
He said, "Michael shot and killed your mother." And then he just hung up on me.
Oh. During the days after your mom's death, did you have any further conversations with Mr. Randolph?
I'm sorry, say again?
You said you had that conversation where he hangs up on you. Are there other conversations that you have with him in those days following your mom's death?
I think so. A few days after.
Okay.
And I'm so sorry.
I don't know how many.
Microphone, I can't hear you.
Okay, sorry.
Could you repeat what you just said?
Sure.
No, not you, Miss.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I can hear you.
Okay.
I'm not sure how many days after that conversation that we spoke again. I'm not exactly sure.
Okay. Did he ever have discussions with you about your mom's house and her property?
Yes.
What did he say in those discussions?
He said he didn't know what he wanted to do with the house yet.
Okay. Did he make any suggestions about it?
Yes, he said he could sell it or hold on to it because the market was down and wait till the market went up and then sell it, or he might move into it.
Did he tell you about the possibility of him getting involved with someone else?
Yes.
What did he say?
Don't be surprised if I, let's say, have a girlfriend sometime soon.
What?
Okay. At some point after your mom dies, is a document delivered to you?
Yes.
And do you know how do you get that document?
You mean the envelope?
Yeah.
I think Floyd Wolf dropped it off.
Okay. And who is Floyd Wolf?
Alice Wolf's husband.
Okay. And then who is Alice Wolf?
Alice Wolf was one of my mom's bestest friends that she worked with.
Okay. So Alice's husband dropped off an envelope to you.
Yes.
Do you remember how long after your mom died that this envelope gets dropped off?
It's just a couple days.
Okay. And what is in this envelope?
A will.
Your mom's will?
My mom's will, where she had written that she wanted to leave everything to me.
Okay. Did you ever contact Mr. Randolph and say, look, I have this will where my mom's indicating she wants to leave all of her house and everything to me?
No.
Did you have any further conversations with him ever about the will or your mom's wishes or the house, anything like that?
Say it again.
Did you ever have any further conversations, or did you ever tell him about the fact that you had this will?
No.
Was there a point in time when he learned that you had this will and he had left phone messages for you?
Yes.
And what was, like, how did that happen? How did he know to leave the messages, or how did he know you had the will?
Because after I had filed the will and I got a probate attorney and was able to access the house, and I was over there, and that's when Randolph came over and found out that the attorneys had given me the rights to the house.
Okay. Was he upset about that?
Oh, yes.
After that, did he ever call and leave messages for you?
Yes.
Numerous, 1, 2, how would you describe it?
Quite a few.
May I approach you on that?
Yes.
And I showed these to defense counsel on our last break, so
Okay.
I just want to show them to her. I don't think there's an objection to it.
Ms. Fryer, I'm showing you what's been marked as states, this is 306. This is 307. 308, and then this is 309. Do you recognize these documents as your mom's will and documents associated with her house and property?
Yes.
State moves to admit those exhibits, Your Honor.
Any objection to 306 through 309?
He's still over there talking to his attorneys.
Now, I want to focus just on 309. Is that the document that was delivered to you by Alice Wolf's husband?
Yes.
With regard to 306, 307, and 308, did you ever see these documents until you were in probate court? Like before you were in probate court, I should say.
I think Randolph showed me this one just before my mom's funeral.
Okay, and that's what I want to talk about then. This is 308 for the record. So just before your mom's funeral, Mr. Randolph showed you 308?
Yes.
308?
Yes.
Mhm. And that looks like a last will and testament, right? That's what the document says at the
That's
top.
yes.
And it looks like it's dated in 2006, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now 309 is the one you get from the Wolves, right?
Right.
And it looks like it's dated January 2007.
Yes.
Okay, so this one, the one you get from the Wolves, comes after, right?
Yes.
I love all the hearts for Colleen.
306. When did you see that document?
I don't recall.
Okay. Was it sometime, well,
I just don't recall.
you don't recall? That's
No.
okay. But you know it's part of the documentation of all the wills. Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay.
With regard to the phone messages, did you keep a recording of them?
Some of them.
And did you tell detectives that you kept a recording?
Yes.
Did the detectives ever come over and collect the recordings, the phone calls?
Yes.
How did they, this is 2008 technology, do you remember how he did it?
Nope.
Okay, did you just play the messages and he took care of the recording?
I don't recall.
Okay, but you gave him access to the ones on your phone?
Yes.
Were the recordings that you gave the detective all of the ones you had or just the ones you saved?
I'm gonna say all of them.
And Your Honor, we've already given defense counsel a copy of this. This is state's proposed 305. I don't think there's an objection to it.
Any objection to 305?
There's not.
Okay, 305 will be moved.
If I could just have a full person to open this for one second. The state, Your Honor, would move to admit 305 and publish.
305 is being made.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, my kid brought me lunch.
We are conducting a recording of some cellular phone voicemail messages that were left on Colleen Beyer, COLLENBEYER, cellular phone. The recording is being made in reference to a continuing investigation involving a murder with a deadly weapon, which occurred on 05/08 of 2008 at approximately 20:30 hours at 6517 Rancho Santa Fe in Las Vegas, Nevada.
These are bad. I've heard these.
Recording is being made at 5604 Angels Landing in Las Vegas at Mrs. Byers' residence. The date is 7/1 of 2008 at 15:22 hours. If you go ahead and start the recording. Just really
Wow. Yes. Asshole. I'm not muted, am I? Nope, I'm not. Sorry.
Detective D.O. Kelly, apostrophe K-E-L-L-E, YP number 4209, dictating an addendum to some recorded voicemail messages and answering machine messages left by Thomas Randolph on the cellular phone and home phone of Colleen, C-O-L-L-E-E-N Beyer, B-E-Y-E-R. The phone messages range from oldest to newest. The date and time of those messages are not displayed. The following recording is of a message left on the house phone. The date and time of this recording is 7/1/08 at 15:38 hours.
Hi, I was actually calling to apologize for getting so upset with you. That's what happens when people look me in the eyes and lie to me. And as it turns out, which is exactly what we was asking for, except now the lawyers are getting all the money. And I took it out the house because I'm married to your mama. I get the money, in fact. But we can do that with the lawyers. My lawyer said the price is now $15,000. And that's if I decide I want to sell the house. But I didn't want to know if my part of my drum because I don't think I want to keep them with me. But I forgive you. I'm sorry I called you bad names or lawyer. And your mom did love you. And I still love you. I still care for the boys. But if you want to somehow work this out amongst us and not pay these lawyers $20,000 or $30,000, you're going to give me that much on the house anyway. I'm going to work out a pretty good deal because I just want to go get on with my life because this has been a pretty crappy 2 years for me. See you.
Okay, that is going to be the end of this recording.
So, who is Mike?
My husband.
Your husband? There's a reference in the very first call to Mike, your husband, and music.
He wasn't in jail yet.
Is his occupation or does he do something in music?
He's an audio engineer.
Okay, and Mr. Randolph talked about possibly investing in his business.
I guess so, but my husband works for the union. And
Okay.
he works contract gigs.
Okay.
He didn't have his own business.
I'm sorry?
It's not like we have a business.
Okay, but he did mention something about Mike's business, music.
Yes.
Thing. Your mom, did she have a lot of jewelry?
Yes.
Was it fancy jewelry, expensive jewelry? How would you describe it?
She had both.
Both? May I approach your honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's marked as State's Proposal 168. Do you recognize those items as your mom's jewelry?
Yes.
State moves to admit 168.
Any objection to 168?
None at all.
168 will be admitted.
The jewelry that you said your mom had sort of a mixture of expensive jewelry and less expensive jewelry?
Yes.
Is it like 50-50 or what pieces did she have that you would describe as expensive?
She had a golden locket that had some pearls and turquoise on the front, and when you opened the locket, it had 4 photos of my grandfather, my grandmother, and my 2 uncles.
Okay. Any other particularly expensive piece?
A bangle bracelet, a chain with a large gold puffy heart.
Puffy heart?
Yes.
Okay.
A gold watch that was solid gold watch, antique.
Anything else?
Earrings.
Okay. And then would the rest of it be just regular jewelry?
Costume jewelry, like a Christmas bracelet.
Sure.
Or a watch just to wear to work.
And in this, I'll go back if I could, Your Honor. I'm going to show you 168, which is laying out all the pieces of jewelry. Do you see
those more expensive items that you were talking about.
That looks like the gold watch. The gold bangle.
I'm sorry, Ms. Weather, it's just really hard to hear.
Sorry. I recognize this looks like the gold watch, the gold bangle. Real earrings, but that's obviously fake. Rhinestones.
So
costume. I don't see that locket though.
Okay, so you do see the watch, the bangles, and then maybe a pair or two of
some real gold earrings.
real gold earrings on there.
Yeah, but a lot of this is junk, like costume jewelry.
Yeah, like not everybody.
Right.
Not everybody has millions of pieces of this one. And your mom, how would you describe how she kept her house? I mean, was she really organized and everything put away or less put away?
Very clean and tidy.
Okay. How about her shoes? Did she like take off her shoes and leave them everywhere, or was she neat and tidy even with her shoes and clothes?
Well, she didn't like shoes in the house, but we would put our shoes off to the side, away from the doorway, but off to the side when you walk in.
In May of '08, did your mom have any mobility issues? Like, was she prone to falling? Did she have trouble with her hips or trip or anything like that?
He's chewing on that nail.
No.
How about with her vision? Did she have any issues with her vision at that time?
Not that I know of.
Okay. And then if your mom was going into the house, like through the garage, you know what I mean, like through that door?
Yes.
What would happen with shoes at that point?
I think she'd take them off, leave them in the garage.
Okay. And then if she was going through the front door, what would be her habit?
There's a space off to the right, around the corner to put the shoes.
Okay. How about when she was going in the house through the garage? I assume you've come home from errands and going out to dinner and stuff like that with your mom on those occasions. When she would first go in the house through the garage, what would she do? Would she just walk right in, or?
If it's dark, she'd turn the light on.
Is there a light switch right there?
There's a light switch right there.
Where is it?
Pretty sure there's one right on the right side of the wall, and then the laundry, the washer and dryer were directly on the left side, and right there also was a light switch.
And you would come home with her occasionally at night and see her flip on the light?
Yes.
Lastly, I'm showing you what's marked as states 288. Is that a photo of you and your mom?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember when that was taken?
Yeah, Nicholas took that. Gosh.
Like a year before or months before?
Oh, this was a long time ago. It was
So
really a long
years
time ago.
before her death? You think?
Yes.
Okay. State moves to admit 288.
Any objection to 288?
No.
288 will be admitted.
I'll pass the witness, Sharon.
And counsel approach.
That is aggressive. Oh, we got action in the other one. Perfect timing too, because I think they're probably about to send them to lunch.
Obviously, neither side tendered the medical examiner's report.
Shoot.
Anyone, including from the jurors in any way during the case in which marries. either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about this case. You must not do any research, such as consult the dictionaries using handwriting.
Those exhibit number one, that the emails that were tendered by Mr. Lawrence Lewis cannot go back to them, and that the medical examiner's report was not tendered and cannot or could have been gone back. The state doesn't believe either thing that they have requested is possible under Georgia law.
May I have the defendant's proposed response before I formulate my response?
They don't have their microphones on. See if we can find out.
I think it obviously should be shorter.
Oh, emails and medical examiner's
It won't
report.
be that long.
A short response that doesn't come off as flippant, something that sounds like the medical examiner's report wasn't admitted in the evidence, and the other evidence is not available for your review, something like that, Judge.
All right, let me formulate a response that I will read for approval from both sides.
So they want to see the emails and the medical examiner's report, and they're formulating a response. That's the next jury question. Man, this jury's been deliberating for 8 hours. I mean, it might be another hung jury. Okay, so what do you think they would be wanting to see? The email and the medical examiner's report. I bet they're still going back and forth about suicide versus homicide. That's
They should just lay it out.
Okay, perfect.
Right, okay. So, Deidre Marley's a friend of hers. She indicates
oh,
that
they got
around,
Mike in here.
around March of 2006, she is her mood. She's observing that her mood is changing. She says that she's no longer. She's normally happy.
Sharon's mood is changing?
Yes.
Okay.
She's no longer happy and giddy, and that's normally her typical personality. And she says, I didn't see that gleam in her eye. And to her, she was left with the impression that Sharon was depressed. And she was asking her what was wrong, and she was indicating, she said that Tom said that if I didn't marry him, that he was going to leave her.
This is in 2006?
Yes, so this is before the Mexican ceremony.
Okay.
She had said that he was sleeping on the sofa and no longer would sleep with him. When she heard all of this.
And who's no longer sleeping with him?
Sharon is no longer sleeping with Tom. Okay. Tom is sleeping on a couch.
Okay.
She's sleeping in the bed, and he doesn't want to. You'll hear Deidre gives her advice. Sharon, you should really let him go. Right? She doesn't think it's a good study. She makes a suggestion to Sharon. Go to Mexico and go have some sort of like mock ceremony. Maybe that will kind of shut them up. And ultimately what happens is they go to Mexico and they have this ceremony. So that's one conversation.
Okay, well, we gotta do these one at a time.
Okay, so let's do that.
So in regards to that conversation, what's your position in regards to that?
2.5 years before the Mexico marriage, we're gonna hear what Deidre Marley says that Sharon said, and the court said the Supreme Court said in Havish regarding state of mind, it has to be relevant to the crime charge. In Havish, they would try to argue that the man had died, Binion died of a drug overdose, and they brought out that Binion told his lawyer, if I end up dead in the next few days, you'll know it's Sandy Murphy's. That caused reversal. That's a problem. So I don't understand what the state is saying. 2.5 years beforehand, Sharon, what does that have to do with this conversation? That has to do with maybe they went to Mexico. If there was something that maybe happened in the cruise in Mexico 2.5 years beforehand. But this is just so far afield, and there's no relevance.
So they don't want that to come in.
We have had courts and precedents that talk about in domestic relationships, the
state of mind of people in a marriage is relevant. I mean, one of the cases that we found, I know it was this, I wasn't a party, I mean, no, email, we didn't review it, but we have an 11th Circuit case, USC Pokers, that talks about the fact that one member of this relationship wants a divorce, potentially taking all their money. It's potentially what prompts another person to kill. I mean, the reality is why this is relevant is
Jury question.
this relationship is not smooth at a lot of different junctures. And why this is significant is this is a situation at the beginning of the relationship where he is pressuring her to marry him. And she is upset over this. And ultimately, that's what she does. We believe one of the motives in all this is he wanted to marry this woman, take out the life insurance, and ultimately get rid of her at the end when she's outlived her use. And that is our theory of the case. So the fact that before they go off to Mexico, she is explaining, I'm really upset because we're not intimate anymore. He's threatening to leave me. And then a friend says, well, maybe do the Mexico thing. And that's in fact what they do, and the relationship goes on. It is relevant. It's relevant to figure out why they're even getting married in the first place. It is relevant to understand how much Mr. Randolph is really in it and how much he really wants to be with Sharon at the beginning and what's important to him. And so, his statements are relevant in her admissible admissions. But the fact is, this goes to her existing state of mind, her existing emotional state. And so I believe this conversation is incredibly relevant because you even have a friend recommending to her, Sharon, just be done with this guy. And yet she chooses not to do it. So that I think this is not a remote situation, and it is critical to understand how this relationship forms and how this marriage ultimately comes to be and what both people are feeling at that time.
Well, I mean, here's the situation. I think what Deidre said is absolutely, I mean, she can absolutely testify. I told Sharon she needed to leave him. She can testify to Sharon's demeanor when she saw her. But a statement that Sharon made 2.5 years prior to when Sharon was murdered is not going to be considered relevant to her current state of mind in 2008. But Deidre can talk about anything she said. She can absolutely talk about anything that she observed. But Sharon's statements are not relevant to state of mind when they occurred 2.5 years before the murder.
Okay.
Could I also be heard on that? Just
yes.
Deidre Marley, they didn't even take a recorded statement from her. They didn't put her on in front of the grand jury. They didn't call her last night. I'll tell you why they want Deidre. Deidre knew a man named Joseph Matvey, our expert. Deidre said that she had some information she told Mr. Matvey because she knew Mr. Matvey's wife. Mr. Matvey put her in touch with Detective O'Kelly, and I think the state wants to muddy up the water with our experts, bringing our expert in. There's no relevance to that, so we want to make sure that the state stays away from Mr. Matvey. Anything Mr. Matvey would have said would be clearly hearsay. And so also it seems very odd to me that this case has been going on for this many years, and once we notice Mr. Matvey, all of a sudden Deidre Marley becomes an important witness. She really doesn't have much to say at all. She did, we'd have heard about her in the last trial. We'd have heard about her in the grand jury, and they most certainly would have taken a recorded statement.
Hi, addicts.
So we'd ask that no mention of Mr. Matvey come in. There is no relevance to that at all, just that he put them in touch.
I'd like to respond to that. I really appreciate that Mr. Warren has looked into the minds of me this regularly, understand why we do certain things, but the reality is this. I didn't try the last case, and I don't really care what witnesses we called the last time. This is our burden in this trial, and that's not one of the reasons why we're doing it. It can be a factor. If Mr. Matvey testifies and she has information relating to Matvey, we're free to relay that. But that's not the reason why we're doing this. This is just one conversation. I'd like to get to the other ones because
Well, she's going to be allowed to testify in regards to her relationship with Sharon because she's Sharon's friend, so she can testify about that. The fact that she didn't testify in the last trial has absolutely no bearing on whether she'll be called today. In regards to Matvey, she can't testify to anything he said because that's a hearsay statement. But if there's something that he says and you guys want to call her in your rebuttal case, I can't stop you from doing it.
So I've had a discussion with Mr. Tomczyk about another conversation Deidre has with Sharon when she observes bruises on her body. Have you guys made a determination as to what you want to do about it?
I haven't had a chance to talk to him.
Okay, so one of the things that I was this morning kind of at least addressing with him is that one of the things that Deidre notices at one point while they're married is she comes in one day and she notices she has bruises on her body.
Okay, you gotta stop saying she and tell me who
I'm
she
sorry.
is because we're talking about Deidre and
I
Sharon.
apologize.
I love
Deidre
this
notices
judge.
Sharon has bruises on her body.
Okay.
She asks Sharon, how did you get those?
And she says, Tommy and I were out on his boat, and he was speeding, and he turned, and I fell in the boat.
Okay.
Okay? Her response, meaning Deidre's response to hearing that story was, Sharon, I believe he's trying to kill you. And she says, whatever you do, don't accept any food or beverages and turn your back on him. And she says, Sharon's response to that is, do you really think so? And she says in response, I really do. That is relevant, again, because of another warning that this same friend is making to her. What I don't want to do is if you omit that middle portion, it could create the impression that there's a DV situation. And I'm not trying to suggest that. In my opinion, to eliminate the risk of an insinuation there was domestic violence, you have to bring in that context of it's just an accident on the boat. But if because I can literally just go, hey, what did you observe? I observed bruises. What did you do? I think he's trying to kill you. That is a very different story that would be told than rather giving context. So in my opinion, to protect Mr. Randolph, it is appropriate to lay that background, not for the truth of the matter asserted, but to give context to just why she's saying what she's saying.
Oh, his face.
Your Honor, if I just heard that correctly, there was something on a boat that she fell over. And now the state is saying that Sharon said something, and this woman who didn't see it, didn't hear about it, just only heard Sharon saying this, concludes, oh, this must be an attempted murder situation, and you should get out of it. This is a bad act. We should have litigated it before. Where's the clear and convincing evidence of it? There's absolutely nothing to this. And what I would tell the court is some of these witnesses that are going to come up, they gossip, and when I say it, I mean they really just spend pages and pages saying, I heard from this person, and then after, I heard from this person, and I talked to the hairdresser who told me this. And that's what we're getting into. This is not, what does this have to do with what happened in that house that night? Some kind of boating incident where now the state is saying that the evidence that something was awry is coming from a witness who saw some bruises. Even Sharon didn't say anything was wrong with it. Sharon just said, oh, you think so? And now they're bringing this out. They're really muddying up the waters. And so I would ask that that be kept out. It's hearsay, and it's a bad act, and it is highly prejudicial, and the probative value is extraordinarily low.
I can go back over him again
Well,
in a minute.
I mean, it's not a bad act because it's absolutely not going to be insinuated in any way that Mr. Randolph committed a domestic violence. And I gotta tell you, when Mr. Hammond first started speaking, that's exactly, I was like, seriously? We already litigated the bad acts. But based upon the fact that the testimony is that she fell in a boat, if this woman then gave her some form of advice, again, going back to the court's original ruling, this lady can testify to advice that she gave to Sharon because she can testify to something that she said in relationship to Sharon and Mr. Randolph's relationship, which is absolutely an issue in this case. So that will be allowed because there is no insinuation that Mr. Randolph had a domestic violence against this woman. This witness is going to say Sharon said she fell on the boat.
Yes. Okay. The next conversation, time-wise, is a week before the murder. She states that she is on.
Who is she?
I apologize. I know.
It's okay.
It's okay. I apologize. Deidre states that a week before the murder, she is on her way home and she receives a phone call from Sharon. She says that she can hear in her voice that she sounds depressed. She says that Sharon told her, Deidre, I'm not doing well. What's wrong? I need to get a divorce. And her response to that, meaning Deidre's response to Sharon's, well, that shouldn't be hard. You didn't marry him. And she was like, well, Deidre, I actually did. Sharon says, actually, because she actually just thought all that happened was the Mexican ceremony. She didn't realize that they got officially married. And so what she gives Deidre's advice to Sharon at that point, she says to Deidre, Sharon says to Deidre, I don't have any money left. Tommy went for my money. Deidre's response is, don't worry. I know lawyers and paralegals. I'll find a pro bono defense attorney. She says that Sharon had relayed, I had him on the house, but I took him off. And Sharon says there's a life insurance policy on my life. And Deidre says to me that, in my opinion, that was a red flag. And when I heard that the life insurance policy, the advice that she gave Sharon at that point was Sharon, I want you to come with me and stay with me. I want you to be safe. And Sharon's response to Deidre was, I don't want to leave my home. And Deidre says, I can't force you, but I want you to be safe. But please be aware, don't take any food or drink or beverages from him.
So that is a conversation 1 week before the murder. I think that elicits Sharon's existing state of mind on this. All of that time-wise is incredibly relevant. And again, to me, an important thing is, once again, there is advice from Deirdre to her friend, come live with me, don't be with him anymore, 1 week before this, because she is really worried, and then 1 week later, Sharon's dead.
This is Tavish Murphy. This is exactly letting the lawyer get up and talk about what Binion said. About 1 week beforehand, Sharon says that there may be some difficulties according to Ms. Marley, and now we're going to let out this whole conversation. And I think this is completely, or this has been addressed by the Nevada Supreme Court. What is, again, the relevance to the issue of this case, given what she's saying? And the state could argue, well, it goes to the state of mind. Well, it goes to Binion's state of mind that he thought that maybe Sandy Murphy was going to kill him. And that's why I was telling the attorney, he says, if something happens to me, make sure that you know that it's Sandy Murphy who's done it. That's the exact same thing. They're just changing the names and changing a little bit of facts, but it's right on point.
All right, I'm gonna have my law clerk, my assistant pull up the Tavish case for me, because that was not one of the cases that I read this morning.
I'm sorry.
No, she's getting it from me.
So my recollection of Tavish is the statement is, if something happened to me, I guess it's Sandy Murphy, but it was brought in to show that the victim wasn't suicidal, right? That was sort of the way that court allowed the evidence in. And instead, the Nevada Supreme Court reversed the case because they said the state improperly argued that he was saying, he was sort of prophetic about like what might happen to him. We're not seeking to suggest anything other than this marriage isn't going well. Both sides are not, everybody's mentioning divorce. Things are rocky. They're rocky right up at the time of the murder. And I do not understand how that would not be relevant in a case like this, where we have alleged a conspiracy between the husband and the person who ultimately kills Sharon Randolph. I mean, we're talking about what the state of the marriage was. All the friends give this advice out. This is what their perception is. But Sharon Randolph's state of mind, that she's not happy in the marriage, that the marriage isn't smooth sailing at that moment, is relevant in terms of establishing a motive for the conspiracy.
Okay, I'm gonna read the Tavish case. Anything else, and I'm gonna get back to you guys after lunch on that one.
And Tavish relies upon Schultz, which Ms. Weckerly did send to the court. And it does say that it has to be relevant to the crime, the state of mind to the crime. And it just isn't at all. And you notice they're saying, wow, it was only a week before, but about 20 minutes ago, Mr. Hamner was telling us why 2.5 years before was just as relevant. So what they're doing is just muddying up the waters. It's almost like a divorce proceedings. They are fighting here, they're fighting there. And there's all these different sort of gossipy conversations that these people come up with after the fact is irrelevant to the case charged, and under both Schultz and Tavish, it is inadmissible.
Okay.
Again, Your Honor, this is not mudding up the
Well, no,
waters.
I've heard arguments. I thought you had another conversation. Because you two will argue about this till lunch is over.
That's probably true.
Yes, so we heard argument. I'm gonna read Tavish and got you. I thought you had another conversation.
I think it would be similar. I don't think anything is as significant as kind of the ones that are through Deirdre. I mean, there's a friend in Victoria, but I think even if that's the court's ruling, if there's advice being given, I think that'll be fine.
If there's something that they said to her, they can testify about what they said.
Okay.
All right. So I'll read Tavish. I'll read back to you guys on that after lunch.
Thank you.
What time do you want us back?
Your Honor, I want to alert the court that if the court's ruling is that these conversations, some of these conversations are coming in, there's some sexual conversations through Victoria, sexual conversations that I before I say it in front of a jury, I would want to address at the court, because it's the same type of thing. I just don't want to say it.
Look at Tom's face.
And
Tommy.
it's a little disparaging. And so it's something that one of their witnesses, who they just mentioned,
Victoria?
yes,
Okay, well then what we'll do is when we come back from lunch, you guys can take this witness on cross. If there's any redirect, I'll let the jurors ask questions, whatever that goes on. Is Deidre the next witness?
No.
Victoria's gonna be called before her?
Mr. Byer.
Michael Byer, Colin's
Okay,
husband.
before Victoria hits the stand, then we can address it.
Yeah.
Make sure you remind me, we'll take a break and we'll address that outside.
yes, thank you,
Okay?
Your Honor.
Josh.
Don't smile, Fami. You're not allowed to smile. Let's see if we can get any more hot mic moments. I wish.
Eric, come in. Eric?
Be gone.
Eric, come in. Do we cut?
Josh. I really like your.
Copy. And let's bring the cards in, Alan. I mean, just the top card that has been filmed.
Fami. Oh, Fami. Fami's angry.
Oh, hey, boys.
Still seeing if we can get any more hot mic moments. Y'all know I love me a good nosy hot mic moment. He won't hush that fuss at all, which is funny because
I have food here.
oh, cameraman has food here. That's great. He won't hush that fuss, and he's had multiple attorneys say he cannot shut his mouth to save his life, which is why he ended up calling back Dateline, telling them, "Hey, y'all come on and see me without any attorneys here, so that way I can talk."
Let's go to lunch.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Let's go to lunch. We can go to lunch.
Everybody get out of here.
Lord knows he loves to hear himself talk.
I'm not coming back after lunch.
Where are you going, camera guy?
I'm a still photographer for the newspaper. But the video people, obviously, they're going to be here the whole time.
Cameraman is asking, do we cut? He's waiting for a clapperboard to close the video. Yeah. Oh, Lord. Okay, so I had a couple of y'all that were asking. We're still in verdict watch with Austin. I don't know if y'all could hear the voicemails. Trying to see if there's any more hot mic moments. So I don't know if y'all could hear some of y'all were saying that you couldn't hear the voicemails. I was transcribing them as we went through, but some of y'all came in late. You can hear the progression in the voicemails of how he starts off and he's not, he's just like, "Oh, I just love you," and
That bottom card doesn't want to stay.
Oh, there we go. They muted us. So you can hear him saying, "Oh, I just want to hear your voice," and it, makes me feel better, and it comforts me, and it makes me feel like home. Yada yada yada. And I reserve the yada yada yadas now strictly for people like him and Letitia and all that. And then you can hear like the progression of them. It's like, "Oh, I just love you and I want to see the kids," and all that. And then it's like, "Oh, hey, hope you're well. I need you to call me. I've got paperwork. I need to do paperwork." And then everything is not about, "Hey, I'm, just wondering how you're doing. I know we're both struggling." No, none of that. It's all, "I got paperwork. I want to get this house sold. We need to talk about how we can save some money on cleaning the house and, putting it on the market and doing this and this and this." Every single thing is about, "I need you to call me. I need you to call me." Not what do you need? You lost your mother, but I need you to call me because of paperwork. Then once he finds out about the will and that she has a different version of the will than he did, his whole tone changes. It's no longer just, I need you to call me and, come, come meet me. I'm coming to Vegas, come meet me, whatever. It's no longer any of that. It's all, he calls her a liar, and he said, that he said, that she's a liar and she made this up. And he said, no wonder your mom didn't like you. What? He's awful. He's awful. So yeah, Thommy is thrash. He's thrash. Thrashy Thommy. Can you imagine being her? And I appreciate y'all so much doing all of the hearts and all the love we were sending her from here and sending all the good vibes to Colleen, because I feel so bad for her to have gone through all of this for 15 years and to think that it was all behind her. And then to have to, to hear about the conviction being overturned and then to have to go through all of this again. I cannot even imagine. So y'all send in like the hearts and the good vibes and the love. I love that. Could you imagine though, being her and having all of those messages about, oh, I just love you, knowing that you suspect him and that, that your mom suspected things already, and to go into having to listen to that voice and him trying to manipulate. And then you can hear the progression. It's like anybody who's gone to school for psychology or is into psychology stuff. It is textbook the way that you can hear the progression in those voicemails where he's like, oh, I just miss you and I want to hear your voice. He is trying to, that's pure manipulation. He's trying to, get in close, go make her feel like they're, still family. Everything's fine. Stay in good graces. Don't suspect anything. And then as she's not answering and she's, ignoring his calls because she knows that she's got a whole different will. She knows that he's full of crap. So she's not answering. And as he's not getting his way and he's slowly starting to realize that he's not in control, it is textbook narcissism, the way that his manipulation tactics, the way that his tone changes, the way that he can't get control of her by using honey. So he goes straight into vinegar and, trying to control her. He's like, okay, well, I can't control her by manipulating her by, being nice. So let me try to gain control of the situation by lashing out and calling her names. And, he's doing everything exact textbook on how to try to get control of the situation. And it makes me want to kick his chair out from under him while he is sitting there with that face. And it's oh man, he's a doozy. So when he left the message that said, once he found out about the will and said that she's a liar and that no wonder your mom didn't like you. Oh man, she has some patience and some strength to have dealt with this for as long as she has. Jessica, thank you. I love our little cash register. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Boy, he's something, ain't he? So in the one right after that, where he's saying, he's telling her, well, the ones right before that, and he's like, I need this and I need that. And, I need you to call me today. You have to call me today because I've got papers and I need to get these documents and I need to get the house on the market and all of this. And he doesn't know yet at that point that ain't his house. That was never his house to begin with. He moved from Utah to Las Vegas. He moved in with her. That was Sharon's house. That was not his house. And I'm sorry, married, not married, if they had bought it together and, you know, this is something they work for, fine. He moved into Sis's house. That ain't his house. So she did the will and left it to her daughter, her only child. And when he found out, oh boy, he was mad. So then his whole tone changed. And oh man, he is something else. My dog Clover just gifted a membership. Thank you so much. And it went to Tammy L. Tammy L, welcome to the family. Welcome to the family. Thank you so much, my dog Clover. I appreciate you gifting the membership. Oh, we have one for that too. Oops. What did I do?
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
I love the best friend ones. I appreciate that so much. Thank you so much. The more the merrier in our little family. So the ones after that, when he was talking, I know I was trying to transcribe it as we went. But the ones where that was right after that, where he's saying, talking about the money to the lawyers, what he was saying is he's fussing at her. Oh, we got action in the... Y'all, we are doing double duty today.
Question, comment from the jury.
Question, comment from the jury.
It reads as follows. Your Honor, we, the jury, currently sit at 8 guilty, 4 not guilty.
Oh my gosh.
The same position we were
another hung jury
after 1 hour of deliberation yesterday. We have concluded that we are officially not unanimous. Mr. Umberg, please show Court's Exhibit 9 to both sides.
Another hung jury.
All right, so let me perfect the record as best I can. We commenced the jury trial on Monday, August 7th, 2023. We took that entire day for jury selection. The jury was sworn in on Tuesday morning, August 8th. They heard evidence on Tuesday and Wednesday, and part of Thursday morning. The defense finally rested on Thursday morning, which would have been Thursday, August 10th. After closing arguments in charge of the court, the jury began deliberating on Thursday at about 2:10 p.m.
Thank you, Amanda H.
They
Gifting 5.
recessed for the evening on Thursday at about 5:40 p.m. They resumed deliberations today on Friday, August 11th at about 9:15 a.m. But from 9:15 to 10:15, they reviewed a video recorded statement of the defendant. So essentially, they didn't begin deliberating until about 10:15 this morning. They deliberated from 10:15 to noon and took a lunch recess from noon to 1. They resumed deliberations today at about 1 o'clock and have been deliberating from 1 o'clock until about 3:40. All right, just perfecting the record on the length of the trial and the length of deliberations at this point. What is the state's position?
Your Honor, at this point, they still, I suppose it's not a written rule, but they still have not deliberated as long as it's a day and a half, and they've had just short of a day and a half. I think think the appropriate thing to do at this time is to tell them to continue the deliberations.
Defendant's response or proposed response.
Come on, Steve Harvey. What you got to say?
Judge, I don't have a proposed response that you can give to the jury. I would object to the state's response in giving you the short answer to the question that you posed to me. I don't have a response. What I think the court should do, and I don't know if the court wants to hear from me in that regard, that's not what the court asked me. They indicated that they are at the same place they were, by my calculations, 8 hours of deliberations. They were where they are after 1 hour of deliberation. So they've been discussing the case. I'm talking about, if you believe what's in the note, they've been actively discussing the case for 7 hours, accounting for all of the time that the court is subtracting from the viewing and the questions. They've been actively deliberating for 7 hours, and they've had absolutely no movement. So I think that calls for a hung jury mistrial, but that's not the question that the court put to me. So I don't have any response for the jury. I don't think holding them hostage for another 7 hours, if that's what the state is asking for, holding them hostage for another 7 hours to see if they move from that position, when I think 7 hours is a long time to be talking about a case that is relatively simple. They have to make a simple decision about who they believe was holding the gun when the gun went off, because that's the only thing in debate. They haven't moved for 7 hours. I'd ask the court to declare mistrial, and I'm available starting Monday for trial number 3.
Wow. Wow.
Well, if I take the jury's note at face value regarding the timelines, when they are saying that they are in the same position that they were in now as they were after deliberating for 1 hour yesterday, that would put them in the position that they currently are in now with the verdict as they were at about 3:00 p.m. yesterday. So no movement in reaching a unanimous verdict since 3:00 yesterday. Does either side want me to give them the Allen charge? I'm asking the state first, please.
He said
That's fine.
nope.
Let me just hear from the state first.
State's going to say yeah. Well, I don't know though. 8 to 4.
I mean, my options at this point to tell them to continue to deliberate, to give them the Allen charge and tell them to continue to deliberate, or to declare a mistrial. So I think those are, I'm going to hear from the state first always. So those are the 3 options that the court sees. Am I missing any other option that needs to be considered?
No, Your Honor, the state's position is that the first option, to tell them to continue deliberating without giving them the Allen charge, is the state's preference and request of the court.
Defense response.
I think the option you're missing is do nothing.
Well, I mean, I have to respond. So do nothing means continue to deliberate. I mean, do nothing is.
Well, when I say they sent you a note, they told you what the status is. The court is saying the court has to respond. I don't know that the court has to respond, but I accept that you believe the court has to respond. And in that scenario, if to the extent the court has to respond to the note, I guess what the prosecutor suggested in terms of a response. See, my position in terms of declaring mistrial doesn't require any response. If the court is going to respond, if my choices are, I'm going to respond, number one, and I'm going to tell them something, which means I'm not going to declare mistrial, then I would say continue deliberating, because I would oppose the Allen charge. My preference would be declare mistrial since there has been no movement. And that's a little bit different. The way the court framed is a little bit different than the way I framed it. I said 7 hours of deliberation in the room with the other jurors. The way the court framed it, which may be a better way to frame it, this has been on their minds for 24 hours and nobody's moved. I understand they haven't discussed it with their fellow jurors, but human beings, you may say, put it out your mind. You've made certain arguments to me in the first 2 hours of deliberation. I'm at home, I'm not discussing it with anybody, but I'm still thinking about it when I come back in the next day. So I didn't give the court that argument or that interpretation. That's a different interpretation. I've been living with this 8-4 and thinking about the case to myself for the last 24 hours, which is a little bit, and I'm not saying that did happen, but that certainly could have happened, versus the 7 hours that I think are being inactively deliberated, which I think is actual factual. And so based on the 7 hours that they've been deliberating without any movement, I would ask for mistrial.
And my view is not as expansive as your interpretation. I am merely stating that based on the letter, the note, it says that we are in the same position we were after 1 hour of deliberation on yesterday. So 1 hour of deliberation yesterday would put them at about 3:00 p.m. yesterday. So I'm not expanding it into overnight and thinking and all of that. I'm just saying that they were apparently, based on court's 9, at the 8-4 split at 3:00 yesterday, and there's been no movement from the 8-4 split since 3:00 yesterday. All right, so it appears that both sides are opposed to the Allen charge, and so I will. Do you want it as simple as please continue to deliberate? Hearing from the state always first. Please continue to deliberate.
Yes, Your Honor, that suits the state.
Do you want the response to be that simple, Mr. Lawrence Lewis?
If there is a response,
there will be a response.
Yes, Judge.
Wow. I'm not surprised that they're opposed to Allen charge, only because it's not what are 2 holdouts. It's 8-4. And Allen charges, obviously they don't want a mistrial. If you remember,
That is my response, signed and dated at 3:50 p.m. Let me have Mr. Umberg.
We went through this with Melly
My
too.
response to Court's Exhibit 9 and bring it back. We will await to see if it brings any further notes or if they will just simply continue to deliberate.
Dang. He's like, and I'll be ready for trial number 3 on Monday. So so they, judges want to avoid a mistrial. They want to avoid a mistrial. We went through the Allen charge thing with the Melly jury too, if you'll remember. I got so many screens open. 1 million screens. All right, there we go. Let's see. Oops. Keep that one live so I can make sure we don't miss when they come back. Okay, so they want to avoid a mistrial. So an Allen charge is what they did like in the Melly trial, where they'll come back in and they'll basically, the judge will give them, it's like a written set of instructions that they read like by the book and read it. And it's like a set of instructions basically to tell them to go back and look at their stuff again.
No
and
additional questions, Your Honor.
All right, then Court's Exhibit 9 will remain with the court reporter, and we will be in recess until any further questions or a verdict.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We're in recess. Thank you.
they have them basically go back and they read them the set of instructions that tells them to go back and re-examine everything that you think, re-examine your views on it, listen to the other people, and see if anybody can change their mind. It's, I mean, here's the thing. If they've been, I mean, look at how split we were in chat over this. If we were this split with, not about whether or not we think he did it, but whether or not the state proved their case, that's the big thing, is whether or not the state proved their case, because that's the biggest thing that I think the debate is with, because take a look at the things that they've asked to see since then. They asked to see the medical examiner's report. They asked if they could get the demonstrative weapon. You know, they asked to see the video from when he was in Clayton County Jail talking to him. So the things that they're asking to see are all the things that are having to do with her pulling the trigger versus him pulling the trigger. So if they've been talking, imagine talking to somebody for 7 hours about the same thing and you still haven't changed your mind. And this is not like this is not months long trial or weeks long trial. I mean, they knocked this out in 3 days worth of testimony and stuff. So this is not like they have, you know, like the Murdaugh trial where they're, well, just that one, they took 3 hours and they came back. But you know what I mean? This is not like where it's like weeks and weeks long where they have all of these things to deliberate. I mean, there's not a lot of evidence. So 7 hours deliberating when you have the same stance might not seem like a long time, but when it's a trial that was this short and they don't have that much to deliberate, it's really not that long. So I don't know. I guess we'll see what happened. That's pretty interesting though. I wonder how much longer they'll have them go, and especially with this being the second trial. That's crazy, ain't it? Let's see. Look at who moseyed on in. Hello, Abe. Hello. We have about, sorry. For those of y'all joining us, this is the best friend murder retrial. This happened in Gwinnett County, Georgia. It's like about 10 minutes from my hometown. Right at where the like Gwinnett and DeKalb County lines meet. I was Walton County, so it's like this little tri-county area right there. So it is the second trial for them. The first trial ended in a hung jury over these the felony murder charges. So the problem that everybody has with this one is that the guy who's on trial, Austin Ford, went to Yellow River Park with supposed to be one of his best friends, Tory Lang. And they went together. She, at some point while they were there, she's laying in the park under a tree. She dies from bullet wound to the head. It goes directly, like straight through as she's laying down. They said that medical examiner said she's already laying down when this happens. The medical, and then he leaves in her car, and the gun was her family's gun. He leaves in her car and goes and parks her car like at the entrance of this nature preserve, burns it to a crisp, and then goes home, and then lies about having seen her. So they end up finding out through his neighbor's Ring camera footage that he was with her, and when they were on the way there, he turned off his phone. And then he turned his phone back on after they left. The problem is, it is circumstantial, and he lied, and they were able to get, the jury agreed on the guilty for taking the gun, because he took the gun after and threw it into a pond, and he took the car and burned it. The reason that they can't agree is because the medical examiner has said that she can't determine who pulled the trigger, if it was him or if it was her. He said that she did it, that she, was suicidal. She was having problems. There is talk about how she's, had issues before, being suicidal or whatever. So he's saying that she did it, and he panicked and did that. He lied about a lot of stuff, so obviously it's very suspicious. But the big problem is, the medical examiner said that she can't say whether or not he pulled the trigger or she pulled the trigger. And the way that she was laying, it looked like she was just laying on the ground. Her hair was all fanned out, like she was posed and stuff. And the way that the blood came stuff, she was laying there in that position when she was shot. So a lot of things just don't make sense. So the first trial ended in a hung jury, and now this one might too. Wouldn't that be something? So to me, I said this earlier, I would not be able to convict. I would be one of the not guilty. Now, does that mean that I think that he's 100% innocent? No, but it means that to me, there's not enough proof beyond any reasonable doubt that he, that he's guilty. There's just, to me, because there's doubt, there's no way I could vote guilty on it. Now, do I think that there's a possibility he's guilty? Yeah. If it were a civil trial and the only burden of proof were, yeah, he probably did it, then yeah, that's different. But beyond reasonable doubt, I couldn't do it. I would have to vote not guilty. So I would be one of the holdouts. Let's see. I wonder if the state would offer him a plea. I don't know. But if they did, he should take it, because I don't know. I say that. I guess you can't really tell somebody what they would do. Here's the thing. If you look at jury instructions, beyond a reasonable doubt, then there's doubt all in this case. But you also can't predict a jury. That's for dang sure. We've seen that. You cannot predict a jury. As far as the GSR, yeah, they didn't do any testing on it. Polly Prissy Pants is on it, doggone it. They can try him again. Man, could y'all imagine being another Curtis? Well, but Curtis Flowers is a whole different ballgame. That one's a whole different. Oh, Curtis Flowers. Judy D said, first time I think I haven't agreed with you. Yeah, and I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that I think there's no way he did it. I'm saying that to me, there's doubt, because the medical examiner said she can't determine either way. Sherry Smith, this is one of the things that has come up a lot, that it was an assisted suicide. Yeah, defense is confident because there is so much doubt in it. I mean, you saw him say, he's like, well, come on then. I'm ready for the third trial on Monday. I'm available. Jenny says you can have some doubt and still convict. Well, they can, but you're not supposed to. It's supposed to be, if you have doubt, then you're not supposed to convict. But it's hard. It's a hard one too, because he's lied so much. And when somebody lies that much, it's hard to, believe anything he says. But we've seen juries will convict because somebody lied. So It's interesting. Justice Obsessed. Yeah. For Justice Obsessed says, so glad Curtis finally got to go home. I cried happy tears. If y'all have not heard the story of Curtis Flowers, you need to. What's the name of that podcast? Y'all will tell me because y'all know how my brain is. Because y'all know I can't remember. His actual charges in this one are felony murder and aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. They had the manslaughter on there too, and when they asked for the directed verdict, the judge dismissed that one, which to me makes the case even stronger for this, because because it's either felony murder or acquittal at this point, and that that manslaughter's gone, so I think it makes it even better for the defense. But I could see them. I don't know. I don't know. This one's been one of those that I wish we had all the answers. 8 said not guilty. And 4 said guilty, right? I'm pretty sure. And 8-4 is a big spread to overcome. Virginia Little said, do you really think that she was all laid out with her hair that way and pulled the trigger with her thumb? I don't know. I think that it's like likely. I mean, probably not, but if the medical examiner had given more of a definitive answer on, this couldn't have happened, or, this would have been unreasonable or whatever, then I think I would have been able to do it. Do I think that it probably happened that way? No. But do I think it reasonably could have? Yeah. And that's why I don't think I could have. That's why I'm kind of stuck. I think he walked home because he took that car when he went to go burn the car. He took the car to the nature preserve that was by his house. So he wasn't far from home. And I think he said he walked home after that to his apartment. In the dark. That's it. In the dark. Let's see. Nancy Jennings says, why burn the car? Why burn the car? Probably because it had evidence. He says he didn't burn the car. Do I believe that? No. Look, if y'all get that New Jersey lady. What's that New Jersey psychic lady that had the real blonde hair? My mama used to watch her. What's that name? What's the name of that show? Oh, 8 Guilty. Oh, it was 8 Guilty. I wonder if I tweeted that wrong. I may have. Oh no, I tweeted it right. Okay. It shows y'all when I don't take my medicine that I can't keep thoughts in my head for longer than, that's why I have to ask y'all things. At least I tweeted it right. It only escapes my head after about 30 seconds. He did not admit to burning the car. He said he don't know. But, oh yes, Long Island Medium, Candace Hoff, that's who it is. He did not admit to anything until he got caught. So I'm not surprised that he didn't. Yes, Teresa Caputo, that's her name. And she's allowed to have a TH in her name. Teresa can still be Teresa, but Tommy is Thommy. Thommy, what a goober. What a goober. Oh, my ADD medication. I have severe ADD, and on the days when I don't take it, you can tell when I'm on here because I don't stay on track as much. But that's what I have y'all for. Y'all keep me on my days when I don't take my medicine. Y'all keep me on track. Lord knows I need it. It's like I have to rein me in sometimes. Last time, what was it, like a week or so ago when I didn't take my medicine? Look, we're on here doing trial talk, and we end up talking about camping and football and fishing, and I don't know. I was pulling up vacation pictures from. I mean, I was giving like recommendations on campsites. Look, ADD is something else. Look, y'all can thank my ADD medication for the Churchwell charts, because do you think there's any way on God's green earth that I'd be able to actually do those if that I could sit there and focus on those for that long without my medication? Nope. We were all over the place that day. All over, but wasn't it fun? Sometimes like we just take a field trip. It's like every once in a while I'll be like, you know what? I'm gonna skip my medicine today. We're just gonna take a field trip. We'll see where we go. Of course, this is probably a bad day to do that because I have 2 trials that I'm covering today. Actually, maybe that's the reason it's the best day to do it, because I don't have to focus on just one. I can bounce back and forth between the 2 of them. So maybe I picked a good day. But yeah, we just end up on field trips when I don't take my medication. It's fine. Let's see. When Brainy says surprise, she goes full Gomer Pyle. I like Gomer Pyle. Let's see. Churchill chart sponsored by Concerta. At least I know I'm not alone. It's, it is one of those things that I used to be embarrassed about telling people, because it's like, then I was like, it almost becomes one of those things like you don't want to get judged for it, And then once I finally like told people, I'm like, oh wait. Oh, so we're all on medication for this? Okay, cool. We have a club. We're fine. Sometimes I just forget, but this morning I had a doctor's appointment, and I had to do prescription refills and stuff, and I dropped them off, but I haven't had time to pick them up, so I was just out today. But I'll be back to normal on Monday. I don't take it on the weekends anyway, unless I'm having to work. Oh, goodness. Okay, we got about 18 minutes. I'm going to take Miss Lucy Lou out here for a moment so she can go potty. So I'm going to leave. I'm going to leave this up so we can watch. It's got the timer down here, and I'm going to leave this up so it'll be back. But I'm going to. Eddie's Music Man, you ain't fooling nobody. Okay, I'm also, just in case, oops, nope, not that. Yep, this one. Just in case, I'm going to unmute. Let's see. Oops. Okay, make sure both are unmuted. So just in case one starts before I get back from walking prissy pants over here. All right, so I'm gonna walk her and I will be back in. We'll do that one. Hide this. There we go. I will be back in just a couple minutes. Okay, I had to finish scarfing down my food. Here, you want the rest of this? You want it? Oh, you're tired now. All right. Okay. It is 1,000,000 degrees outside. I'm sitting right in front of the air vent right here, so I wear like long sleeves when I'm sitting right here, but then I walk outside and Lord have mercy, it's hot out there. And then I had to use my last couple minutes to scarf down the rest of my food. All right, so we have, let's see. Let me hide this. Verdict watch on there. Voice mode. Okay. All right. I think I got everything updated. Silence is scary. Yeah, I need to get some. JT knows how to put like the music and stuff on there, but we have to like do the license stuff and the all that, and I don't know how to do all that. He used to pop on and put on some waiting music. She's got her little pink fur rug. I don't know if you can see. If you can see that. Where her little rug is like propped up behind her bed. She's got her little bitty chin like rested on that like it's a pillow. You're so pretty. You're so pretty. I love that dog. Lucy's room has life goals for real. She's got like a fur rug, all of her toys, like the softest bed ever. It really is like the best. Who was the doctor in the Letitia trial? Dr. Dorothy Stewart. Lord help. She's something else. Well, I had got like a little plant thing to put right there for her, but it pushes her bed out too much, and then she doesn't have room for her toys. So I tried to arrange it to where I could get it like that, but I got to figure it out. But her little plant that I got her was too big. Yes, Dr. Dorothy Lewis. Something else. Let's see. I love the Lucy Cam. We started this last week. Lucy needs a TV and a cell phone. Well, it's funny you mentioned that. Because she's got her iPad. Here you go. And this is her little, this is lamb chop. This is the one she snuggles with. This is the one that I have the picture of her spooning yesterday. Here, you want your baby? There you go. He's so pretty. You're a very smart kid. She has her Chewy Vuitton. Gotta have the Chewy Vuitton. What else? She's got other stuff too. Like she's got a bank card over there. She's got all kinds of stuff. She is she is something else. Yeah, she's looking at me like, excuse me. Did I tell you could touch these things? But see, I just put lamb chop in her arms, but normally like she'll sleep like this on her own. I got the picture of her yesterday when she was doing it, but she does this where she'll sit there and hold. Look at that sweet baby. Look at that sweet baby face. But she'll sit there and she'll hold her lamb chop. Cutest thing in the world. Who's a pretty girl? You are smart and capable. So I forgot that I had on the eyebrows, and then I went outside and it's like about 4.2 billion degrees. So I went to like wipe my face and I felt them like they're sticky and it scared me. But I was thinking about this. So the verdict eyebrows, basically, yeah. The verdict eyebrows, we have Travis Rudolph was the very first one that we did these for. And then we did Melly. So, and then now we're doing this one. We may have, so we have one not guilty, one hung jury. We might have another hung jury. Wouldn't that be interesting? Member for 1 month, Rhonda. Happy anniversary.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Happy anniversary. We're glad to have you.
What time is it? Oh, yeah. Oh, that's the thing.
John Thomas orders quesadillas without cheese. So does Thami. Thami. I forgot I had on my mouth. I do, because I only wear them on verdict days.
Hey, Dave, I'll be back. Replace my battery. Okay. There's one on Adam's desk.
Every time I try to grab the closed captions and move them, Christine D. You've been with us for 2 months. Happy anniversary.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
I'm too clumsy to have a little dog like Lucy. Lucy is my first small dog. I've always had big dogs. She's my first little one. But I love her.
Oh, yeah.
She's a little diva.
Oh, that one's yeah. That's what I said. I've been there whenever when I was little,
They look really natural from here. Are they natural? They're like. My hair's a little bit too blonde for them. Like they're a little bit too dark. But that was kind of the whole point of them, though, because that one lady said that she couldn't watch my show because I didn't have enough eyebrows. So now I do every verdict day. Oh, let me put our little counter back over here. There we go. I know we got two different state seals. We got one from my home state of Georgia. It's not where I live now, but it's where I was born and raised. And then one from Nevada. Hello, Paula. We are waiting for the verdict for Austin Ford, state of Georgia versus Austin Ford. It's the best friend re-murder trial. It ended in a hung jury last time, so it was a mistrial, and now they're retrying it. And now the second jury can't agree. Oh, I always wanted a potbelly pig. I wanted one forever. I never could get one. I saw Green Acres, and she had one, and I was like, that's what I need in my life. And we had all kinds of animals. I grew up on, we had acreage. So we had like horses and ducks and dogs and cats and, you know, bunnies and all kinds of other things. And I always wanted a pig and never did get one. My family had goats, no pigs. Is there night court tonight? Yes, there is night court. And actually, I think night court will be starting about the time we're ending because of the time difference. So we'll just portal on over there. Chatter is coming from the Randolph trial. They got loud. Chevelle, new member. We love you, Chevelle.
And if you want to do this, then please feel free to come and ask whatever you want.
Trying to listen.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wait, isn't that what it was? 8.
Well, then you got full protection you can do.
8 guilty and 4 not guilty? Chrissy Bacon, 1 month.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Woohoo! We're glad to have you, Chrissy Bacon. Oh, sit down, Tommy. Yeah, isn't that what I put? Did I put it wrong? Where's my Twitter? I put 8 guilty and 4 not guilty, didn't I?
Very high.
Oh yeah, no, I look. It lasts for about 30 seconds, Nan, and then it's out of my head. Then I have to go back and check. Look, they're already telling him, shut up.
Yeah.
Anything we go on Bernie? Oh, we do need to go on the record. All right, let's go on the record and see 250966, Becky versus Thomas Randolph. May the record reflect Mr. Randolph is present with his attorney, deputy district attorneys on behalf of the state. We are outside the presence of our jury. Okay, so I did have an opportunity over the lunch hour to review the cases that you cited. And I can't get in my computer. Okay, so I had an opportunity to do the cases, and I did read the Tavish case, and the issue in the Tavish case, I think, is different than the issue that is here, because I do find that these statements do go to Sharon Randolph's state of mind at the time. However, pursuant to the reasoning that the court gave in the Tavish case, we will need a limiting instruction in regards to the fact that these statements are only being elicited for the purpose of determining Sharon Randolph's state of mind. Yep. Okay, so you guys can get together and draft that into something you can agree on, and then if you cannot, I will make the necessary edits. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anything else we need to do outside the presence?
No, Your Honor. Mr. Randolph has just told me that he's concerned about his medications. I informed him that the court had called over and talked with the jail, but he is,
From there. Can you move back?
They just didn't bring them again. They said it's 4 o'clock. The ones they give me, I have to take with the other ones. So we're just right back, and then we'll get back. It'll be 4 o'clock, but we're in court. 5:30, they'll say you should have done them. 9 o'clock, they'll say it's too late. And then at 1 o'clock, they'll say it's too close, and we'll have no meds again. By Monday, when I stroke out or whatever, just say, he did put it on the record. That's all.
Well, I talked to the captain over at the jail yesterday. I also spoke with him this morning, and I have been in email conversation with the lieutenant at the jail. They have forwarded me the doctor's orders that say that the next time you're supposed to receive a dose of methadone is at 4 o'clock today. I immediately responded to that email and informed them, you will be in court at 4 o'clock today, so you are to receive that as soon as you get back to the jail tonight.
Okay, we'll try that then.
And I sent that to them this morning, but they are, so did you refuse medication this morning?
No, I just refuse the Tylenol because I take it, that's why I take it, because it gives me such a headache. So no sense taking it now that I won't get it at 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock. They'll say you already had it.
Okay, well, in regards to the methadone, they know you're supposed to get it at 4 o'clock. They know that you're gonna be here. The lieutenant has, the lieutenant of CPC has responded and assured me you will get it when you return tonight.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Do you guys know, are these microphones on have the microphones on the council table been removed?
Yes, they have.
They
Your
been
Honor,
removed?
yes, they have, Your
Okay,
Honor.
because I see some cords. What are these cords? Are those, that's just a Tom's laptop cord. Okay, so there are no microphones on council table.
That is correct, my
Okay,
Honor.
I just wanted to confirm that. Okay? Anything else that we need to do?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, that's what I said.
No.
All right, wait a minute.
Yes, Your Honor.
And state your witnesses here.
I went up the back, I assume.
Would you mind just going out there and check this out?
These rise for the jurors.
That's what this one is, Lisa. This one's the Las Vegas one that's back. But we're keeping the verdict watch up just so we can check and see what's happening.
Council President, Your Honor.
You may all be seated. We are back on the record in C-250966, stating that Mr. Thomas Randolph. In the record that Mr. Randolph is present as his attorney, Deputy District Attorney on behalf of the state. You both parties stipulate the presence of our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
State, you can remind me the name of the witness.
It's Colleen Byer, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Byer, can you recall us?
All right, let me pin it. Ooh, cross-examination. They better be good to her.
Okay, ma'am, and I'll just remind you that you are still under oath.
Yes.
Okay? Mr. Schomburg, will you?
Thank you, Aaron. Good afternoon.
Hello.
It's Colleen, not Colleen, right?
Colleen.
Okay. A lot of people pronounce it different ways. I just want to make sure I get it right. Okay.
Nobody pronounces it Colleen.
Do you know who I am?
You're the defense attorney?
Okay. Do you know my name?
No.
Okay.
Nobody cares.
You can call me Josh. If I ask you a question that's not clear, just go ahead and say, Josh, could you repeat that a different way? I'll be happy to do that for you. Okay.
Okay.
All right. You'd agree you and I have never met, right?
Right.
And we've never spoken, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I know Ms. Weckerly, the prosecutor, when she was asking you questions, there's a couple times we needed you to speak up a little bit more. You're extremely soft-spoken. So to the extent you can, if you could try to speak up just a little bit, or at least do your best, okay?
All right.
Thank you. I want you to know, first of all, that I'm very sorry for the loss of your mother, okay?
Thank you.
I have lost a parent. I know that's a difficult thing to go through, but you understand that I have to ask you a few questions, right?
Yes.
Okay. I can tell from you talking about her, you cared about your mother very much, right?
Yes.
You were an only child?
Yes.
Is it safe to say that you didn't have a lot of friends?
No.
Okay. You've never said that before?
Well, possibly.
Okay. Would you agree with me that you've previously said you didn't have a lot of friends and so your mom was kind of your buddy?
Yes.
Okay. And I don't want to put words in your mouth. Is that how you stated that?
Well, we were buddies. We hung out every day.
Okay. When you say we hung out every day, you would agree with me, if you're being honest, that there were big periods of time when you didn't hang out at all, right?
There was a stretch where we didn't.
Okay. When we say a stretch, we're talking about kind of an extended stretch of time, right?
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned an individual on direct examination by the name of Philippe.
Philippe.
Philippe? That's your stepfather, right?
Yes.
Okay. But for all intents and purposes, when you were being raised, he was the father figure in your home, right?
Yes.
And you considered him like an actual father, right?
Yes.
Okay. And your mother was married to him for a long time, right?
Yes.
About 27 years?
About, yes.
Okay. At some point, he got sick, right?
Yes.
Okay. And there was some conflict between you and your mom during that period of time, right?
Objection, relevance?
Sure.
Bah, that noise is awful. I don't like where he's going with this. I'm already like, I feel so protective of her because I can't imagine. Roberto, 2 months. Lurking is my specialty, so y'all probably don't recognize my name, but I'm always here and enjoy your company immensely. Hello and love to all. Hello, Roberto. We are glad you are here. We love when you come and lurk with us. And happy 2-month anniversary. Okay, so Cachette said she needed a neon pink sign. There's her neon pink sign.
I don't want to bring up touchy subjects, but you would agree with me that there's a long period of time when you weren't getting along with your mom, right?
Yes.
And that had to do with the time that your stepfather died, right?
When he got ill.
He had cancer, correct?
Yes.
And your mom just kind of took off, as you put it, right?
Yes.
And that caused a strained relationship between you two, did it not?
Correct.
And that strained relationship lasted for years, agreed?
I don't remember exactly how long. Oh, probably over a year.
When Philippe died, you and your mother stood to inherit some money from his death, right?
Yes.
Okay. Philippe had life insurance, didn't he?
Yes.
About $100,000, right?
It was one $200,000 policy.
Okay. So a $200,000 policy, is that correct?
Yes.
He also had a retirement plan called a 401k, didn't he?
I'm pretty sure he did.
Okay. And did you say before that that was worth about $80,000?
I don't recall.
Okay. Your mom inherited that money, right?
I assume so.
Okay. And you've previously said that she actually blew through all that money in about a year. Fair?
That was my assumption.
Okay. And that's what you told the police, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you also told the police it was because she had a gambling problem.
Yes.
You said she was a big time gambler.
Yes.
Okay. You'd agree with me that you had some frustration related to the financial aspect of your mom's life, right?
I didn't agree with her choices.
Okay. And it caused you to be frustrated, didn't it?
A little bit.
Okay. At some point, after your mom has spent all that inheritance, she meets a guy by the name of Tommy, right? Tommy?
I guess so.
Okay. Well, you're aware she met Tommy, right?
Yes, eventually.
And you called him Tommy, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in the time your mom was with Tommy, you actually spent a lot of time with him, right?
Yes.
And you spent time with your family as well, right?
Yes.
Your husband, Mike,
Yes.
and your children, correct?
Yes.
You have 2 sons, right?
Yes.
And what are their names?
Nicholas and Thomas.
Okay. Tommy spent time with Nicholas and Thomas, right?
Yes.
And you allowed him to do that.
Yes.
And he was good with them, wasn't he?
Yes.
At some point, you become pregnant again with a daughter, right?
Correct.
And your mom was excited that you were going to have a daughter, right?
Yes.
Because she'd always wanted a granddaughter. That's pretty normal, right?
She loved being a grandma.
Okay. And she was super excited about the fact you were having a girl this time, correct?
Yes.
Is it around that time that you got pregnant with your daughter that you kind of rekindled things with your mom?
It was around the time I was pregnant with Thomas.
Okay.
I rekindled with my mom.
Okay. And Thomas was born when?
June 18th of 2006.
Okay. At that time, she was already with Tommy Randolph, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you rekindled with your mom, he was in her life.
Yes, he was already in her life.
Right. You weren't necessarily involved with your mother on a day-to-day basis or even a friendly relationship at all when they first met, correct?
Correct.
So most of the testimony that you would give about the early stages of their relationship, that's just from stuff you heard. You didn't see it yourself, right?
Correct.
You do know that they went out and did a lot of things together when they got together, right?
Yes.
They went to concerts.
Yes.
Did Tommy have real long hair?
Yes.
Okay. And he liked like old school rock music?
I think so.
Had a drum set in the house?
Yes.
Your oldest son, his name's Nicholas, right?
Yes.
He has some special needs. Fair?
He has autism.
Okay. And one of the things that he liked to do when things were going good, when he had a good day, was go swim in at Grandma's house, right?
Yes.
Okay. Grandma didn't always have a pool at her house, did she?
Correct.
That 6517 Rancho Santa Fe address the jury's seen pictures of already, I'll just let you know that. That's where your mom lived, right?
Yes.
She originally lived there with Philippe, right?
Correct.
And then she took off, he passed, she kept the house. Agreed?
Yes.
Okay. Tommy moved into that house, right?
Yes.
When Philippe died, there wasn't a pool there, was there?
No.
Okay. You're aware that Tommy was instrumental in getting a pool installed in the house, right?
It was his idea. Yes.
You're aware that your mom couldn't financially qualify for a pool, right?
I don't know.
Do you remember testifying and talking about how Tommy's name was put on a deed and taken off a deed? Do you remember that?
No, when?
Okay. Do you, just a yes or no, do you remember that?
Ask again.
Do you remember testifying and talking about Tommy being placed on a deed to the house and then taken off a deed to the house?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware that Tommy had to be placed on the house in order to qualify for a loan to install that pool?
No, I did not know that.
Were you aware that your mom wanted to buy land in Utah shortly before she passed?
Objection, foundation.
It's a yes or no.
Then it's hearsay.
It's not. It's a yes or no if she was aware of it. I didn't listen.
Answer if she was aware of it.
Buying property in Utah?
Yes.
No, buying property in Arizona.
Okay. It's your testimony that your mom wanted to buy property in Arizona?
Tommy wanted her and him to buy property in Arizona.
Is it your testimony that she didn't want to buy property in Utah?
I don't know about that.
Okay. When your mom and Tommy were together after you rekindled with your mom, Thomas was real small. Your son was real small, right?
It was a few months.
After he was born in his infancy, you would go over to mom's, right?
Yes.
And Tommy would be there.
Yes.
Tommy was kind to you at that time, wasn't he?
Yes.
Told you he loved you.
Yes.
Showed you he loved you too, right?
Blah.
What do you mean showed me?
He talked to you in a kind way, yes?
He was kind, yes.
He spent time with your children in a kind way, yes?
Yes.
He bought them presents, right?
Probably.
He had some physical ailments, didn't he?
His back problem is what I know of.
Tommy had a back problem that you were acutely aware of, right? He didn't hide that fact, correct?
He did not hide it.
And sometimes it would flare up and be really bad, and other times it wasn't quite as bad. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I agree.
There were times when, like, he was playing with the kids and his back pain would flare up and he had to put him down, for instance, right?
Yes.
And there were times he would do something around the house and all of a sudden out of the blue, he'd just kind of bend over and make noise, right?
Yes.
You observed those things, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that he had to be on medication for that back problem, correct?
That's what I heard, yes.
Okay. Well, you knew that he took medication, correct?
I saw the medication in the house.
And when you saw it, it was with the knowledge that it was for Tommy, right?
It has his name on it.
Okay. You had some conversations with your mom and with Tommy about a concern that you had involving firearms in the house. Do you remember that?
Yes.
You knew that your mom had some firearms, right?
Right.
That she had inherited from some relatives, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't know where she kept them in the house, right?
No.
You were concerned because you had a 10 or 11-year-old and you had a little one that would be over at her house, right?
Correct.
You were also aware that Tommy had firearms, correct?
Correct.
And you had a conversation with them about placing them up out of the way so the kids couldn't get them, right?
I recall them just reassuring me that they were hidden and there would be no way the children could find them.
Okay, that was exactly my next question. To your knowledge, those guns were hidden in the house where the kids couldn't get them, right?
Correct.
And you didn't even know where they were hidden in the house, right?
Correct.
But you were assured that your children would be safe.
Correct.
Okay. And you're aware that they had those guns for protection, right?
I assume.
Okay. You met an individual through Tommy and your mom by the name of Mike Miller, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I think you told the jury on direct examination that when important holidays would come up, Tommy Randolph would just kind of take off and go be with this girlfriend. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. I want to clear something up. When you observed Tommy and your mom talk about this girlfriend, you were aware that was a situation in their relationship, right?
Yes.
Tommy talked to you about it, didn't he?
About
the fact that he had dated someone else in a different state, right?
Yes.
And there were times when he and your mom weren't doing so great and he would go be with that person, right?
Yes.
And in fact, when he'd come back, he would talk to you about it, right?
He did once.
Told you he missed you, right?
Yes.
And he cared about you, correct?
Yes.
And he wanted to come back, right?
Yes.
Okay. You'd agree with me that by doing that, he wasn't hiding the fact that he had a relationship with that person, correct?
No.
You're aware that he talked to your mom about it too, right?
Yes.
And he didn't hide that from her either, did he?
No, he did not.
Did your mom and Tommy have a pretty open communication from your observation?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, shortly after they got together, they talked about how they were going to live, how they were going to die, things like that. Big conversations, agreed?
Is that when they first got together?
Sure.
I assume so.
Well, you're aware that your mom actually went out with Tommy and bought, as it was put on direct examination, his and her urns, right?
She went with him?
Yes.
I don't recall.
Okay.
I don't know.
You're aware that you've talked about that before, though, when you did recall, right?
Right. I heard them talk about getting the urns, but I didn't know they were actually purchased.
Okay. Maybe my question wasn't clear. This is a good example of that. You know that they communicated with each other about that process, right?
Yes.
And they did that in front of you, correct?
Yes.
That wasn't a secret either, right?
No.
And it wasn't like morbid or weird. They were just talking about their plans for the future, right?
I guess. So it sounded strange to me so early on,
But didn't appear as strange to your mom, did it?
I guess not if she went and bought them.
Okay. Okay, I want to go back to Mike Miller. You actually spent some holidays with Tommy and your mom, right?
Yes, probably.
Yeah.
Couple.
And in fact, before she died, there was an Easter holiday when you spent time with your mom and Tommy and Mike Miller, right?
Yes.
I mean, Mike Miller had actually been to your house, right?
It's the part I can't remember. I think if he came over, he didn't come in the house. He was outside. I don't remember if it was him or Tommy that came over to help me with just put chicken wire on the roof for the pigeons.
Okay.
That was it.
Yeah. So that you had a pigeon problem at your house for a period of time, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you told us your husband's name is Mike, right?
Yes.
Okay. Mike, your husband, had conversations with Mike Miller as well, right?
Yes.
And Mike Miller actually came to your house to help install, as you put it, chicken wire to deal with the pigeon problem, right?
Yes.
Okay. I mentioned a moment ago this Easter holiday before your mom passed. Do you remember where you had Easter dinner that year? Was it your house or your mom's?
My mom's.
Okay. You were there?
Yes.
And your husband was there?
Yes.
And your kids were there?
Yes.
And Mike Miller was there?
Yes.
Okay. Easter's a pretty big holiday, right?
Okay. Yeah.
You agree with that?
Okay. Yes.
Okay. I mean, Easter dinner was a big deal in your family. Fair?
My mom loved to cook. Yes.
Right. And your mom loved Easter dinner, correct?
Yes.
And so she invited all the people that your family cared about over for that dinner that day, right?
Yes.
Okay. And Mike Miller was there.
Yes.
Okay. Nothing secretive about Mike Miller being there. He actually sat down at the table and ate with you all, didn't he?
Yes. I don't recall if he was invited or he was there working earlier. And she just let him meet.
He sat down at the table and ate with you for Easter dinner, didn't he?
Yes.
Ugh.
Okay. The state played some voicemail messages that Tommy had left you after your mom passed. Do you remember those?
Yes.
Okay. I want to ask you about a couple different calls, okay?
Okay.
One of the things that's not on a voicemail, because it's actually a connection when you talk to Tommy, is you actually call Tommy the day after your mom has been killed, right?
I don't recall. You mean on the 9th?
Yes.
Yes, I tried to call him.
Well, you testified about it on direct examination. Do you remember that?
Yeah, he answered the phone.
Yeah. Your number came up on his phone and he answered it, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that you asked on direct examination, is what you said. That you said, what did you do to my mom, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you agree with me that from your words, his response was, Mike shot your mom, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you said he hung up, right?
Right.
Okay. Do you know what Tommy had been through that night?
No.
Are you aware that he found your mom?
Yes.
Are you aware that he shot and killed?
I don't know what just happened.
Wasn't aware.
Okay. And that he was interviewed for hours. Were you aware of that?
Objection, as soon as that's not an evidence and a foundation.
I don't know anyone.
Hold on just one second.
I'm just asking if she was aware of that. I'm not assuming any facts. She may not know.
Still lacks foundation of her personal knowledge. What would be the foundation of that?
Well, you can ask her if she knows about that.
Do you
Everything
know
just
that
froze.
Tommy Randolph gave an interview to the police that night that your mom was killed?
Did I know that the day after?
No. Do you know that now?
I know that now, yes.
Okay. The day after, did you know that?
I don't think so.
Okay. When you had that brief conversation with him on the telephone on the 9th, you would agree with me that you didn't know at all what he'd been through that night, right?
Correct.
Knowing that now, do you think that that phone call makes a little more sense?
No.
Okay. Let me ask about some of the other phone calls. You told the state on direct examination that you didn't save all of the voicemails that Tommy left you, right?
Yes.
Okay. Tommy actually called you quite a bit after your mom was killed, didn't he?
Yes.
So it's not like he just hung up on you and cut you out of his life, right?
Right.
In fact, he left a lot more voicemails than the ones that we heard in court, right?
I guess so.
And you actually had quite a few phone calls with him, right?
Yes.
And sometimes after he'd leave a message, you'd call him back, sometimes, right?
Yes.
And he didn't hide from your calls, correct?
No.
He told you where he was going and what he was doing, didn't he?
Yes.
You were aware that he had a family member that had some severe health issues up in Utah right after your mom passed, right?
Yes.
Someone in his family had a stroke, right?
Right.
And he told you he had to go to Utah to help care for that person, didn't he?
Yes.
You were aware of that, correct?
Right.
Okay. He communicated with you that whole time he was up in Utah, didn't he?
Right.
His communication with you originally, after your mom died, was very kind, wasn't it?
Yes.
Told you he loved you, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
And I think he said on one of those, was that a yes? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay. I think he said on one of those phone calls, hearing your voice is like being home again. Isn't that what he said to you?
Yes, I heard that.
And he told you he loved you, didn't he?
Yes.
While he's up in Utah, you actually take some action involving your mom's estate without telling him, didn't you?
Yes.
You went to court on your own, didn't you?
Yes.
And you filed an ex parte application, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware that on June 3rd, right after your mom died, Tommy Randolph gave an interview to the LVMPD? Were you aware of that?
No,
On June 3rd, that same day, you filed that ex parte application with the court, right?
I don't remember the exact date.
Okay, I've got it. If I were to show it to you and say it represented June 3rd, you wouldn't dispute that, would you?
I won't.
Okay. And in that application, you made representations to the court, didn't you? Like, for instance, Tommy had abandoned the home, he'd gone to Utah, wasn't communicating with anybody.
I don't recall that.
Okay. You'd agree that document would speak for itself, wouldn't it?
The document
That you filed with the court on June 3rd.
for probate?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. What was the purpose of you filing that document?
My mother's intention was to leave me the home.
Okay. I didn't ask about your mom's intention. I asked what yours was.
Oh,
I wanted to do as my mother wished.
Okay. You agree with me, you didn't say, hey, Tommy, this is what my mom wanted. I'm going to do this, right?
Right.
He was communicating with you, being kind to you, and you were taking some action for a financial reason, right?
Right.
Okay. Ex parte petition means you don't tell the other side about it. You just file it directly to the court. Did you know that?
No.
Okay. You had a lawyer, right?
Yes.
You actually got appointed something called a special administrator, didn't you?
Correct.
Okay. And one of the things that you said is that mom's house was vacant and you were afraid that things were going to be vandalized, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. Tommy had never told you I was going to vandalize mom's house, did he?
No.
In fact, he said he was going to take care of you and your kids, didn't he?
He said something like that.
In fact, he said it on those voicemails, didn't he?
Yes.
Okay. You would agree with me that on those voicemails, at least the ones that you kept, there's a couple where he calls you a liar, right?
Yes.
Will you be truthful about the fact today that you lied to him prior to him saying that?
About
Did you lie to him about what was going on with the court?
I did not tell him that I had a will.
Okay. And he actually had talked to you face to face and on the phone about the finances and your mom's wishes, right?
I'm pretty sure, yes.
Yeah. And you didn't tell him anything about it, right?
No.
Okay. You'd agree with me that it appears on those calls that the state played that on a couple of them, when he calls you a liar, he's upset with you, right?
Yes.
Okay. At one point, he says something really hurtful. Do you remember that?
Which part?
On one of those calls, he says, I can see why your mom didn't like you. Do you remember that?
Right.
Oh, we remember.
You're aware that when he and your mom met, you and your mom weren't speaking, correct?
Correct.
Did your mom ever tell you that she had said bad things about you to him before?
Tell me.
Okay.
Not that I recall.
All right. Tommy actually called you back and said, I'm sorry about that, didn't he?
Yes.
Okay. And he says in one of those calls, your mom did love you, right?
I think so.
And he said he loved you too, right?
Yes.
Okay. You would agree with me that until you went to court behind his back and made certain claims, that he was never upset with you about money at all, right?
Yeah, she changed her will for that.
I think he was.
Okay, can you cite me one example when he ever said he was upset with you about money, other than in that one instance?
No.
Because it didn't happen, did it?
He was back and forth with what he wanted to do.
Okay. Well, you made a decision real quick about what you wanted to do with the 6517 Rancho Santa Fe place, right?
Yes.
In fact, once you got appointed special administrator, you listed it to sell it immediately, right?
I don't recall that.
Okay. If the paperwork indicated that in July, in that same court proceeding, the case I just mentioned, you put the house up for sale, did that sound
I don't
about right?
recall. I remember I had to rent it. I rented it.
Okay. You remember you put it up for sale? You got approval from the court to do that?
I don't recall the moment, but if it's in there, yes.
Okay. You don't dispute that, do you?
I don't.
When you did all that and took over as special administrator, Tommy had been living in your mom's 6517 place that he had put a pool in and invested in. He'd been living there for a couple of years, right?
Yes.
Okay. He had a bunch of stuff there, didn't he?
Stuff.
Clothes?
Yes.
Possessions? Yes.
Yes.
A motorcycle?
Yes.
Okay. When you became special administrator, you changed the locks, right?
Correct.
And you didn't let him go in and get his stuff, did you?
Not right away.
In fact, a long time went by when he didn't have access to his things, right?
I don't know how much time went by, but
Months sound right?
I don't recall.
Okay. At some point, the police actually come and assist him in getting his items out of that house, right?
Correct.
Okay. Because he had a right to his things, didn't he?
Yes.
And until you took that away, he could have just gone and got them, right?
Yes.
Okay. You'd agree with me that other than when you restricted his access to his stuff, he never fought with you about money, did he?
No.
He didn't have a reason to till then. Until she became the executor of the estate. Until everything was left to her. He didn't have a reason. This is why I couldn't be a defense attorney for a piece of crap.
Almost done, okay? Were you aware or not, did your mom have tattoos?
Yes.
Were you aware of what tattoos she had?
Only a few.
Can you tell me about them?
A heart, a rose.
Do you remember where the heart and rose were?
On her ankle.
Okay.
She had a henna design tattoo on her wrist, her hand.
All right. Do you know the significance of that one? The henna design?
The henna design? No.
Okay. What other ones?
That's all I can remember right now that I knew of at that time. But then I found out later after her death, she had another tattoo.
She actually had a few more tattoos, right?
I just can recall one. It was initials TR.
Okay. For Tommy Randolph, right?
I assume so.
Okay. And I don't mean to embarrass you at all. I know it's hard to talk about, but she had a tattoo in a very private area of her body, didn't she?
That's what I heard, yes.
And it was her initials in a heart, right?
His initials, I
Right.
thought.
His
Right.
TR in a heart.
Oh, a heart too. I didn't know about the heart.
Okay. Did you know that she had your name tattooed on her?
Yeah. Oh, yes, that's right.
Okay.
On the shoulder, and Nicholas's name.
Because she loved you, right?
And his son. Yeah.
Because
Correct.
She loved you, right?
Yes.
And she wanted that on her body forever, didn't she?
Right.
She loved Nicholas, right?
Yes.
And that was on her body forever, correct?
Yes.
She loved Tommy too, didn't she?
I don't know.
Last question I'm going to ask you. As you sit here today, you can be honest about this. You do not like Tommy Randolph at all, do you?
No.
Robbie's got it.
Yeah, no.
Thank you.
Why would she?
On cross-examination, Mr. Tomczak was talking to you about all the times that Thomas Randolph told you, I love you, and all these times he was participating in family events and was nice to your kids. Were you happy that this was the person that your mom was involved with?
No.
Did you like him?
No,
Were you in favor of this relationship?
no,
Were there things about Mr. Randolph that you just put up with because this was who your mom chose to be in a partnership with and marry?
yes,
Were you happy that you spent holidays with him?
we only hardly spent any holidays together, just Easter that I remember.
Because the other holidays he was with
Right.
the other
Left.
person. I mean, did you like that aspect of the relationship?
No.
I mean, did you
I didn't, yeah.
Did you personally feel close to Mr. Randolph?
No.
Were you close to before the homicide? Did you confide in him? Did you have an important relationship with him? Was he someone you relied upon as a friend?
No, nothing like that.
Was your relationship to him a function of him being involved with your mom?
Exhibit 10 to both sides.
Oh.
Now, on the filing of the will, you were asked on cross-examination about whether or not you told Mr. Randolph that you were going to go file the will that would make yourself essentially the executor of your mom's estate.
Right.
And you acknowledged on cross-examination that you did not tell Mr. Randolph that you were going to do that.
Right.
Why?
All right,
I
I'll
was
just read
afraid
Exhibit
of
10
him.
one more time
Of him.
since family members have joined us after I read it.
When
Exhibit
when
10
you
reads
did
as
that,
follows.
prior
Your
to
Honor, we
doing
are
it,
locked
had
in
you
our earlier
sought the
vote of
advice
8
of a lawyer?
guilty, 4 not guilty after
Yes.
another 2 hours of
And
deliberations.
the lawyer kind of,
No individual has
I guess,
wavered
maybe
in their
set up
vote.
paperwork for you and the
So
lawyer
in light of
filed
any
things on your
additional
behalf.
evidence, We don't see anyone's mind changing.
Was
Signed and dated by the foreperson.
in those calls that we hear.
All right, I put a vote. Which one do y'all want to watch live? Because there's okay. You want to pause Randolph? Okay.
At 5:07 p.m. All right, at this point, it would be the court's intention to declare a mistrial. Does the state want to be heard on that?
United States only position, the only other option would be to bring them back Monday and give them the Allen charge, and the state would ask.
The defendant's position?
Judge, I'd ask that I would ask that you take the mistrial if you're going to, I don't know why we're bringing it back Monday. I would keep them deliberating if the prosecutor wants to have them deliberating. I would ask the court take the mistrial.
All right, then I would propose to, over the state's objection, it would be the court's intention to declare a mistrial. I can bring all of the jurors in, declare the mistrial on the record in their presence, and formally excuse them from any further service in this matter. Anyone have any opposition to that procedure?
Wow.
In as much as the state disagrees with the court's decision, I don't have any opposition with the court carrying out its intention in that fashion.
Defense?
No, thank you, Judge. That's our preference.
All right, then let's bring in all the jurors, including the alternates.
Wow. Another mistrial. That's crazy. Okay, I'm going to do one more vote. If you want to listen to her tell them that, or if you want to go back to Randolph and we can listen to what she tells them at break. Listen at break.
All right, with all of the jurors now present in the
Oh, well,
courtroom,
they're already back. By the time I get
it
the
is
poll.
my understanding from Court's Exhibit 10 that the jurors were unable to reach a unanimous verdict on any of the counts. It is therefore required that I declare a mistrial in this case. So I am declaring a mistrial as no verdict has been reached on any count. I want to thank the members of the jury for your service. I am going to excuse you from any further service in this case in just a moment. When you began serving on the trial, I told you that you were not permitted to talk about the case with anyone or have anyone talk about the case with you. You are no longer under those restrictions. You are free to talk about the case if you wish to do so. You are also free to politely decline to discuss the case if that is your wish. So with that, your service has concluded, and I will excuse you in just a moment to go with the bailiffs. And I am arranging for deputies to escort you all out of the building if anyone wishes to have that. So thank you for your service. Go with the bailiffs.
All right, so we'll go back and find out in a minute. I'm gonna pause her, and we'll go back in a minute when they take a break on this one, and we'll find out what she decides, and what she has them do. Okay.
From Mr. Randolph shortly after the homicide that we played in court. Was he trying to settle the whole estate with you without getting lawyers involved?
Yes.
Did you want to have it handled by lawyers?
Yes.
Is that why you hired one?
Yes.
During the time that your mom was involved with Mr. Randolph, you said that you saw Mike Miller. He would come over to the house and he would be spending time with Mr. Randolph. Did he ever have any other friends over to the house?
No.
Did you ever see him with any other friend besides Mike Miller?
No, he had one friend visit from out of town once.
Do you remember?
And that was it.
Sorry, do you remember when that was?
I don't recall when it was.
Okay.
But I know he wasn't here for very long either.
So you were talking on cross-examination about the time you spent over at your mom's, like you'd go over and your youngest child, I think, wasn't school aged yet. Like Nicholas would be in school and you would go over and see your mom during the day.
Correct. Right.
During those times, were you interacting with both your mom and Mr. Randolph, or how was the time spent?
Well, if he was there, yes.
Okay.
Interact with him.
I'm sorry?
We would interact if
Okay.
he was there.
When you and your mom would run errands and go out to eat and stuff, did you do stuff sort of mother-daughter, or was Mr. Randolph always involved?
Mother, daughter, and I also took Thomas with me.
Okay, your child. I think you talked about on cross-examination how in the relationship between your mom and Mr. Randolph, there was a lot of going out and hearing music and all that. Maybe in 2006 when you start rekindling the relationship with your mom. Is that correct?
Yes, they were.
In 2008, was the level of going out and doing things the same?
It died down.
Mr. Tomchek asked you about the fact that your mom and Mr. Randolph had guns in the house. You were aware that there were guns in that house, correct?
Yes.
Were you aware of whether or not they had ever gone like shooting targets like for fun?
Yes.
And were you aware that they did that?
Yes.
How about did you ever know Michael Miller to go with them?
Yes.
So he went with them target shooting as well?
Yes.
Prior to your mom being involved with Mr. Randolph, had she had discussions with you about life insurance?
No.
Earns?
Before
him?
No.
I mean, was she
when she was married to my Philippe still?
Yeah, when you were, obviously when you're an adult, was this something that she was talking about quite a bit, life insurance and earns?
No, it's never a concern or a thought.
Okay. The call that you had with Mr. Randolph on the 9th after you learn of your mom's death, do you recall what time that was?
It's about 10:30 in the morning.
10:30 in the morning on the 9th?
Yeah, around the 10.
Okay, and you had to call him, right? He can call you?
He had been trying to call me, but I was not able. I was trying to call my mom and I couldn't get a hold of her.
Okay.
And he was calling. I didn't understand why, but I didn't want to answer.
Why didn't you want to answer?
I thought they had gotten in a huge fight, and I didn't know if he was gonna complain.
Were
I wanted
things
to
kind
talk
of-
to my mom first.
Was their relationship such that you would get a call from one or the other because of fights and things like that?
He wouldn't call me. My mom sometimes would.
Okay. So why were you concerned when you saw a call from him?
Because I hadn't heard from my mom.
Okay. And so were you worried about some situation with that?
Yeah.
Were things in their relationship volatile?
It was rocky.
Mr. Tomchak asked you on cross-examination about the fact that someone in Mr. Randolph's family had had a stroke and that individual lived up in Utah.
Yes.
That medical event, was that before your mom's death?
Yes, I think so.
Is that what they were doing the week before, or those days, I should say, before the 8th?
Yes.
Court's indulgence. Thank you, Your Honor.
Ugh.
Just a couple more questions, I promise. I just want to clarify. The day following your mom's passing, so the morning of the 9th, Mr. Randolph actually tried to call you a number of times, right?
Yes.
And you just didn't answer his calls, correct?
Correct.
And at some point, you call him?
Yes.
Right? And he answered yours, right?
Yes.
And he told you Mike had shot your mom, right?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware that he had actually also repeatedly called your husband, Mike?
Yes, I found out later.
And you also found out later that he had told Mike, your husband, exactly what had happened to your mom, right?
Right.
And Mike, your husband, never called you and told you, right?
Right. He just called me and asked me to come home. I think he wanted to tell me.
Yes.
While I was not driving.
Okay. So Mike, your husband, answered the call and Tommy explained to him what had occurred, right?
Okay.
Right?
Yes.
Okay. Last thing I'm going to ask you about. Your older son, back in 2008, Nicholas, went to school, correct?
Yes.
You're aware that he had kind of well, let me ask you, did he have a special, like an IEP or anything at school?
Yes.
Okay. And one of the things you have to let the school know is who's acceptable to you to pick up your child from school, right?
Right.
And on that list, you include people that you trust to take care of your child, correct?
You mean at the school's front office is where you give the emergency contacts information?
You give emergency contact information and also a permission list of those individuals that you trust enough to pick up your child, right?
Yes.
You included Tommy Randolph on that list, didn't you?
I don't recall, but okay, yes.
Okay.
I won't
He
dispute it.
He actually had the ability to go pick up your child, right?
Yes.
And you trusted him with your child, didn't you?
Yes.
Nothing good.
No, Your Honor.
Did the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have any questions for this witness? Okay, seeing no response. Ma'am, you are excused. Thank you very much for your testimony here today.
Good job, Colleen.
Thank you. May I call your next witness?
I just want to make sure he's out there.
Okay.
Just give me 1 second.
Sure.
I mean, I'll say this. I had my ex on the pickup list until he wasn't. All right, so Michael Byer. So this is
Sure.
Colleen's. Oops. I want to see his smug, stupid face while when he's not doing anything. I'll do it. Ugh, I just want to. Is he falling asleep? Was he falling asleep? I hope so. I hope he falls and hits his head.
Watch your step in the way up. Remain standing. Hold your right hand. Face up.
You just offer swear the testimony you're about to give in this action will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. You can state and spell your name for the record, please.
It's Michael Byer.
Just go back to the
Both names? Okay. It's Michael Beyer. Sorry, I want to make sure it sounds my phone.
I'll let him finish and I'll jump in. Sir, if you could, do you know someone by the name of Colleen Byer?
I do.
How do you know Colleen?
She is my wife.
How long have you guys been married for?
19 years.
Do you know someone by the name of Sharon Randolph?
I do.
And what was your relationship to her?
She was my mother-in-law.
Do you know someone by the name of Thomas Randolph?
I do.
Do you see Thomas Randolph here in the courtroom today?
Right there.
Okay, could you please, I saw that you pointed, but if you could, please describe maybe an article of clothing that he's wearing.
He's wearing a white shirt.
Okay.
Because say, don't tell me to describe him.
No tie.
All right, let the record reflect the witnesses identify the defendant. All right. So how did you know, what was your relationship to Mr. Randolph?
He was married to my mother-in-law.
Okay, understood. So if you could explain to the jury, as far as you know, how did the defendant and Sharon meet?
They met online.
Okay. And how long was the dating period, as far as you know? Was it a long courtship, or was it fairly quick?
Fairly short.
Okay. About ballpark, what do you think?
A matter of months.
All right. Now, prior to prior to Sharon dating the defendant, she was married before. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that marriage, how long was that marriage?
Years.
Okay.
20 plus years.
Okay. What's your understanding about, so they date for a couple months, and then do they go somewhere to get hitched? What do you remember?
I had heard something about them getting married in Mexico.
Right. And then is there any other ceremonies?
And then later in Las Vegas.
All right. From what you could perceive at the beginning of this relationship, how was Sharon? How did she feel about the relationship at the beginning, as far as you could observe?
She seemed like she was having a great time and that she was happy.
All right. What sort of things did they do that you remember back in the day?
Oh, they'd go eat dinner, go see bands.
Ever take any trips?
They took trips, yeah.
Whereabouts?
Well, ones that I remember were we'd seen them in San Diego.
Okay.
We actually went on trips with them sometimes.
Was there like a place that you guys would stay at in San Diego?
Yeah, it was Sharon's friend Alice. It was her apartment. Her and her husband owned a small apartment building there, and they kept one for themselves.
Okay. So they do that sort of thing. They ever go into concerts locally?
Yeah, they would go to concerts. They would go to see bands play.
Yellow Brick Road, one of them?
Yep, Yellow Brick Road.
Okay. By the way, are you in the music industry to some extent?
I am.
All right. What do you do in the music industry?
I'm an audio engineer. I do sound.
Okay.
I have been my whole life.
All right. Do you start to observe when you see Sharon that there's maybe a change in this relationship between her and Tom?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you start seeing out of Sharon as kind of the months go by? What do you start seeing that's different?
Things got tense. She was upset a lot. she would come to our house, upset, crying about being left, you know, that Tom would take off and supposedly go stay with his girlfriend, do whatever. He would leave. She would be upset.
Okay.
Cry.
And so she'd come over, you'd see her crying.
She'd come over. She would sit with my wife and talk about it for long periods of time.
And this was not an isolated thing. It sounds like this was a frequent thing, or at least a repeated thing. Oh, it didn't suggest the answer.
Hold on just 1 second.
Okay.
Council approach.
I want, oh, that noise. I want so badly for him to nod off and like lean forward and hit his head. I want it so badly.
Re-ask the question. How often did this happen?
It happened at least several times that I remember.
Okay.
Including over Christmas, around the holidays. It was a very strange thing. He took off. She was upset. They were at odds. He had supposedly went and hung out with his girlfriend.
What was her name?
Her name was, now you're going to ask me that. Lizzie.
Okay. From what you could observe, did that upset Colleen as well to see your mother like
Yes.
this?
It upset her greatly.
How did it make you feel?
It made me feel.
We'll move on. So, this is happening at Christmas time.
Yes.
Let me ask you about the defendant for a second. Did you, where did the defendant work?
He didn't work as far as I knew. I never saw him work.
Let's talk about the defendant's social network. How many friends did you see the defendant hang out with?
I never saw him hang out with a friend until the very end, when near the very end of all this, when Michael Miller appeared.
The handyman.
Yes.
What do you remember about the appearance of Michael Miller? What do you remember about that?
It was very odd, and it was not something I expected. And he tended to not, he didn't seem like he wanted to be there a lot of the time. You know, the times that I had seen him.
No, it's a lay observation of the witness.
He can testify to what it is that he saw.
Please repeat your answer, sir.
So yeah, he was around a lot, went to dinners, and he just seemed kind of like, a lot of times he just was distant, didn't want to be there.
From what you recall, were they close in age?
No, not that I could tell. It didn't seem to be.
Had you ever seen the defendant
Sassy pants.
bring over any other handymans to hang out?
No.
In all the months leading up, no other handymans came over for dinner?
Nope.
So when you see this man show up at, before I get to that, where would you see Mike Miller appear? Where was he? When would you see him show up? Where would you see him show up?
He would show up for dinners, because that's usually when I'd be over there.
And just to be clear, at whose house?
At Sharon's house.
Okay. So what are you thinking when you see this guy?
Objection is to relevance.
Well, I think it's relevant given the family dynamic.
He can testify to what he was doing.
Yeah, I thought it was very odd, because I never saw him with any other friends. And this was definitely the last person I thought I would see him hang out with. And then he would have him come over and do odd jobs for what I felt were large amounts of money.
I want to talk about that. Let's talk about what you're addressing right now.
Mm-hmm.
What type of work do you remember seeing Mr. Miller tasked to do?
Clean the garage was one of the main thing I saw him do, because I actually witnessed right when they finished.
How much money do you recall the defendant paying Michael Miller to clean a garage?
I was told back then.
What he was told.
Well, let me lay the foundation. Did the defendant ever tell you how much he paid Michael Miller?
Yes.
Okay. Why don't you tell me what the defendant told you he paid Michael Miller?
$300
to clean a garage.
To help clean a garage. It wasn't a solo event.
Did the defendant have any more comments about paying this guy money?
Just that he was working for him and he was paying him. And through my wife and others, I had heard that he was.
It's okay. Let's try to, if you can just focus on, we don't want to get into statements that other people have told you. We just want to focus on kind of what you recall.
Sure.
That's okay. All right. Do you recall the defendant ever complaining about having to continue to pay Mr. Miller money?
No.
All right. Were there any other projects that you remember happening at this house?
There was a supposed roof project that was supposed to happen that never happened. I heard lots of talk about it.
Judge, objection is to conversations.
Well, I'll rephrase just for a second. Did Mr.
Sir, if you can just make sure you listen to the questions he's specifically asking and just answer that.
Sure.
Okay. Just trying to be.
You mentioned a roof. Did the defendant ever tell you about this roof project?
Yes.
Okay. What did he tell you about the roof project?
That they were going to fix the roof. They were going to work on the roof.
And by they, who is he talking?
Michael Miller and Thomas Randolph.
So in the days and weeks of you coming by, how much improvement did you see in the roof?
I did not.
But would you see Mr. Miller over at that house?
Yes.
Why don't you tell me a little bit about the defendant's personality? How would you characterize it?
It's a good question. At times, very manic.
Would you characterize him as a quiet person?
No.
If there's maybe people are sitting around for dinner, who is dominating the conversation?
Thomas Randolph would always dominate the conversation.
All right. When you would see Mr. Miller sitting or being around the defendant, who dominated the conversation?
Thomas Randolph.
Do you recall an Easter dinner before your mother-in-law was killed?
I do.
If you could tell me who attended that dinner?
It was my wife and child. Actually, children. My stepson was there as well. And my mother-in-law and Michael Miller and Thomas Randolph.
What did you think about Miller coming to the dinner table?
It seemed very odd.
Why?
Because we didn't know him. And he was not acquainted with us. He was not an old friend. He was not in the family.
What was Mr. Miller's demeanor like during that dinner?
Subdued, like he had a lot on his mind. And I tried to coax conversation out of him, and it was very difficult.
Okay. I want to ask you about the backyard in Sharon's home. Was there a pool in the backyard?
Yes, after Thomas Randolph moved in, they decided to put a pool in.
Whose idea was it for the pool?
I was told it was Thomas's.
I want to talk.
Hi, Sharon.
I want to talk to you about Sharon for a second and money. Okay. Based on your observations, was Sharon good at managing money?
No.
what did you observe that gave you, what led you to that opinion, sir?
She liked to gamble. She liked to buy things. She shopped quite often. But spent a lot of time gambling as well.
Were you aware of a nest egg kind of left behind by Philippe after he passed?
Yes.
What is your understanding of what happened to that money?
That they spent it. She spent it.
Did the defendant ever make comments to you about Sharon's spending habits?
Many times.
Please share his comments.
He said, I love her, but she spends a ton of money and she needs to stop it. It's crazy.
Okay. Was this a singular statement or something different?
It was a repetitive statement. There were many similar statements.
All right. I want to turn you on that topic. Did you have an opportunity to interact with the defendant after Sharon had been killed?
Yes.
Did that topic of Sharon spending money come up?
Yes.
What did the defendant tell you? And let's just set the stage for a second. How many days after are you having this conversation?
I would say this was within a month to 40 days of her demise.
Okay. Is this at a particular event? Is it over the phone? What do you remember?
He would call and talk.
Call you?
Yes.
Okay. What are the things that he is saying about Sharon and her spending habits, even after she's dead?
He seemed upset at her for her spending even after she was gone.
What was he saying?
Just that she spent a ton of money and now I got to get money and I've got to find, ways to make money.
Okay.
He seemed preoccupied with money.
After Sharon is killed, do you start to receive phone calls from the defendant?
Yes.
What does he start talking to you about?
He was mentioning that he was going to come into some money from the estate. He was going to spend money on us. He was going to invest in a studio with me. He kept kind of pushing that at me, which is something I had never asked about.
How did you find that whole conversation?
Extremely odd.
At the time, had the will been settled yet?
I don't know what you mean by settled.
Well,
there was more than one.
Right. These two wills were kind of floating out in existence.
Yes.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Do conversations like that happen before the defendant becomes aware there's a second will?
No.
I'm going to
once he found there was a second will, that never happened again.
Those conversations.
Yes, those conversations never happened again.
Okay, so just for clarity's sake, if I'm hearing correctly, is I'm going to invest in you, things like that. That is before he's aware that the will exists, the second will, and when the second will exists, those conversations
Yes,
stop.
they stop.
Okay.
Immediately.
Did the defendant ever have any conversations with you or comment on the fact that he saw other women, or Lizzie in particular?
Yeah. He would mention it in passing many times in conversations around, even at Sharon's house. And I always thought it was very odd to talk about a girlfriend at your wife's house.
Okay.
And it came up many times. I used to hear her name a lot.
Okay. How about after her death?
After her death, maybe once or twice in conversation.
Okay. Do you recall him commenting on that specifically, about his ability to see other women?
Yeah, there was a point where he was talking about Sharon about it one day, and he said, "Man, I loved her, but nobody tells me who I can be with." And it was a lot more
colorful,
gross and colorful than that.
Okay.
Gross is
But
a
it
good
was
word.
it was very manic the way it was said, with a good deal of anger.
Just as beyond scope of the question.
Sure. Do you recall the defendant complaining about Sharon's spending habits just days after she passed away?
Yeah, definitely within a week or two.
Okay. And what was he saying during that time window?
Just that she spent a lot of money and he needed money.
Okay. Do you recall having the opinion you felt as if he was scolding her?
Yes.
And this is days after she passed.
Yeah.
She left
Court's
me.
indulgence. I have no further questions for this witness.
Here we go. Yeah, we're at almost 700. People in here. And we're at 482 likes.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hello.
Now, I want to go back a little bit in time. There was a situation where your wife was in turmoil with Sharon, right?
There was a period.
Your wife, Colleen, was upset with the way Sharon had treated Philippe.
Can we briefly approach? Yes, thanks.
Okay, so Lucy brought me a flip-flop and she's back. And I'll I was gonna say I'll put Lucy Cam back on as soon as we get to 500 likes, but y'all did that quick. Everybody wants Lucy Cam. Thank you for the flip-flop, Miss Pris.
Yeah. There was difficulty between your wife and Sharon regarding Philippe, correct?
Yes.
Philippe had passed away
Yes.
from cancer.
Yes.
Fair to say that you described Sharon as irresponsible teenager blowing through $200,000. Do you remember
Yeah.
telling the police that? And the police asked you, did Sharon do that before she met Tommy Randolph? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you assured the police that before Sharon had met Tommy Randolph, Sharon had blown through the inheritance from Philippe, $200,000.
Through at least a good portion of it.
Okay. And that was gambling?
She spent on many things, but gambling is part of it.
But you called her irresponsible. Do you remember using that term?
With money, yeah.
An irresponsible teenager, correct?
At that point, yeah.
And fair to say that your wife was not happy with her mother, Sharon,
I hate this
based
question.
on that conduct.
At that time, yes.
And they didn't speak for quite a period of time. Your mother and,
My mother-in-law.
your wife and Sharon, right?
Yes.
And it's further clear that before, so your wife was also very unhappy with the way your mother had treated Philippe in the end of his life. Dating other men?
Yes, soon after his death, yes.
And while he was dying.
I don't know about that part.
Okay. Before I go any further, I'm curious about Mike Miller being over at Easter.
Mhm.
Remember talking about it was sort of inappropriate. What was he doing there? Remember that?
Yes.
You didn't know it, did you?
No.
What was wrong with Mr. Miller? What was it about him that made you think this man who I don't know shouldn't be sitting at a table with us? What was it?
He was acting very standoffish. He seemed like he had some inner turmoil. And sometimes acted like he didn't want to be there, it seemed like.
Was that the only reason? Was there something about his age or the way he looked or anything like that?
No.
No? So you told the jury that Mr. Randolph would leave at important holidays and go off with Lizzie. This was upsetting.
Yes.
But you also told the police and you've told the jury that at Easter, shortly before this incident,
Mhm.
Mr. Randolph was at home with Sharon and the family, you, the kids, Mike Miller, right?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
So at least we know on that important vacation, shortly before, Thomas Randolph was with Sharon and the family, right?
Sure.
Okay. And you know that within a couple of days of the incident, you know what I mean, the shooting, that Tommy had gone off with Sharon to celebrate Mother's Day at Santa Fe. You knew that,
Yes.
right? So at least on that important vacation or important holiday, Sharon and Tommy were together, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, before the Santa Fe meal, they had been in Utah together for a week, right?
Yes.
And you knew that after the meal or the time that they were at Santa Fe for Mother's Day, they were going to go again to Utah, right?
That was the plan that I'd heard.
So just so we get the time frame right, week before the incident, husband and wife together in Utah, right?
Yeah.
When they're back in Las Vegas, they're going out to celebrate a nice steak meal, celebrate Mother's Day, correct?
They went to a meal, yes.
And then this husband and wife were going to go back to Utah, correct?
That was the plan that I'd heard.
Isn't it fair to say,
No.
in fact, you did tell police that you heard a lot of information after the incident, not just from news, but from other people and even the police? Do you remember saying that?
I had a lot of people ask me a lot of things, yeah.
And you told the police that even people in the police department had given you information, right?
They'd given me information that they had.
I don't want you to tell me what it is. I just want you to tell me, were people providing you information? And did you tell that to the police?
Yeah, they provided me some.
Okay. So you were hearing a lot of information about this case that wasn't your personal knowledge. In other words, people were telling you what they thought.
Not
Yeah.
much.
Not much. Do you remember telling the police that you were hearing different accounts from the news and police people? Do you remember that?
Yeah.
So you're a little concerned about Mike Miller, right? It's a little off, right? Is that what you're saying?
Sure.
So you have a pigeon problem at your house?
Yes. We did.
Yeah, and Mike Miller helped with the pigeon problem, right?
Yeah, supposedly. I wasn't there when he did it.
You learned that from your wife, didn't you?
I did.
And it made you mad, didn't it?
Made me mad.
It made you upset that Michael Miller was at your house.
I didn't like the fact that someone I didn't know was working on my house. No.
And that was told to you by your wife.
Correct.
So we know that Michael Miller, at least your wife trusted him enough to come over and help with this pigeon problem, right?
No. It was at the behest of Tommy and Sharon.
Your wife was the one that told you that Michael Miller had come over to help, correct? Was Michael Miller at your house to fix the pigeon problem?
You already asked me that.
And the answer is yes,
The
right?
answer is yes.
He said asked and answered.
You talked about today that there was $300 to clean the garage.
Yes.
Have you ever said that before, ever?
Yes, I have.
You said that in your statement?
I've said that to detectives.
In a statement?
I've said it to detectives.
How many times you talk to detectives?
Several.
They recorded a statement from you, right?
Sure.
Is there more than one recorded statement, sir?
I don't know. You might want to ask the detectives.
Sir, when your statement was recorded, did you actually see the tape recorder out? Did you know they were tape recording?
Sure.
Did you see them recording more than one time?
I don't know. It was a long time ago.
How many times do you think you talked to detectives? The number, approximately.
I just told you several.
Okay.
And it depends on what you mean by that.
Okay.
I had to meet them over at the house several
too, Tommy.
times for them to investigate.
Would you say you talked to police about this case more than 5 times?
Yeah.
More than 10 times?
No.
So between 5 and 10.
Yeah, sure.
Santa's like, I'm on to you. Writing that down.
There came a time when the police came over and they spread out a white towel. Do you remember this incident? It was white.
Yeah.
Okay. There was a white towel put on a table of some type.
Hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And all this jewelry was spread out over it, right?
Hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And who was present when this occurred?
My wife was present.
And were you present?
Yes.
And police were present?
Yes.
But Thomas Randolph was not present.
No.
And this is a time where, what happened with the jewelry? Did your wife take it, or did the police take it, or how did that happen?
I don't recollect what happened with it.
Do you recall the police at any point ever confiscating the jewelry?
I don't recall.
Do you recall your wife taking possession of the jewelry?
I do too.
As far as I know, she did, but it was a long time ago.
You've talked about Mr. Miller being a handyman and doing work over at the house, right? Right? With regard to Mr. Randolph, did you know he was retired? Did you know he was retired from
That
the
who
state?
was retired?
You knew he was retired.
No, that who was retired?
Thomas Randolph
Thomas Randolph.
from the state of Indiana. Did you know that?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you say that, do you recall saying that Mr. Randolph was in pain a lot?
He acted like he was in pain.
But you also said that through the pain, he would work quite hard and get a lot of things done.
Yeah.
So if I understand you right, he would make some noises when he was picking things up, groan, moan.
Yes, of course.
But he would work through it, and sometimes you're actually surprised at how much work he was able to accomplish, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You thought Mr. Randolph, was taking prescription drugs, and sometimes it would make him look lethargic.
No.
You never thought that sometimes he barely even looked lucid?
No, when he would retire for the night or after dinner, which is kind of typical.
Do you remember telling the police that sometimes he was on prescription pains and that he was barely on the edge of lucidity. Do you remember saying that, yes or no?
Yeah, I guess I did say that.
Not a fan. I love this witness.
Mr. Randolph called you the day after this incident, okay? Just to refresh your memory. The incident occurred in the evening of May 8th. Do you recall talking to Mr. Randolph on the 9th
I do. He called me in the morning.
and told you what had happened?
Yep.
He told you Mike Miller had shot Sharon.
Yes.
And you indicated to him that you thought maybe you should be the one to tell your wife.
Yes,
And did you in fact tell your wife?
I did, but she already knew.
He told you it was horrible. Tommy told you what happened and it was horrible, didn't he?
We're almost caught up to real time. Look at him writing all his notes. He's writing an apology letter to Santa right now. He's like, look, Santa, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were going to be here. I can explain. It's not my fault. It is everybody else's fault. Every time something happens, it's somebody else's fault. It's never my fault.
Thomas called you after this incident, right? He called you a few times.
Yes.
You talked to Tommy about funeral arrangements, didn't you?
He called about them.
He paid for the funeral, didn't he?
Yeah.
How much did Tommy pay for the funeral, if you know?
I don't remember.
It's thousands, though. It's a nice funeral.
It's just facts, not evidence.
I'll rephrase it. It was a nice funeral, wasn't it?
It was a funeral.
And Tommy paid for it.
Yeah, to my knowledge, he did. Yeah.
You talked to Tommy, and he talked with you about trying to remain a family after the incident. Fair? State of mind of this witness and of the declarant.
Sure.
I'll rephrase it.
Okay.
I agree. Sharon had tattoos?
Yeah, she had a couple.
Did she have a tattoo of?
Is your objection relevant?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Arnold?
Relevance of having TR tattooed on her.
Okay. That's overruled.
Like, that's not
Do you know if Sharon
a sign
had
of.
TR, being Thomas Randolph, the initials, tattooed on her?
I have no idea. She had a couple of tattoos and never paid attention.
Okay. Congratulations. That concludes cross-examination. Sorry, could I just, one more area. You said that there was a roof problem. Do you remember that? And it wasn't fixed, right?
They were talking about needing to fix the roof.
What was wrong with the roof?
I don't know.
Have you ever seen, there's lots of pictures of the roof.
Oh,
yeah.
I hate his.
Did you ever see anything and thought, well, there's a hole in the roof and it just hasn't been fixed because you didn't see any progress?
There was something odd over the garage that needed to be fixed. I remember that. I don't remember exactly what it was.
Over the garage?
Yes.
But you don't remember what it was?
No, this is a long time ago.
Well, when the prosecutor asked you questions on direct, I thought he asked you about this roofing project. And I thought you said that when you went over there, you really hadn't seen any progress.
Yeah, I hadn't seen anything torn off, nothing done to it. No.
So what was the problem with the roof that wasn't fixed?
Oh, they kept talking about needing to fix it.
But you just don't know what it is.
I don't remember, no.
So when you say you went over there and you didn't see any progress, you can tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I don't really know what was wrong with the roof in the first place because I can't identify anything in pictures that was wrong with the roof.
No, it was a project they kept talking about that they wanted to do, that they had to do, and I never saw them touch that roof.
How often did you see Michael Miller over at that house?
A few times.
How many?
2, 3 times.
2 or 3 times?
Yes.
And when were those 2 or 3 times?
The Easter dinner.
Okay.
And maybe a couple of times in passing when I was stopping by after work.
So you really didn't see what Michael Miller was doing over there unless you were there those 2 or 3 times, correct?
Happy anniversary,
Except for
Ivan.
the time he worked on the garage. I saw that right when they finished it.
Okay. And so you saw Michael Miller actually helping out doing odd jobs.
Yeah. The garage was definitely clean.
Okay. Nothing further.
No. Do the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have any questions for this witness? Okay, seeing your response, sir, you're excused. Thank you very much for your testimony here today. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, we are going to take our afternoon recess. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way regarding this case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not read, watch, listen to news or media accounts or commentary about this case. You must not do any research, such as consult with dictionaries, using the internet, or using reference materials. You must not make any investigation, test the theory of the case, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any
He's
other
over there just writing.
Based on your own, and you must not form or express any opinion regarding this case, so it's fine submitted to you. Ladies and gentlemen, 3:10 will be in recess till 3:29.
Please rise for the jurors.
All right, so now we're caught back up to live.
The oldest that you've sounded so far was, so when you do the twitch, I was like,
Come on, we'll make it work.
that was rough. That was rough.
You don't want to say that.
Hot mics. Hot mics.
Partly is the key part of it.
Lucy.
I didn't realize.
Lucy, we lost your Lucy, say hello. Say hello to your friends. Say hello to your friends. I love you. Lucy's like over this right now. Oh my gosh, I forgot I had eyebrows on and I just looked up. So oops, hot mic moment.
You want to watch me play a game?
You know what? If you're good at
But these people are professional gamers, and so other people will watch them play and try and learn.
My kid watches like.
I pay to watch your opening. I loved it. I really liked it.
They're talking about Twitch and paying to watch people and all that. So let me unpin this comment.
We're both gonna close.
I get
The writ is pending.
I get that defense
Are you also asking them to go in one speech as well? Is that also?
has to do a job,
If that's the ruling, then.
but
What state are you in right now?
man,
What state are you
I'm
in?
having a hard time
What state are you in right now? You gotta ask them.
remembering
No, say right.
that I'm not
It's Nevada. It's not.
mad at them.
Nevada.
All right, let me pull up.
I had a judge once.
Where? Here it is.
I was in
All right, I'm going to mute this one because their hot mic stuff is not that interesting right now. And we've still got about 12 minutes, and I want to hear. Let's see if we can find out what they say about this one.
If the deputies have someone who can meet with them. Mr. Adderhold, if anybody who wants to be escorted, if they could just wait just a moment in the jury deliberation room, a deputy will be there to assist.
Thank you.
We also need all of the evidence back in the courtroom. All right, so that pretty much concludes the jury trial at this point. We do have the matter of the verdict from the first trial in which Mr. Ford was convicted on 3 counts. Obviously, we still are under the pending statutory speedy trial demand that continues to run. And I suppose we will need a decision from the state, which they are probably not prepared to make today, as to whether or not they wish to retry this case in a 3rd jury trial. Because of the time frame running with the speedy trial demand, we're going to gather on this case one day next week to figure out, are we going to go forward with sentencing, or are we going to go forward with scheduling trial number 3?
Wow.
I'm free to do that on Tuesday or Wednesday of next week. I know the state will be here whenever I summon them. Mr. Lewis, what's your schedule on Tuesday or Wednesday of next week?
In as much as a representative from the state will be present, I am available Wednesday. I have a medical procedure scheduled Tuesday, and I will not be able to ask.
Well, we have court scheduled Tuesday, so somebody from your office will be available in your stead because we already have court scheduled.
Judge, in my mind, Monday the 14th, I do not start a jury trial. I might start one on the 21st and the 28th, but I think I have something on Monday. The better course for me would be Wednesday, only because whatever's going on Wednesday, I can twist it and bend it to make sure that I'm here with you. I can just let the court know, irrespective of whatever other decisions will be made, I intend to file a bond motion because I think my client is in a different position. That you may be in a position to address that bond motion on Wednesday. You may or may not be comfortable addressing it, but I just want to let the court know that's my intention on Monday morning to file a bond motion, so that if we're not going forward with sentencing on Mr. Ford and his trial is not starting on August the 21st, I'd like to be heard on bond. The family under the statute has a right to be apprised. I put on the record now, I intend to file that bond motion. I don't know if this acts as sufficient service to let them know that I intend to ask for a bond motion on Monday. If we deal with it on Wednesday, great. If not, then we'll deal with it at a later time. If the prosecutor makes a decision they aren't going forward, I will be ready on Wednesday for the sentencing on the counts that Mr. Ford is guilty of. From the
I'll explain it in just a second. I'm trying to hear because they don't have their mics on.
Anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Right, I'm already scheduled to hear the citation for contempt for Ms. Holly on Wednesday at 9:30, so it just makes sense to schedule this on the same date and time in the event that Mr. Holly wants to speak on her son's behalf, should we go forward with sentencing on Wednesday.
That's fine, and I'll twist whatever I have to do to make that happen.
We will reconvene on this matter Wednesday at 9:30 a.m. in this courtroom. Should Mr. Lawrence Lewis file a motion for bond on Monday, I will address the bond issue on Wednesday. Should the state decide that they are not going to retry the case a 3rd time, then I will address sentencing on Wednesday. If the state decides that they are going to retry the case, then we will schedule the date and time for the 3rd trial on Wednesday while we're all together. I have not done the math, but I think Mr. Lawrence Lewis believes that the speedy runs in this term of court.
Judge,
I don't know. I haven't looked at that.
Judge, respectfully, the speedy trial demand was filed. Let me get the exact date. I think it runs the first Monday, Judge. I had another chance to look at the.
Well, the next term starts the second Monday in September is the next term of court.
Judge, the speedy trial demand was filed on February 21st of 2023, which would have been the December of 2022 term. I believe that term counts, March term counts, and the June term counts. So under the statute, it would be the case would have to be tried by the second Monday in September or all the charges would have to be dismissed. That's the statute. My reading of the case law out of the Supreme Court of Georgia, I can't give you the site, extends that time period for another term. They have this weird use of the language. It's just it's a weird interpretation of the language, which I interpret to mean it will not run until the first Monday in December. So based on my reading of the law out of the Supreme Court of Georgia, the state would have until the first.
You can continue.
Sorry, they've been excused. Sorry, Judge. They have until the first Monday in December to try the case.
If you get a chance before or by Monday, can you forward that case that you are referencing to Ms. Wofford so we can look at that as well?
Yes, Judge.
And obviously copy the state on it.
Yes, Judge.
All right, Mr. Umberg, you have all of the evidence, and we will ask the state to maintain possession of all of the evidence. I will take the indictment and verdict form and the copies of the request to charge. All right, anything else that needs to be addressed by the court from the state's perspective?
No, Your Honor.
From the defense perspective?
No, thank you, Judge.
All right, we are in recess. Mr. Ford is back with the deputies. Thank you. Have a good evening.
All right. So in the
Exhibit number 10.
in this trial, we've had the mouth breather in that trial. There was one day where the mouth breather was gone, but that mouth, it's like right by the microphone. It's like that Darth Vader. So what had happened was the first trial was a hung jury, which resulted in a mistrial on the murder charges, same as this one. But they did happy anniversary.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Happy anniversary. So the first trial, they did agree. They came to guilty verdict on the 2 counts of theft, for one for the car, one for the gun. And help me out. What was the other one? I didn't take my medicine. One for the car, one for the gun. What was the other one? Oh, the body. Yeah, tampering. So, yeah, all of the, I forget how it's worded, but the, now I got to look it up, because now if I don't remember the exact wording, it's going to drive me nuts. Concealing the death of another. So not telling them about her death and her being there, her body and all that. So anyway, so he's got the theft by taking for the gun, the theft by taking for the car, and the concealing the death of another. So he's got 3 convictions for those things. So since this one is a mistrial too, they will have a hearing on Wednesday, same day as Mama's got to be back in court for her contempt charges. They will have a hearing on Wednesday, and they will decide if the state is going to try like 3rd time's a charm, or if they are going to decide that they don't have enough evidence to convict. So they are dismissing those charges and will sentence him for the convictions that he got for those other 3 things. His attorneys will probably file a motion to ask for bond on Monday. in murder trials, it's not often granted unless there's, different circumstances. But they will more than likely put in there that, he should be granted bond because he, the store, gosh, I can't even talk now. The state doesn't have a strong enough case to get a conviction for him because there has now been 2 juries who were unable to convict him based on the evidence, et cetera, and they will ask for a bond. I doubt it will be granted until, she said she's going to talk about that on Wednesday. So they'll probably file that motion on Monday, and then on Wednesday, go for that. So we'll see what he gets for the other stuff. It's going to be, interesting. Right now, y'all are at 61% say that you think that they will, try him again. 61% say yes, they will try him again, and 39% say no. So interesting. Oh yeah. So Mama had her her phone out and took a picture with some of the juries. Y'all, I cannot talk. I need to go get me an energy drink. Took a picture of some of the jurors in the jury box, and they busted her and took her phone, and she's got a contempt hearing on Wednesday. I cannot speak. So they'll look at that Wednesday. If they do try him again, then he might get bond because, like I said, they're going to say in there, that's 2 juries that this has gone in front of, and they couldn't get a conviction. But I don't know if if they should try him again. Honestly, I mean, medical examiner's testimony ain't gonna change.
Randolph was present with his attorneys, deputy district attorney on behalf of the state. We both parties take her to the presence of our jury. Yes, Your Honor.
It'll be interesting.
Someone called Deirdre Marley.
Okay, Deirdre, I'm going to end that poll. 62% of you say that we think he'll have another trial. I want to add that to our calendar so we can make sure that we know what's going on Wednesday so we can update. Because that will be before this. So we'll... Lord of mercy. All right, so Deirdre is the friend of Sharon's. I'm going to do another poll if y'all think he'll get bond. It's a good possibility if they do try him again. Because it's not a capital. Let's see. On the stand, Sharon's friend.
Yes. Thank you. Please be seated. If you state and spell your name for the record, please.
My name is Deidre Marley Johnson. DeidraMarley-JOHNSON.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Deirdre. How are you?
Good.
Good.
Thank you.
Do you know someone by the name of Sharon Randolph?
Yes, I do.
And I've got it pinned.
Do you remember when you first met Sharon?
Yes, I do.
Tell us.
There is a senior living community named Las Ventanas, and it's on West Charleston and Town Center. Sharon was hired at Las Ventanas to work in the beauty shop as the hairdresser. I was hired at Las Ventanas to work as the manicurist. And that is how I met Sharon.
Around what year did you start working at Las Ventanas?
It was as soon as it was built, and I would say that would be around the year 2000.
Okay. So you knew her for about 8 years up to the point of when she passed away.
Yes.
Do you know someone by the name of Thomas Randolph?
Yes.
Have you met Thomas Randolph before?
I have spoken to Thomas Randolph on the telephone.
Okay.
I have seen pictures of Thomas Randolph.
Okay. Do you see Thomas here in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Could you point out where he is and describe maybe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
Yes. He is sitting at the desk with a white shirt on, white hair, and black headset.
Okay, let the record reflect the witnesses identify the defendant. At some point, do you learn that Sharon and the defendant are beginning to date?
Yes.
What's your understanding of exactly how they met?
On the internet.
So when you heard that, did you have some advice for Sharon?
I did.
Please tell us what your advice was.
I told her that I had bad feelings. I could not explain them, but I had very bad feelings and that she should not get involved.
Does she listen to your advice at that time?
No, she did not.
And was this around the summer of 2005 ballpark?
I would say that's about right.
Okay. Does it come to your attention that there's a possibility that the defendant may move to Las Vegas?
Yes.
When you heard that information, did you have advice for Sharon?
Yes, I did.
Please tell this jury what advice you gave Sharon.
I advised Sharon that I thought it was a very bad idea to have Thomas Randolph move to Las Vegas.
And just to be clear, is this time period, is this within a relatively quick time period or long time period? This decision to maybe move in from Utah to Las Vegas?
They had dated for a while. Thomas Randolph had come on weekends to visit.
Okay.
And then Sharon told me that he was going to move in.
Okay, and then that's when you gave the advice.
Yes.
And I can't remember if I asked you, but did she follow your advice?
No, she did not.
All right. What do you remember at the beginning of the relationship when you could observe and talk to Sharon? Like, how did she feel about dating Tom in the beginning?
Sharon was happy. She was excited. She had that new relationship glow. She was giddy. She was happy.
All right. Do you recall them doing things in the beginning of their relationship?
Yes.
What sort of things do you remember them doing kind of as a couple?
They would go out for dinner. I guess they would go out for dinner. I know that they would go back and forth to Utah to visit Mr. Randolph's parents.
Okay. Do you remember them ever taking trips to places like San Diego?
I do recall them taking a trip to San Diego.
Me too.
Ultimately, do you come to learn that there's a possibility that the defendant may literally move into the house? Sharon's house.
Yes, he moved into her house.
Okay. And do you give her advice regarding that decision?
Yes, I did.
And what was your advice to her at that point?
I told her that I thought it was a bad idea.
All right. You mentioned that you worked with Sharon at the Las Ventanas Senior Living Center. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. And Sharon's the hairdresser and you're the manicurist.
Yes.
Right. Is that like an assisted, is that like a retirement community?
Yes, it's a high-end retirement community.
Okay.
Oh, she fancy.
When you worked there, was there a receptionist at the hair salon?
No, there was not.
Was there a business phone, though, at that hair salon?
There was a business phone in that office, yes.
Once Sharon started dating Tom, do you recall anything about that phone in the hair salon? that stood out in your mind?
It was after Thomas Randolph had moved in. He would continually call. He called multiple times during the day to speak to Sharon. I would answer the phone.
Because you didn't have a receptionist.
We did not have a receptionist.
On average, what are we talking about here? About how many times a day?
A minimum of 15 times a day.
Would you take the time to explain to the defendant that maybe Sharon's busy working and she can't come to the phone, things like that?
There were a few times when I would tell him that she was working.
Do you ever remember any other phones ringing?
Yes,
Okay, what phones would also ring?
her cell phone.
Okay. And then similar things would happen, just letting him know, hey, we can't talk, we're working.
It's been 84
Yes.
years.
Based on your understanding, did Tom Randolph have a job that you were aware of?
No.
I want to ask you a little bit about Sharon's mood and demeanor as this relationship continues. You previously mentioned that she was giddy at the beginning, right?
Yes.
Do you start to see that change?
Yes, I did.
What do you start seeing? What are the differences you start to see in Sharon?
I started to see Sharon become unhappy. She wasn't giddy any longer. She was unhappy. She was trying to work, and he kept calling, and she would be frustrated, and she just wasn't happy.
Okay. At some point, do you learn of a potential decision about whether or not to marry Mr. Randolph?
Yes, I do.
Was there a potential consequence that came with potentially not marrying Mr. Randolph?
Yes.
Okay.
He told her that if she did not marry him, he would leave her.
Do you give her a piece of advice?
I did.
Did you recommend that she legally marry Mr. Randolph?
No. Well, I told her that she should go to Mexico with Mr. Randolph and have a mock wedding,
Okay.
that it would not be legal within the United States.
Okay. So that's the advice you gave her.
That is the advice I gave her.
Did you think it would be a good idea to legally marry Mr. Randolph?
No, I did not.
As the months continue, let me rephrase. Do you become aware of them maybe going off to Mexico to do this ceremony?
I knew that they had gone to Mexico.
Okay. Does Sharon continue to work at Las Ventanas leading up to the point of when she passes away, or does that change?
Sharon worked at Las Ventanas for a considerable amount of time. She had had eye surgery also.
Okay.
And she said that her eye was bothering her, but she was under the constant pressure of Thomas Randolph calling her multiple times a day and harassing her.
Okay.
The objection is to harassing her.
That objection will be sustained.
So ultimately, she leaves Las Ventanas. Is that right?
Yes.
He was pushing her to get married.
Before
She was saying, don't
leaves,
do it
I want
legally.
to focus on a specific event. Was there a time that she came into work that you noticed something on her body that gave you concern?
But if I could just get a foundation.
If we could just approach on this.
Sure.
I love her voice. She has the sweetest voice. She does sound like the lady on Titanic. I love it. So she was, I think Deidre was hoping that it would like tide him over. You know, at this point, I guess because they don't know that he's planning everything he's planning. You know, I think she was hoping that maybe it would shut him up for a bit. Look, Thami is still over there, leaned over, whispering to Josh. Thami and Josh, BFFs. Our statistician is in the house. 11 sidebars. I love the baby bottle fur.
So, was there a time when she came into work that you noticed something about her body that actually concerned you?
Yes.
All right. When around what year was that? Do you remember?
I would say it was probably well, it was after she had married Thomas Randolph.
Okay.
2004, 2005, maybe.
Okay, so it's pretty early on, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So, and let's just be clear. Do you, in terms of dates, because I know this is like 15 years ago, does her being married stand out in your mind as being, I saw it after she was married?
I'm sorry, I didn't.
You said 2000, and I'm just for clarity's sake, you said 2005, but you also said it was after she's married. And there's been some information that maybe the marriage doesn't actually happen in 2005. So the thing I'm trying to get out of you is the fact that she is married to Tom one of the things that you remember, like it's after her getting married to Tom that you noticed this?
Yes.
Okay, so if her marriage is, let's say in 2007, it would be post 2007.
Yes.
Okay, all right. So what do you notice on Sharon that catches your eye?
I noticed her body language.
These
She
are the
was
wives.
moving very slowly and sore. She was sore.
Okay. Did you see any bruises on her body?
Yes, I did.
Do you ask her, how did you get those?
Yes, I did.
And what did she say?
She said it was a boating accident.
Okay. Who was on the boat?
Her and Tommy Randolph.
And what did she say happened?
She said that Tommy was driving the boat very fast across Lake Mead. And he made a sudden sharp U-turn. And she was standing in the boat and she fell.
Okay. When you heard this, how did you feel when you heard this?
I was alarmed.
Do you say anything to Sharon after learning that?
Yes, I did.
What do you tell Sharon?
I said, Sharon, I think he's trying to kill you.
Do you give her any other additional advice?
Yes, I did.
What other advice did you give her?
I said, whatever you do, do not accept any beverages or food from him.
Okay. What's her response? What's her response to that advice? What does she say to you?
She looked at me and she seemed a little surprised. She said, do you really think he's trying to kill me?
And what did you respond with?
I said, yes.
I want to turn your attention to about a week before Sharon passes away.
Yes.
Do you receive a phone call from someone?
Yes, I did.
And who do you receive a phone call from?
Sharon.
She's a smart cookie.
You've obviously talked to Sharon many times in your life. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Please describe for this jury, what did her voice sound like on the other end of that phone?
She was shaken. She sounded scared. And she sounded afraid.
Did you believe that she was depressed at that point?
Yes.
What does she say to you?
Judge objection.
Can we approach?
I've already decided this issue. She can answer the question.
What did she say?
She told me she needed to get a divorce.
And so how do you respond?
I happen to be the vice president on the board of the mediators of Southern Nevada.
Okay.
I said, okay, Sharon. I said, I'll help you get a divorce.
All right. Did you think it was going to be, well, at this time, did you think she was legally married?
I did not.
Why is that?
Because I had told her not to get legally married.
So you thought it was just the Mexico thing?
I thought it was just the mock wedding.
Okay. Did you say that to her? Something like, hey, that shouldn't be too difficult. I mean, you didn't technically marry him, something like that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Does she correct you and correct your misunderstanding at that point?
I had told Sharon, I says, well, it wouldn't be difficult to get divorced because you never married Tommy.
And then she says what?
And she said, yes, I did, Deidre. Talked me into getting married.
So do you start to give her advice at this point from what you could help her do legally to get a divorce?
Yes, I did.
So what sort of advice did you offer or help did you offer?
She had told me she had no money, that her money was gone, that they had gone through all of her money.
Okay.
And I said, okay. I said, that won't be a problem. I said, I do know attorneys. I know paralegals, or I will be glad to go down to the self-help center with you at Legal Aid, and we will draw up divorce papers.
Okay. Does she talk about the house at all?
I asked Sharon what she had Tommy's name on.
Okay. And what did she tell you?
And she told me that she had his name on the house, but she had taken it off.
I would object to that as you're saying, just for the record.
Okay, just for the record, the court has previously ruled, ma'am, you can answer the question.
Go ahead. You can keep where you done. I don't know if you finished your answer.
She told me that she had his name on the house, but she took it off.
Okay. Understood. Does she mention life insurance during this conversation?
Yes.
What did she say about that?
I said, what else are you involved with as far as Tommy is concerned? And she said, he does have a life insurance policy on me.
When you heard that, did that generate a reaction out of you? When you heard that, what were your feelings at that point?
I told Sharon, I said, Sharon, this is a red flag to me. I said, now I'm worried for you.
What did you ask her to do?
I asked her to come and stay with me.
Okay. What else did you tell her?
I told her that I was worried for her and that I wanted her to come and stay with me because I wanted her to be safe.
And how did she respond to that offer?
She said, I know, Deidre. And she sounded worried. But
Aw.
she said, I want to be in my home.
So what do you say to her at that point?
I said to Sharon, I said, I can't force you to come and stay with me. I said, however, I would like you to. I said, but please, whatever you do, do not accept any beverages, food, or turn your back on Tommy. I don't trust him. I'm worried for you.
I want to turn your attention to May 8th, 2008, just a week after this conversation. Were you planning that evening to make a phone call?
Yes.
Who were you planning to call?
I was planning to call Sharon.
Did you pick up the phone in one hand?
I had my phone in my hand
What did you have in your other hand?
to call Sharon.
What did you have in your other hand?
My other hand was the remote control to my television.
Which one did you decide to use first?
I clicked the television on first.
And what did you see?
I saw a segment on the news
And what was it about?
a husband and wife coming home from dinner. And the handyman had invaded the house. The wife entered the house first.
I
The handyman.
This is not news that she's getting it from. This is news, and so this is clearly hearsay.
That's just how she learned of it.
This is hearsay, Mr. Henley. That's
Okay.
another question.
Okay. Do you learn of Sharon, what happens to Sharon on May 8th, 2000?
2 years.
Yes, she was murdered.
Okay, I understand. I have no further questions for this witness.
Ross?
Oh. Deidre don't play though. She can handle them. Mr. Condescending.
You didn't like Thomas Randolph, fair to say.
I didn't like him
And you didn't like him from the very beginning. Is that a fair statement?
from the very beginning.
You
Tell him.
have told the jury that you warned Sharon not to be with Thomas Randolph, right?
I did.
And she ignored you, didn't she? And she was with Thomas Randolph. Fair?
Love has a scent.
Okay. You told her not to be with Thomas Randolph, and she ignored you, and she was with Thomas Randolph.
She
Fair?
was.
Okay. You told us that that at some point you finally realized she's legally married, right?
Yes, she told me she was.
And she hadn't told you she'd gotten married, had she?
No, she never did tell me until she wanted to get her divorce.
So it's fair to say that Sharon got married to Tommy and didn't even tell you she was married, right?
I was no longer working with Sharon.
So it's fair to say that Sharon got married and didn't even tell you she was married to Thomas Randall.
No, because she wasn't working with me.
Email it to me. She's
So
in.
the answer is yes, she did not tell me.
She did not tell me.
Now you say she wasn't working with you. When did she stop working with you?
It was after she married Thomas Randolph.
Are you sure it wasn't in 2006 after the,
I cannot give you an exact date.
because you're struggling a little bit with dates, aren't you?
I am struggling with it.
With some of the dates. Do you remember you told us about this boating incident and you described it at first to the jury as 2005? Do you remember saying that?
I did.
Do you remember saying that?
It's been a long time.
So what I'm asking you, I'm not quarreling with you. I'm just saying you told the jury the boating incident was in 2005, right?
Yeah, whatever. I do not have the exact dates.
And you didn't even know that they were legally married, so you don't know when they were legally married, right? Is that fair?
So I'm sorry, but
You weren't, Sharon didn't tell you, oh, I'm getting married tomorrow. It's going to be wonderful. You should come. Nothing like that. You didn't know about the.
no, she did not tell me that.
And you know she stopped working with you at some point, right?
Yes.
You'd warned Sharon, don't marry this man because you didn't like him, right?
I warned her against marrying him.
And when she told you she'd actually married him, you told her you were unhappy about it, right?
I didn't tell her I was unhappy about it.
You did not say that you were unhappy about the marriage?
No, I did not.
Did the police actually come and speak with you?
The police did not come and speak with me.
In fact, the only time you talk to law enforcement is over the phone. Is that a fair statement?
Correct.
They never take a recorded statement from you, right?
No.
Okay. And you can tell us that you did not tell the police that when you found out that Sharon was married, that you told her that you were unhappy with her. That's not something you told the police.
I never told the police that.
Okay. And you told Sharon, when you did find out she was married, you told her you thought she should get a divorce, right?
No, I did not.
You did not tell her about to go get a divorce and how to do it?
No, I did not.
Did you give her advice on how to get a divorce?
When she called me, I told her I would help her.
Okay, so you gave her advice on how to get a divorce.
I told her that I would contact attorneys, paralegals, or help her get her divorce.
You told the jury that you said to Sharon, you should come stay with me.
Yes, I did.
And she didn't come, did she?
She did not come and stay with me.
She stayed with Tommy.
She stayed in her house.
Well,
Oh,
now
good
that
answer.
conversation you had a week before the
Good
incident. Do you
answer.
remember you said that you got a call from Sharon about a week before the incident?
Yes.
Where was she? Do you know?
I don't know where she was at. She called me. I was in my vehicle on my way home from a board meeting.
So do you know where she was at?
I do not know where she was at. I did not ask her where she was at.
Had she been traveling with Tommy in the, let's say, week or weeks before the,
That I cannot tell you.
were they planning to go in the days after the incident? Were they planning to go on a trip anywhere, or do you not know?
I don't know.
Were they planning to celebrate Mother's Day anywhere, or are you?
Not that I'm aware of.
Because that's not really, I mean, it's fair to say that from the understanding you had of Sharon, that Sharon wouldn't be going out with Tommy in the days before the incident, right? Because she was
When
upset.
Sharon and I worked together, we talked. After Sharon quit working, she would come in and visit every now and then.
So is it fair to say, do you mind if I call you Deidre? Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay. Deidre, is it fair
No.
to say that you were close with Sharon when you worked together, right?
We were close.
You're working together all day long, 8 hours a day, get to chat, water
Yes.
cooler kind of thing, fair? Right?
Yes.
And at some point, you lose that closeness because she stops working with you. You're not colleagues anymore.
She was home.
And so she was home with Tommy and not with you 8 hours a day anymore. Fair?
She was with Tommy.
And so it's fair to say that in the weeks, months leading up to this incident, you weren't as close. You didn't really know what was going on in her life. Fair?
It's not that I wasn't as close, because I always cared about Sharon. But she had a life to live.
And it's clear.
And I was working.
And it's clear you cared about your friend, right? You cared about your friend, right?
I cared about Sharon.
And you were upset, obviously, that your friend had been murdered, right? Obviously, it upset you.
I'm sorry.
You were very upset when you learned your friend had been murdered. Is that a fair statement?
I was extremely upset.
And it's fair to say that you were discussing for a second without talking about anything that was said, you heard news accounts, right? You said you heard news accounts.
I saw the segment on the news.
And it's fair to say that your friend deserves justice, correct?
I believe she does.
And you would like to make sure you can do whatever it is you could do to get that for her.
Very much.
Last sort of area. You told us today that you learned or you talked to Sharon about life insurance, right?
Sharon told me that Tommy had a life insurance policy on her.
Did she say that she'd gotten her life insurance policy for herself? In other words, did Sharon say, I got a life insurance?
She did not tell me that.
It was sort of something maybe Tommy had gone and done secretly, and she found
I
out.
have no clue if it was secret or not.
Objection. You have to state your testimony.
I'll ask another question. Did you tell the police that you had actually heard something about life insurance on Sharon, but you couldn't recall where or from whom you'd heard it? Do you remember telling the police that?
I told the police that Sharon told me that Tommy had a life insurance policy on her.
You told the police officer that?
Yes, I did.
Who was that police officer?
I called a criminologist.
No. Listen to me. Listen to my question, okay? Who was this police officer that
Hold
you?
on just 1 second, Mr. Ombudsman. Yes.
I love me some Deidre. Deidre don't play. Shut up, Thommy. She's a good friend. She is a good judge of character, and she is firm. This felt like rattling her.
Did you ever talk to a Detective O'Kelly? Does that name ring a bell? Or no?
Yes.
Did you tell Detective O'Kelly that you had only heard about life insurance and recently heard that, but you didn't say it was from Sharon? Do you understand the distinction I'm saying?
I told Detective O'Kelly that Sharon had told me that Tommy had a life insurance policy on her.
Of course, I told you. Your Honor, that concludes cross-examination.
Good. Go sit down.
No, you're not.
Do the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have any questions for Ms. Witness? Okay, seeing no response, ma'am, you are excused. Thank you very much for your testimony here today.
Good job, Deidre. We love you, Deidre. You're an honorary 13th juror. I would love it if she just hit Thom with her pocketbook on the way out. It's for you, Thommy.
Thank you, Your Honor. Tony Bean.
Just whack him with a pocketbook. Sorry, did I scare you when I was whacking? Shall we? You're fine. We love Deidre.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
That one's for Deidre.
Okay,
One second. Give me 2 minutes and I'll call it.
Okay.
Thanks.
Sorry.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how annoyed do you think Thommy's attorneys are with him? As annoyed as what? Give me another example. Like as annoyed as something would be with something else. Oh yeah. Look, then any of the ones that they can't control, the ones that see through them, oh, they hate those friends. They hate those friends. Hate them. Like she said, as annoyed as I am at that questioning. Yes. It's from Step Brothers, the movie. I love it.
Call Victoria Kimenker.
As annoyed as a baby with diaper rash. He does. Diaper rash just seems like the perfect comparison for him. His kids are bedtime. As annoyed as I was at the sidebars at Melly's trial. I want Deidre to do my nails and give me life advice. I would listen. I would soak it up like a sponge.
The testimony you're about to give in this action will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? Yes. Thank you. Please be seated. If you could state your name for the record, please.
My name is Victoria Kimenker. My last name, Kimenker.
State whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much. Victoria, how long have you lived in Las Vegas?
Since I was 21. I was born in Boulder City, raised in Henderson, and working through Vegas all the time. I just ended up coming and staying in Vegas, living with my niece.
Did you know someone by the name of Sharon Randolph, or Sharon Koss, I guess, back in the
Yes.
day? When did you meet Sharon?
In 1975, I just came back from living in Washington, and she was working at the Liberace Plaza. So it's the end of 75. I used to go to a hairdresser there, and she was working under him. She was the shampoo girl.
Okay.
That's the first time I met her. And then after a couple of times of going there, I started interacting with her and finding out where she lived and just talking to her, but just making friends.
So you knew her for 30 years.
Oh yeah.
Okay. So you start becoming friends even back then and over the decades. Would that be correct?
Right.
You were, I'm sure you were friends with her when she was married to Philippe. Would that be fair? Did you do a lot of social things with her over the decades?
Yes. Did a lot of things, camping. She came over her and Philippe would be over our house for the holidays with our family and my husband's family. We would always socialize, doing a lot of things.
Okay. Obviously, there's a time where Philippe passes away. Do you come to learn of the fact that Sharon? Let's do this. Is there a time that we'll scratch all that? Oh, that was terrible. I apologize. Do you know someone by the name of Thomas Randolph?
Yes.
Do you see Thomas Randolph sitting here in the courtroom right now?
Yes.
Could you please point out where he is and maybe describe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
White shirt, headphones on his head.
Okay, let the record reflect the witnesses identified Mr. Randolph. Do you remember where you were the first time you saw the defendant?
Yes.
Where's that?
Me and my husband were going shopping at Mervyn's.
Okay.
And I used to work for Mervyn's. So it was a couple of years or so later when I didn't work for him anywhere. We just went in there to go shopping. And as we were walking around, I happened to look up, and I used to work in fine jewelry. So we looked up and I saw Sharon. And I told my husband, oh my God, there's Sharon. So we walked over to her, and they were both like looking on the counter, and they were looking at a bunch of rings. And so I said, Sharon, and she turns around and she looks at me. And I think she was a little surprised that, we were there. And so I said, what are you doing? And she says, well, we're looking at rings because we're going to get married.
Right.
So I said, okay.
When you heard that, did you have a reaction to that?
Yeah, I was kind of shocked.
When you went up and introduced yourself to Sharon, what was Tom Randolph doing?
He was looking down, looking at the rings. Sharon proceeded to, he turned around and she said, these are my friends, Vicky and Dale. And he turned around like this and then turned around, no hi, nothing. Just left it at that.
Okay. Did you find that interaction? How did you find that particular interaction?
Kind of rude.
It's just a description of the interaction, but I can move on, whatever you want. Okay. Does Mr. Randolph spend any time introducing or talking to you during this time at Mervyn's?
No.
Does he shake your hand?
Nope.
How about your husband's?
Nope.
Okay. When you learned of this, that she was off to go get married, were you concerned?
Kind of.
Did you say anything to her about it?
I just said something to her in the way of, what are you doing? And she looked at me and said, you just don't want to see me happy.
Okay.
That was it. We turned around, we walked away.
She started off as a shampoo girl. What does she start to do as an adult? And by she, I mean Sharon. What does she start to do later in life? Because you said she was kind of a shampoo person to start, right? She becomes what?
Well, she left that place and went and found her own position in another salon. And right after that, when she did that, I started going to her.
And not just to do shampoo, but she was a hairdresser.
Right, she was a hairdresser.
That was what I was looking for.
Yeah.
Do you continue to get your hair cut from Sharon?
Yes.
All right. Were there any times that you went over and had your hair done over at her house?
Yes. A couple of times.
Okay. Have you ever heard the name Michael Miller before?
No.
Okay. Do you remember ever going over there seeing a handyman over at the house?
Just that one day when I went over there and she was going to do my hair and they were watching the movie.
Who's they?
Huh?
Who is they?
I'm sorry. Sharon, Randolph, and Miller. And she wanted me to wait for me to do my hair. And I said, I really don't want to. And she goes, just until we watch this movie. So she made me go sit on the love seat where the Miller guy was and introduced me to him.
During the time that you were there, did you see Mr. Miller and Mr. Randolph engaging in any home improvement projects?
Yes.
Okay. What were they doing?
After the movie was over, they went outside to look up at the lattice that was, I guess, falling apart. And I remember they grabbed a ladder and I saw Mr. Randolph climbing up on the ladder. And
Randolph?
Yeah, Randolph. And I said to Sharon, well, if he's got such a bad back, why is he climbing the ladder? And
okay, so that's kind of the extent of what you saw. He climbed up on a ladder. All right.
I'm sorry, Mary, is that a yes?
yes.
Were there other times that you went over to Sharon's house to get your hair done?
Yes.
And in addition to that, did you ever go over socially, or was it typically just to do hair?
No, I went over there one time. It was just like probably a month, maybe 2 months after they had gotten married. I went over there and me and Sharon were in the living room and I was talking to her and Thomas Randolph came out of the bedroom and he walked over there to where Sharon was sitting and he was sitting on the edge of the chair and he was hugging her and saying like, this is my love or I love her or whatever. And I just kind of looked at him and then he got up and I was questioning him. Like I said, do you work or whatever? And he said, like he's trying to find something. And I said, well, I work for the school district. And he says, well, I'm trying to find something, as a substitute teacher or whatever.
Okay.
And then that was it. And then he got up and walked back in the room.
Would he typically, when you went over there, would he typically interact with you guys? Would he typically stay in his room? What would he typically do?
No. When me and my husband were out there, I didn't remember the time, but we were out there and we were out in the back patio. And that's when Sharon was asking my husband about the lattice on top because it was falling apart. And being my husband's been in construction for a long time, was telling him. And he never once came out. He poked his head through the door.
Okay, so you just gave a ton of information there. So there is a time where you and your husband, Dale, go over to the house. Is that
Yes.
right? And there is a conversation about how to fix that roof lattice area, right? How long has your husband been in construction?
About 23 years.
I don't know the relevance, so this isn't that
I don't
effective.
know if can council approach.
Well, sure.
This prosecutor has some sassy pants on. He gets annoyed anytime there's an objection, and he's you can tell he doesn't really like them objecting to his stuff. There's old Thom. I wonder if he got his 4 o'clock meds. Thommy. Old Thommy. Mary Moss, 13. 13 for the big baby. 13 sidebars. Every time I see him writing something, I get annoyed. Or if he talks, or is just, if I just see him. Let's just be honest, if I just see him. Jackie D, thank you. Cha-ching. Thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate it. Thank you. Turn around, Thami. Nobody told you could move. Thami. Is Recovery Addict still in here? RA, are you in here? Yes, when he breathes. Yeah. That's a direct quote. I get annoyed when he writes or talks or looks over or exists. Anytime I see his face. Recovery Addict may be lurking. If you're in here, you have to show that hearing tomorrow. It's really funny.
About 1 week before Sharon is killed, do you have a conversation with Sharon Randolph?
Yes.
Is it in person or over the phone? What do you remember?
The day that I was over to her house when she did my hair.
1 week before.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
You're in person with her.
Yes.
I want you to describe to this jury, what is her demeanor like?
She's quiet. Didn't really want to talk much. I'd ask her questions and she'd answer, but she was pretty abrupt.
Does she start to cry at some point?
When she told me that she wanted a divorce.
No.
And what else does she say?
She said that she wanted a divorce, and I was kind of in a shock. And she said, but I don't have anywhere to go. And I said, well, you can come live with me and Dale.
So you offer that to her?
Yes.
Did you indicate she could stay as long as she wanted?
Yes.
Ultimately, does Sharon ever take you up on that offer?
No, because after that, she went to Utah. They were traveling to Utah. And I said, I'll talk to you when you come back. And it was like not long after that I found out that, that she had died.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
She has some real good friends. She does, Peter Ware. You're right. Oh, sit down.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Start with something you said. You said there was this incident that happened over at the house, and Tommy had gone up to Sharon. He was hugging her, and did he turn to you and say, I love this woman, or she's my love, or something like that? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Like really affectionate kind of thing?
Yeah. I just thought it was just a big put on.
Yeah, you didn't like it.
No.
Him saying he loved his wife and hugging her, it was something that
Right.
you thought, yeah, I don't really like this.
Right.
Right. Okay. You have a husband, his name is Dale?
Dale.
And there was a while when you and your husband didn't really talk to Sharon.
Right.
Isn't that right?
Right.
Because Dale had been unhappy.
No, we were.
Just 1 second. Objection.
We can approach.
Yes, please.
Everybody's fussing. Sit down. Yeah, I got my voodoo doll. But I like this one. I don't want to put pins in this one. But see how it has the wine glass? Wait, can you see that? Here, you might be able to see this one easier. See how it has the wine? It's actually really creepy when I do it like that, isn't it? Look, Lucy's like, what are you doing in my camera? It's my new co-host. I love my little voodoo doll. She sits on my desk. I get so mad when they stand up. Sit down. Sit down. And it does give me John Thomas vibes. Sit down, John Thomas. I know. She's like, you're ruining. People are here to see me, not you.
Question, George.
Yay. Virginia Little, say that. Yes. Look, how many times have y'all ever told one of your girlfriends, this is a women's intuition thing. How many times have you ever told one of your girlfriends about some loser she's with? And how many times were you ever wrong? 0 times. 0 times.
You and your husband were a little upset about what had happened with Philippe, correct? Right. Is that a yes?
Yes.
And so there was approximately an 8-year time period where you don't talk to Sharon.
Right.
Okay. So if you could give us sort of that time frame, just so the jury could understand, when you say the 8 years that you're not talking to Sharon, when are those years? Does my question make sense?
Yeah. In the house that we were living in, we had bought some property to move in and build a house. So with
Do you know the dates in which you weren't talking, Sharon? Can you just give us those dates?
Gosh. 95. I would say anywhere between 92 to 95 or 96 or 97 are those through those years right there that we weren't talking with her.
Wasn't it after the death of Philippe?
After the death of Philippe?
Yes,
No.
after. So you were not talking to her during the time she was married to Philippe?
We were it's so far back, I'm trying to remember. We didn't have anything with them for 8 years. It was after we moved out of our house in the year 2000. We moved into another house. That's when we started talking, when I started talking with Sharon again.
Okay, I'll see if I can get a better foundation. Did you stop talking to Sharon? Did the relationship sort of fizzle out for that 8-year period because of the way Dale, when you thought that Sharon had treated Philippe?
That had nothing to do with the way Sharon was treating Philippe. That had nothing to do with it.
What was it that caused?
Dale and Sharon kind of got into a misunderstanding, and Dale had asked her to leave.
Yes.
So loud. Look, she's like, can we just get through? Ugh, his face again. He's still over there writing. He is just a writing, and I can guarantee he's writing down things like he thinks he knows better than everybody, and he thinks that he's like writing notes for them. And every time we think that they're done, then they're like, one more thing that he's making me get up here and say. Oh, I don't like him. I don't like him. I don't like him. Sharon had some feisty friends. He's writing his autobiography. Yeah. Blech. Look, if you don't see it on my face, especially when I got my fake eyebrows on verdict days, if you don't see it on my face, then you will hear it. I have trouble hiding what I really think. Yeah, see, Jennifer. Jennifer, you're exactly right. He showed the last one to the attorney. He's making notes because he said all along, during all these 15 years, he said that he knows better than the attorneys. These attorneys don't do anything. He said they don't do anything. That, he doesn't even know why they're there. So he's sitting there, and he's even said, like, he needs to get to the attorneys so that he can help them. Oh, grandiose narcissism. Literally textbook. Flip-flop count. We are at 2 now. Oh, and they match. Good girl. Good girl. Look, her nub is going. I love it when you give me 5. Give me 5. I'm not walking you right now, so don't get too excited. Hey, give me 5. And treat. You gotta give me 5. Good girl. Good girl. Good girl.
Did you give an interview to the police?
To the detective, yes.
They recorded it. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you recall saying that Dell had a problem because he didn't like the way that Sharon had treated Philippe?
I don't remember.
If I showed you a copy of your statement to the police and what you said, would that help refresh your memory?
Oh, I don't like
Please.
his tone.
Page 14, counsel. Yeah, approach you on. Yeah.
I don't like his tone.
About middle of the page, counsel. Just read it to yourself and let me know.
Yeah, she's over my BS for the day. She's like, you've been here all day. We're going on. We're over 10 hours now streaming.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does that refresh your memory?
Yeah.
So one of the difficulties, at least that you're explaining to the police, is your husband's opinion of how Sharon treated Philippe. Is that right?
Yes. Yes. I'm sorry.
And is that what caused the rift between you guys?
That wasn't what caused the rift between Sharon and Dale. No, that was not.
It was not.
No.
Okay. There came a point in time when you said that you were over at the house, over at Sharon's house,
Right.
and Mike Miller was on, did you call it a love seat? On the love seat,
Yeah.
watching a movie?
Yes.
And was Sharon watching the movie?
Yes.
And was Tommy watching the movie?
Yes.
And did you watch the movie?
Yes.
So all 4 of you watched the movie together. Is that a yes?
Yes. I'm sorry.
And is that the only time you saw Michael Miller?
Yes.
And do you also remember telling the police, remember you were talking about how Tommy went up on the ladder? Is that a yes?
Yes.
And that Michael Miller was holding the ladder?
I remember him standing next to the ladder. I don't remember him holding the ladder.
Okay, do you remember him standing next to the ladder?
Yes.
Do you remember telling the police he was holding the ladder? No, you're not sure? Page 16, Council.
Oh, I don't like him. I'm trying so hard to remember it's their job, but man, that tone, it's so hard to deal with.
I'm sorry, 26. If I showed you a copy of what you told the police about Tommy on the ladder and that Mike was holding the ladder, do you think that would refresh your memory?
I don't know. I mean, I can look at it and see, but I don't recall because it's been so far back.
Okay, so let me just do it this way. You remember this incident, Tommy's going up a ladder.
Right.
Up towards the roof.
Right.
And after this movie, is it before or after the movie that Mike Miller is out there and he's?
This is after the movie.
Okay, so then they're doing something up,
Yes.
up on the roof. The incident that you described where you hadn't seen Sharon in a while and you walked into a store with your husband, right? Do you remember when this was? Like a date. And when I say a date, I don't mean September 15th. I mean like a year.
Oh, jeez. No, I don't even remember the year.
Do you remember the store?
Pardon me? Stores Mervin's?
And you saw Sharon and Tommy looking at rings.
Yes.
Like women's rings. Do you know if it was for a woman or a man, or you don't know?
No, they were just looking at wedding rings. I am.
Okay.
So
And Sharon told you, you asked Sharon what she was doing, right?
right.
You really hadn't seen her in a while, had you?
Nope. I'm sorry. No, I didn't.
Was that during that sort of 8-year period?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So you're not talking with Sharon and you go into the Mervins and you see Mr. Randolph, you see Tommy and Sharon looking at these rings, looking
Right.
right?
Right.
And she tells you what she was doing, right? We're looking at wedding rings.
Right.
And you tell her you essentially disagree with this, right? You're not happy about it.
No.
And she responds, if I heard you correctly, you just don't want to see me happy.
Mm-hmm.
That's what she said to you.
That's what she said to me.
So if I understand you right, you hadn't really been close with her during that time period, right?
Right.
And now you're approaching her. She's looking at rings with Tommy.
Right. Right.
And this exchange happens.
Right.
And she continues to look at rings.
Yes.
And he doesn't seem to be very receptive to you or your
No.
husband. And neither does she.
No.
And that bothers you.
Bothered me. We just walked away.
Do you remember describing that you knew that they, Tommy and Sharon, were having a little bit of a dispute about Tommy wanting to have the grandkids come live with them?
I don't know anything about that.
You don't know anything about that?
No.
Yes.
Oh, all right. I was just going to tell you that if you haven't shown that pre-trial hearing of him where he's telling the judge that she needs to like step up and all that stuff, if you haven't played that on your stream yet, you need to. It's only about 15 minutes, but it's a doozy. And it shows very much of who he is as a person. And that's not in a good way. Ugh. Whoever called me out on that for doing the ugh, I did not realize how much I did it until you pointed it out. No, it's from June of 2021. I'll send you the link. It's a doozy. And he's telling the judge that he is going home and he has information and he said, the information I have, it'll ruin your day. It'll ruin the state's day. I'm going home. It's as simple as that. And I'm going to send this information. And you're going to do these. I mean, he's being very thommy. That's going to be, oh my gosh, that's the newest 13th juror saying, don't be thommy. You're acting a little thommy right now. Don't be thommy. makes me want to scream. Don't be so thummy. Nikki gifted a membership. Joan, welcome to the family. You have been gifted a fancy new membership. All inclusive.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Thank you. Thank you, Nikki. Welcome to the family. Oh, Nikki gifted another one. Who did it go to? Sue Magic. Thank you, Nikki. Sue Magic, you also have an all-inclusive fancy new membership.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Yay. And another one. We have another new best friend. Who is it? Thank you, Nikki. Nikki gifted another one. It went to Stephanie G.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
When we left off, I asked
That was
you
so
about
unthommy
whether
of you.
There was some dispute between Sharon and Tommy regarding Tommy wanting his three grandchildren to come live with them in Vegas.
You said you don't remember saying that to the police.
I don't recall any of that.
Okay, that's fine. It's been a long time. Okay. Counsel, page 17. Commissioner Crowe.
Yes. Okay, I'm just gonna show you this portion, I have highlighted, and just read that to yourself. Let me know when you're done, and you can read up if you want to for context. Anything you want.
Don't be a thommy. I want him to back up from her. Get away from Miss Victoria, sir. She's our friend.
I don't recall any of that.
I have just shown you a copy of the transcript of your interview.
2017.
And you realize those were your words you were reading, right?
Like I said, it was so long ago that I don't even recall. But if it's on paper, then it must have been when the detective was, asking me the questions.
Right. And did you see that you were talking about a dispute about Tommy wanting his three grandkids to come? Is that what you read on the paper?
Yeah. But I don't recall. I don't remember.
You don't dispute this transcript, do you?
It was just so long ago. I don't recall it.
Okay. Do you recall telling the police in that same transcript that Sharon was never going to let Tommy leave her?
Was never going to let Tommy leave?
Yes, that she wanted to keep him and that she wasn't going to leave him. Do you remember saying that to the police?
I don't know how I said that because I didn't really know the man. So no, I don't remember.
If I showed you a copy of your transcript, would it refresh?
It's probably there, but like I said, I don't recall. It's been so long ago, I could have. If it's on the transcript, that's probably, I said it then.
It's page 24. Courts and judges.
For our new friends.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Welcome.
Without saying what anybody said, did you have a conversation with your daughter about Sharon? About their sex life? About Tommy and Sharon's sex life? Did you have a conversation without saying what was said? Did you have a conversation with your daughter about Tommy and Sharon's sex life?
You mean recently?
No.
Oh, back then.
Yes. Do you recall telling?
I don't know. I don't recall any of that.
Objection. She doesn't recall. Move on, Mr. Holmes.
Okay.
These are probably Thami's notes too. Ugh.
Lastly, you said that Mike was quiet person, didn't talk. Is that right?
Yes,
How many times did you see him over at that house?
one time.
Just the movie time?
Just the movie time.
And how long do you think you interacted with him over at the house? And when I say interacted, how long do you think you were over there?
I was over there for close to an hour.
Okay. Course indulgence. That concludes cross-examination.
Not a fan.
No further questions. Do the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have any questions for this witness? Okay, seeing no response, ma'am, you're excused. Thank you very much for your testimony here today. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we are going to take our night recess to ensure that both of the parties have an adequate opportunity to ask questions of the next witness. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way regarding this case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication on social media. You must not read, watch, listen to news or media accounts or commentary about the case. You must not do any research, such as consulting dictionaries, using the internet, or using reference paper. You must not make any investigation, test, or theory of the case, recreate the evidence of the case, or any other way investigate or learn about the case.
Ew, wipe that smug smirk off your face, Thami.
We are all back together. We will be back together in this room Monday morning at 10:30. When you guys get here Monday morning at 10:30, if you could wait outside, and the marshal will come get you as soon as we're ready.
Please rise for the jurors. Make sure you got all your personal belongings with you.
Not a fan. Oh no. I've moved Lucy. There you go, Lucy. Safety. Thami and his stupid smirk. Look, he looked like he had won. Did you see that? He was like,
Okay, and the record reflects that we are outside the presence of our jury. While we are outside the presence of our jury, I just want to remind everybody that we do have a decorum order in place in regards to this trial from this court regarding all the media and everyone who is covering the trial. It is very important that everybody review that document because this court does intend to strictly enforce that document. And if there are any issues, this court will take the appropriate action, but that document will be enforced. If you need a copy of it, please reach out to Mary Ann Price, who is our public information officer, and she will get you a copy of that document. All right, do you guys have any matters you need to address us?
Now that we have to go to the state together, you said
Oh, yeah.
10:30.
Yeah, 10:30, because I have to do my hand.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so if we start at 10:30, we'll clean out lunch around 12:30.
Okay.
Okay?
did she say they're starting at 10:30?
Thank you very much.
That's what they just said? I'm gonna have to check the docket. If they don't start till 10:30, it's 12:30 here. It's 1:30 Eastern. Look at his stupid pigtails.
Clearly, I should be sitting behind you.
Well, that does it for our day. Only 10 and a half hours. That wasn't so bad. I've only been up since I don't know when. I don't know. 5 a.m. ish, something. Lucy Lou, it's time to say goodbye to your friends. Lucy, it's time to say goodbye to your friends. You got your baby? You can go outside? You can go outside? Yeah, okay. I figured we'll go for a walk on the beach. Y'all, it is Friday. It is Friday. Oh, you know what we're gonna do? Hold on, buckle in. Buckle in. I'm going to portal y'all over. What time is it? It's 6:45. I was going to portal you to night court, but night court doesn't start for an hour. We'll portal over to hold on, let me see if it's, let me see. Talk amongst yourselves. Talk amongst yourselves. All right. I got this. I got this. You ready to see me work my magic? Look at me. Look at me doing tech stuff. Y'all, until they said something a second ago, I did not even realize I did not even realize that I totally forgot. Oh, the weekend. I totally forgot it's the weekend. Totally forgot. Totally forgot. All right, let's see. Content. Look at me. Portaling. Portaling. All right. I've gotten a lot quicker at this. I'm still not like when 80s Music Man tries to be a ninja and do things like quickly. Oh, thank you. Oh, everything's getting messed up here. Thank you. Cha-ching. Okay. All right, we're going to portal over to, I was going to send us to night court, but we've still got an hour for that. So we'll go to the podcast and then we'll go to night court after that. All right, I think I got it done. All right, y'all. I totally forgot about it being the weekend. And so that I mean, we all know you're a ninja. Yeah, we're going over. Okay, so we're portaling over to Recovery Addict. And then we can just go to night court after that. So we're just neighborhood hopping. We are going to go crash his stream right now and then hang out with him and Weather Watch. And then we got night court right after that. So I forgot that it's the weekend. So I just want to spend as much time with y'all as possible, especially if I'm not going to see you until like lunchtime on Monday. So I am going to portal us over there right now. Y'all, I appreciate you hanging out with us so much. This has been one of those days. Friday night block party. Woo woo. Let's go over there and be like, we're crashing the party. We're going to go over there. I will see y'all there. Thank you so much for reporting to jury duty. I will see y'all over there. And if I don't, then I will see y'all at night court. And if I don't, then I will see y'all Monday.